And we are live. What's going on, YouTube, social media world? Welcome to another episode of the Oxide Station podcast, where I'm joined with one starter panelist. All right, let's go ahead and get into the show. All right, okay. What's going on, YouTube, social media world? It's your boy AnonymousBased, and I'm biggity back with another episode of the Oxide Station podcast, where I'm joined with one starter panelist. Quick announcements before we get into the show. If you are new to the channel and the live stream, make sure you give it a like, share with a couple of your friends. Make sure you follow everybody on all their social media sites. And if you want to join in on the live action, the link is currently pinned to the top of the chat. So without further ado, we're going to go ahead and introduce the other panelists. Go ahead and chop it up for a little bit. And we're going to go ahead and get the show started. So with that being said, Mr. Mark Fowler, go ahead and introduce yourself to the people, brother.
Hello, once again, Mr. AnonymousBased. Thank you for having me. I'm Mark Fowler. You know, I've been attending these podcasts now. Well, pretty much every single one. I don't think I missed one, actually. I don't think I've missed one. I'm just your resident English panelist who likes to come in and throw in my 2 pennies worth. I never claim to be a professional on any of these subjects, but I'm here to learn and to discuss, and I'm hoping that everyone out there viewing can also learn and discuss and come and join us at any time, you know, and be part of this panel, because I've learned something about this. I mean, it's very open, very transparent, and everyone's welcome, I think. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Hey, yeah, sounds about right to me.
So thanks for having me again.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely, bro. You always have a place and a home over here on my side of YouTube on this platform. And like I've told you guys before, I'm looking forward to you guys building up your own YouTube channels and having your own shows and having your things that you like to talk about and growing your own audiences. So that way, in the event that you guys decide to have your own live panels, then, you know, I get to come and sit in as a guest and kind of see how you guys run things, because maybe I might learn something from you guys. Maybe you guys are learning more from me, and, you know, we can continue to bounce ideas off of each other.
Well, I've been considering it for a while. I mean, obviously, as you know, I've got a YouTube channel, so I'm going to put it out there. Come and check me out at NovaBear. It's NovaBear. At the moment, right, I started off doing the crypto stuff, as you know, and investment, this, that, and the other. But then I soon got into like just AI stuff, AI, artificial intelligence, and I started using it to make music. And I know that people find it very taboo, but at least I was able to create content. And off the back of that, you know, I've got about 335 subscribers now, you know.
Okay, all right, shout out to that.
It's possible. All you got to do is put the content out there, you know, just put the content out there. And I'm saying this to not to you, I'm saying this to our audience, you know, to anyone else who wants to Like, you know, if they're thinking about starting up a YouTube channel, just do it. You know, you can do anything. It's just
Exactly.
about creating content, surely.
Exactly. Yeah, you're 100% right. And a lot of what holds people back is not necessarily how people will respond to them putting the content out. It's them actually just doing it. Like what
And
you're saying.
criticizing themselves, I think, because like I found it really difficult, you know, looking at myself in the camera. A lot of people struggle to look at themselves in the mirror, let's say, self-esteem
Mhm.
issues, let's say, or, you know, they're worried about how other people might view them, or criticism, or, you know, even like people worry about being cancelled or hated. But I think like you just have to be yourself. You have to be yourself, and people don't realize how important their voice is, I don't think, and it's good to share. And I think if
Mhm.
people are self-canceling themselves, that shows that, you know, that the people the people that are trying to push this cancel culture are doing a good job. So don't let
Well,
them win.
but you know what though? Oddly enough, as far as cancel culture is concerned, it's pretty much dead over here. In the
Yeah,
US, yeah, it's like not a thing anymore.
right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
well,
I can't even remember the last time I heard somebody talk about something or somebody being canceled. Like that trend is over now.
well, I hope so. I mean, I don't think it's dead. I think that these communist or socialist type people, look, I don't want to go too deep into
Right,
things
right.
already so quick, but I'm just saying, I think that they do, even though it may not be so highlighted now, we're not seeing it, but I think all of this stuff happens underground. I think when we talk of cancellation, it's more of a social, you know, punishment. You know, people just and
Okay.
there are little organizations out there and so on and so forth. But all I'm saying is that when it comes to getting yourself out there and doing your thing online and getting in front of a camera, I'm talking about the self-esteem aspect of it. And I think that the more you do it, the more comfortable you become.
All right, man. W wisdom and motivation. All right. So with that being said, how's your week, man, brother? What you have going on, man?
It's been good. It's been good. It's I've kept myself busy. I've not been too busy, just um, steady. I've got myself a new mattress as well, and I've been sleeping a lot better
Mm.
since. You know what I mean? I had
Coley's in the chat. He wasn't able to pull up because he has something going on with his voice to where he's not really able to speak. So, we want to wish him a speedy recovery. I told him to make sure he gets plenty of rest, take his medicine
Mhm.
and stuff like that to, kind of get himself back on track because I want him to be able to pull up to the next week's show. He says they low key canceled Stephen Colbert and now his final show or his late show's final show is in May. I didn't know that. I really didn't even know that because you know what?
Mm.
Because I heard something about it due to like the whole Charlie Kirk thing, and we did a free speech show and we kind of discussed that, and we already got our opinions out about what we think about the whole free speech thing. And going back to what I said about the free speech, I understand that things can offend people and things do offend people, but at the same time, I believe that people have the right to say what they want to say, and at the same time, they have to be willing to receive the backlash and the criticism for the things that they do say because things that they say can and do offend other people. Now, to
Yeah,
go as far as for somebody to lose their job behind something they say, I don't necessarily agree with that because one thing that I'm not going to support is I can't necessarily support or wish jail on somebody unless you do something exceed increasingly heinous. If you do something super heinous, then okay, you get
hmm
whatever consequence come with it. But I'm not going to wish jail on somebody, and I'm not going to necessarily wish that a person doesn't have a way to provide for themselves and feed their family.
Well, that's a really important point because I was thinking that myself. I was going to say that when people get cancelled, Quite often it affects their livelihood, it affects their income, but it doesn't just affect them, it affects their loved ones and their family and their children and everything around them as well. And cancel culture isn't as if like they're doing it because they've broken the law. They're doing it out of spite because they don't like what they're hearing from that, coming from that person's mouth. And they're not thinking about the impact that it has on everything else around them. And so they're doing it for very selfish reasons. But, at least I think that I know that I can be quite loose-tongued at times, especially when I've had a few beers. And it's good that you've got your parental advisory little sticker here at the bottom left of your, because I realize, I do like I drop an F-bomb from time to time. You see, but at the end of the day, I think so long as we're speaking with a form of respect and it's all coming from a good place, that's what really matters. But still, people that like to cancel, they don't care about that anyway. If they want to cancel, they will cancel. I've been a victim of cancel culture. I had my Facebook profile.
Oh, really?
My Facebook profile of 12 years was reported during the pandemic because I didn't agree with a lot of policies. I used I used a what do you call it? A meme. I created a meme, and it referred to some people being sheep. Now, I got a lot of backlash from that. People were arguing with me online, and I believe that one of those people reported me to the Facebook police at the time. And the next thing you know, I came on Facebook one day and I'd lost everything. And it doesn't feel like much, but losing a 12-year Facebook profile is more than just that. I had like 12 years of photos and videos and memories of family stuff, and I had like friends and family members that I've lost. Like I have about 2,000 friends on there, and I'll never be able to find them all again. Right. So it's not just more than being cancelled. You're actually destroying somebody's network, and I've had to try to reach out and rebuild that network, but I'll never be able to find those long lost people ever again. So
right.
It broke my heart at the time. A simple act of bitterness where somebody decided that they didn't like what I was saying. They reported me to the Facebook police, and the fact that they had the authority to do that in the first place, and without me being able to even, appeal against their decision. I wasn't even able to do that. It was what they call permanently suspended. Just bang, gone. I was like, wow. So I understand what it's like to be cancelled in that respect, and it doesn't feel very nice. But then, of course, I came back twice as strong. I said, fine, now if you keep burning everything that I own, eventually I'll have nothing to lose. But the one thing that I have is my tongue and my voice.
Right. No, I definitely agree with you on that. Now, I had something similar happen. I ended up losing my other Facebook account that I had been, using for a plethora of years, but it wasn't because I got canceled. Now, I've had some of my stuff reported and I got like put in Facebook jail or whatever. I couldn't post for maybe like 30 days or something like that. That's about as far as it went. But as far as me being canceled for something that I've said or posted, I don't think that's ever happened. But the reason that I lost my other Facebook account is because mine got hacked.
Right. And it's a similar feeling, like having whether you get hacked or whether you're deliberately cancelled or whether the loss is the same. What led to the loss is irrelevant, but you know what it's like. But in my case, I feel like it could have been avoided. I feel like the bitterness behind it, like in your case, it was just, well, I suppose it's the same. Somebody else has come along and destroyed what you've built for so long.
Yep, exactly.
And it's not nice. It's not nice. And people, the reason why it annoys me is that people do these acts of malicious, nasty things.
Yeah.
And realistically, 99% of the time, there is no winner. Nobody wins as a result. It's just maliciousness, and it's just not nice. But hey,
well, it's one of those things where it's like I may not win logically, but if I can feel like I got one up on you, then it was worth it. It's one of those types of deals where it's like, I might not be able to beat you intellectually in an argument. So if I insult you and get you to crash out, then that makes me feel like I won because now I was able to get you off of your original point. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying? It's one of those things like that.
They're still losers. They're still losers because like that might make them feel good for 2 minutes. Yeah. But it hasn't really benefited them in the long run because all they're going to do is continue those actions and then go and do it to somebody else and then somebody else again and somebody else again, just constantly pushing people. I think what it is people feel a sense of superiority when they're able to push other people down into the dirt and into the ground.
Facts.
Yeah. Instead of lifting other people's spirits and bringing everyone along with them and growing together, they like to feel that the only way they can have a sense of power is by making sure that they're one step above everyone else. How do you do that? Make sure that everyone else around you fails.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. That's facts. That's 100% facts. And I got to give you a Don DeMarco for that. Don DeMarco. And look at who decided to show up. What's going on? What's going on, bro?
What's up? How you feeling?
Oh, we feeling great, man. We just kind of chopping it up, kind of easing our way into the show. Just kind of, just going back a little forth, having a little bit of banter. Since you're here, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself to the people and let them know who you are, brother? And I like your camera's kind of crispy, bro.
Appreciate you, man. It's the Logi Tech camera. The brightness I got it on here is kind of weird with my lights, but it's your boy Tizzle Mode. You can find me on YouTube. I be making beats and stuff. Speaking of that, I just uploaded a beat not too long ago, maybe like 1-2 days ago. So check that out. I do reaction videos. I used to do Q&A too. Some people don't know that about me. Like some people ask me questions and I answer them on my YouTube channel, but that's where everybody can find me up.
Oh, here you go. Fully in the chat. Oh, now the show gets live.
Man, you need to bring me into a Q&A, Tizzle.
Yeah, for real.
I might bring it back. You never know.
Just bring me into one, bro. Just do it because you got a really willing participant here.
I got you. Say less.
See, one thing that I like about Tizzle is that no matter what time he pulls up or when he pulls up, he's gonna pull up, right? And one thing that I know and I can always kind of expect from Tizzle at this point is this man is always going to make sure he gets some kind of meal in. Always going to get some type of meal in on the stream, bro. Like, think about this. He got all day to eat, right? But all of it, it's like his appetite was holding out the whole week, right?
Hey, fam, my mind be everywhere, and like I be trying to figure out when to eat, and then like I'll be like, "Oh, I'm gonna do this," and I'll be like, "Oh, I'm gonna do that," and I'll be like, "No, I gotta find that one video." That ADHD is like that shit's so accurate. I was like, damn.
Right. Nah, but you know what? With all due respect, man, we love you over here, Tizzle. I don't care if you eat on stream. I don't care if you rolling up. Sometimes you roll up. Sometimes you may be sipping on something. I don't care. As long as you being yourself, as long as it's not like hurting the quality of the show, then I don't mind people having their little side stuff going on. But I just thought I'd mention that because it's like we haven't even gotten anywhere close to the show yet, and this man already got his meal.
I thought the show already started. What time the show start again? 5 o'clock?
No.
Oh no, and it start yet?
No, we're live already. I'm saying get into the show as far as like the topics.
Oh, okay, bad. Because I seen on YouTube it said it wasn't on live yet. I don't know if I had to refresh my screen or what.
Oh, really? Nah, you'll get it. Yeah, you'll get a notification.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll notify you. Yeah, see, look, Coley noticed it too. He waited to be on the show to choose to eat. He gonna eat steak next week. Facts.
Hey,
facts. Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Hey, I ain't gonna cap to you. I ain't gonna be eating no steak.
Yeah, but I think it's good because I noticed this year, like when I sit down, sometimes I get some snacks. I'm actually going to.
Well, I got some snacks. I got that on lock for later.
And I get my drinks and my snacks and my whatever, and I get cozy.
This man got the fudge stripes. No, it's been some years since I had some fudge stripe cookies, bro. Mark, Mark don't know nothing about that.
Hey, tell him, them bitches smack. I'm telling you.
Yeah, you don't know about the Keebler snacks, bro.
I have no idea what that is,
bro.
Yeah, that's an American. Yeah, Keebler is an American staple when it comes to snacks like cookies, chips, crackers. Yeah.
Once you eat them, you're gonna be like, these bitches good as hell. I promise you.
It's just I don't like those ones with the coconut.
You know, them ain't bad. Them I buy. I choose the chocolate though. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Because I'll eat the fudge stripe cookies, but I think that if I'm not mistaken, they have these ones that are similar, but they have coconut
cookies.
I feel like I know which ones you talking about. I don't know if they got them no more though.
I just can't think of the name of them. As a matter of fact, you know what? I could probably look it up real quick and see about pulling it up. No, but how's your week been, Tizzle?
Man, hey, I ain't gonna lie, it's been clean as hell. It's been good. Man, I don't even know how to explain. Like, shit definitely been cool. It's been chill. I was gonna say it's funny how Coley said I'm gonna be eating steak next week. I'm not gonna be eating steak. Well, I'm gonna be eating, but definitely not steak because I got a fucking date next week. So I'm gonna try to figure out what to eat at Dora.
You say you got a date next week?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Uh-oh. Yes, sir.
You're gonna take it to Mackie D's. You're gonna take it to McDonald's.
Hell no. It ain't gonna be you can't do that shit. What the fuck? That's cheap as hell.
No, I'm kidding.
Nah, I found those cookies though. It's these.
Oh, them, yeah. See them I am. I'm decent.
What is it?
The coconut dreams.
Something.
Keebler.
Yeah,
Keebler, yeah. I knew they made some cookies that were similar to the fudge stripes, but they just had coconut. I just couldn't remember the name of them. But yeah, these.
Yeah,
nah.
If they made a peppermint one, I feel like it'd be way better.
A peppermint one?
Hell
like,
yeah.
Like the fudge stripes?
I mean, hey, you never know.
Like a mint chocolate fudge stripe.
I mean, yeah, sure. If you want to say mint, I was thinking like peppermint.
Hey, you know what? That kind of reminds me of the Thin Mints, the Girl Scout cookie Thin Mints.
Yeah. Them motherfuckers good. I had them before too. I know exactly which ones you talking about. They like thin as hell. They kind of look like flat ass charcoals.
Well, no, they're like the same thickness as the other cookies, but I guess they call them Thin Mints because it has a light mint taste to it. They're chocolate cookies, but they have a light mint taste to them.
Yeah, the motherfuckers good. In a way, they God damn, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, see, Coley knows. He said, "Don't forget his Girl Scout season." Yeah, see, he knows. He knows.
Yeah, you know what?
Knows.
We should do some swaps, man. We should do some swaps, and I should be sending you lot some English snack like chocolates and snacks and like we call them crisps and biscuits and whatever. Yeah.
You know, I was gonna say that.
I was
gonna say. I think I'll be calling them crisps and biscuits and shit. That sound about right.
Yeah.
Well, I know the crisp are the crisp for them is chips for us.
Oh, I thought it was fries.
No, chips for them is fries for us.
Yeah, we call chip. So your fries, we call chips. Yeah, chips. But we do have French fries.
I mean, when you think about it, they is damn near the same.
But then our biscuits are like, so you'll cook anything that you call a cookie, we just call a biscuit, basically.
Don't forget me started with biscuits. Red Lobster biscuits, them bitches fire. I can eat them like back to back.
Okay, look, if y'all want to talk about food, right? Exactly. see, look, Mark. Look, if Mark ever got a chance to come to the U.S., Mark would not want to go back. I guarantee you, Mark would not want to go back.
US, bro. I've been, haven't I?
I need to put that on my YouTube channel. Explicit content.
Once when I was 5, once when I was 8, and once when I was like 14 or something. I went to Florida, Orlando, Florida. I love America. Why do you think I'm such a fan of America?
Oh,
I love it, mate. I've been there.
Okay,
Yeah, I've been there. I love it, mate.
Well, when did you go?
Orlando, went to Disney World.
That's what I'm saying. When did you go?
The Disney World, Epcot Studios, Universal Studios, Alligator World,
Damn.
Wet and Wild, everywhere.
Oh, that man said Wet and Wild.
He really said.
I mean, everywhere, man. Well, all in Florida, Orlando, Florida.
Well, no, we're saying when did you go? When?
Yeah.
When I was like 8 years old, I think I was 8 years old. 5 years old the first time I went, so I was young. But then I was 8 years old, and then I went again when I was like 14 years old or 16 years old or something like that.
Oh, so back when you were a wee lad.
Yes, yeah, but I remember it, of course. I loved it at the time, and I still hold dear memories.
Okay, you know what? Since we're on the topic, right? Like when you came to America, well, no, it's been a long time since you came. If you could remember, what do you think one of your favorite American foods was? If you, or from what you can remember.
I mean, it's difficult to say. So I fell in love with. It's not even a food, right? I'm gonna talk about your beverage, right? Out there, you had Mountain Dew at the time when I visited, right? Mountain Dew. Okay. That's illegal. We don't have it over here in the UK, right? In the way that you have it in America, right? I went to America. It sounds crazy, yeah. Yeah. But hang on, we do have it here now, but we have a different version of Mountain Dew. We have different, like a more English version of Mountain Dew, right? I remember when I went there were certain sweets and candies and snacks I used to find. Oh man! Oh no! I'll tell you what I used to love as well. Yeah, I used to go to the pancake place in the mornings for breakfast. Yeah, and they used to give us like syrup, like all these different syrups, like stacks of pancakes and stuff like that. And that just wasn't normal for me. And then even your McDonald's, bearing in mind, I'm not talking fancy food here. I'm talking about all the snacks and sugary stuff. Right. But even your McDonald's, everything was massive, yeah? And then also the Hard Rock Cafe in America.
Okay. Yeah, we have that here. Yeah, we have it in Texas.
Yeah.
I think, you know what, now that I'm thinking about that, I think they're pretty much everywhere because I know they have a lot of them in Vegas, in Las Vegas. I've never been to Vegas, but I heard about it. But I know we have Hard Rock here too.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me, but
yeah, we have a Hard Rock Cafe and we have a Hard Rock Hotel.
And your pizzas as well. I loved your pizzas. I mean, there's a lot about it. Here's the thing: there's a big stigmatism here in the UK where people judge Americans by their food standards because we got different food standards here. We're a lot more restricting. And I must say that, a lot of English people do turn their nose up to American food before they've even tried it. Do you know what I mean? Because they've got this understanding, this feeling in their head that everything's full of E numbers and high in sugar and everything like that. But I think
for the most part, that is true. Yeah, for the most part, that is true. That is true.
Yeah. I get that, but I think if you look at someone like Carmen, for example, she home cooks, a lot of decent stuff, and I can tell that she's not like, you can't just say that all American people just eat junk because that's just a bad stigmatism that I think English people give Americans, and
that's like saying all black people play basketball.
Yeah, and we don't.
Exactly. It's just a stereotype.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers always be quick to judge.
Hey, Tizzle, what you over there eating, bro?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm almost done with this shit. Now I'm eating me some fish and fries. The last fish almost gone.
Oh, fish and chips?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that.
If I say that shit to my mom, she'll be like,
shit like that.
Okay, so then wait. So did you make it at home or did you go somewhere to get it?
No, I made it at home. It's that shit. I don't know what it's called, but like they got like this fish in a bag that you could just air fry. like for a couple minutes, and that shit good.
What brand?
I know. I don't know the brand. I had to go downstairs to see that shit. I ain't gonna lie. I threw the bag in the garbage.
You threw the bag in the garbage.
Yeah, I mean, shit. It was empty. Ain't nothing else up in there.
Oh, okay.
I for the keep the empty ass bag. What I'm gonna use that for? I mean, unless it's like a like a grocery bag. I mean, like if it's a grocery bag, then I mean, like, yeah, I'm gonna keep it because, like, obviously, like, if you're gonna use grocery bags for like garbage, like especially if you got I don't know, like a mini garbage can or some shit. That's what I use for my
but you know what though? I honestly think that's like a black people thing.
Yeah, I mean, but it's smart though. What do you think about it?
I honestly think that's like a black people thing, bro.
Yeah, I don't see nothing wrong with it though.
No. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just trying to think of if I've ever seen that at white people's house or at like Latin people's house, like Mexican people's house. And I'm sitting here really thinking about it, and I don't think I've ever seen them use like the grocery bags or the plastic bags for trash. The only time I've ever really seen that is with with us.
I use mine all the time.
I mean, you can.
I use mine all the time, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, you can use a normal bag, but I mean, like, I don't know. I guess, and how I see it, like, if you're trying to save a little bit of money, I mean, like, and you just bought groceries, some shit. I just feel like it's common sense.
But hold up. Here in the UK, yeah. Sorry to keep comparing, but I'll tell you something. We have to pay for our plastic bags, yeah, in a grocery store. Do you realize?
Hey yo, what the fuck?
Yeah, you might, if you pay for that shit, you might use to your advantage, right?
Yeah, we actually have to pay for them, right? So it's.
I mean, from where I'm from too, I don't know if it's everywhere, but I believe in all these. Yeah, they have to have you pay for your bags and shit too.
Yeah, they brought it out right where it was like 5p for a carrier bag. Yeah, just because apparently they cause too much pollution, so that we're supposed to be putting back into the environment and helping to recycle. And the idea is that it incentivizes people not to throw them away.
So they can save bags instead of restock on that shit.
Right, now it goes up to once it went up to 10p, then 30p. Now it's like 50p. We have to pay like 50p for a carrier bag in some shops.
You have to pay 50 quid?
50p? Like pennies, cents, whatever.
Really?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna be right back real quick. I'm gonna go check on my clothes. Give me one second.
Wow, that is wild. That is wild.
Yep. Yeah. So
look, Sky and Zinga, look,
it's a good thing.
Talking about food again. No, it's not. It's not Coley. Coley could make it as Tizzle. Yes, it's Tizzle. Cause Coley, see Coley, we making fun of Tizzle because I had pointed out how it's like every time he shows up, he's always doing something extracurricular, whether he's rolling something up, whether he's drinking something, whether he's snacking on something, we can hear the bag crunching, or he's eating something. And we just kind of went on this food conversation for a few minutes. But you know what, Mark? I got a question for you. It's a either or. So you mentioned something about pancakes earlier, right? Which do you prefer, or which one do you think is better? Pancakes, waffles, or French toast?
So you got to bear in mind, right? Your pancakes are different to English pancakes as well. American pancakes are a lot different, yeah. French toast, I find is a bit bland, a bit boring. I do that all the time here. And anyway, I can make my own French toast at home. Waffles, you do a lot better than the UK. I do love a good Waffle House, but I think pancakes, man. I think I have to go with the American pancakes with all the syrup and all the different stuff. Yeah, I think I prefer them. I mean, I love a waffle, don't get me wrong, but I'm going to go pancakes, man. Pancakes. What about you?
Say, okay, so you prefer pancakes over waffles and French toast?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
American pancakes, American style pancakes when they're stacked, when they're nice and thick, you know.
Okay. I got you. Now, as far as I'm concerned, yeah, I have to go with you. I prefer pancakes. I prefer the pancakes. Now, don't get me wrong. French toast is really, really good, and waffles are really, really good.
Yeah.
But see, here in America,
right?
If you go to a breakfast place or a place that serves breakfast and they have French toast and waffles, you're typically only gonna get one big waffle or like one big slice of French toast. Whereas with the pancakes,
now no French toast do be big as hell.
No, he ain't lying. With the butter and the powdered sugar. Like with the confectioner, with the confectioner sugar on it and the butter, it's good.
Some of the sugar they be adding for fun, okay, that should be good.
Right.
Yeah.
But with the pancakes though, a typical stack, like your normal stack of pancakes, is 3, and I think a short stack is 5, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong about that. I could be wrong.
I mean, but, you never know, honestly.
But yeah, I'll go with pancakes over waffles and French toast. What about you, Chisel? Do you prefer pancakes, waffles, or French toast? Which one? What is your go-to breakfast bread item?
Honestly, I feel like it really depends on what mood I'm in. I feel like mainly it'd be waffles, but if I'm really craving for some French toast, I'm definitely gonna get French toast for sure. I feel like on a good day, I definitely get French toast over waffles. I don't know. I just feel like I grew up on that mode. Like I grew up like on both, like waffles or French toast, but French toast is good. Like I'm pretty sure it's different type of French toast that are like regular, maybe like cinnamon or blueberry. Like on waffle wise, I grew up like on chocolate chip, blueberry, and I think strawberry too, like especially like with Eggo waffles.
Okay.
Shit like that.
Okay. So. I got you.
But you know, like we got full English, right? So you're talking about your because an American breakfast. I hate to keep going on about it because we're talking food again, right?
No, go ahead.
To the show yet,
yeah, you are good.
Right.
Yeah, go ahead.
So
this is Tizzle's fault, by the way. This is Tizzle's fault. This is Tizzle's fault.
My bad. Hey, you might as well call me Marvin from Power. I'm always eating this shit on the scene. I swear.
Right.
Yeah,
that'd be me acting though for sure.
Yeah, see, Coley said pancakes with an omelet and grits. I'm with you, Coley.
Hey,
I'm with you on that one, bro.
Hey, call me nasty. You want grits with some cheese on that motherfucker? Here, you feel me?
We typically have like what do you call it? Bacon, egg, sausage, baked beans, mushrooms, fried bread, like a fried.
You ain't lying though, for real. If you're not eating grits with cheese, I feel like you should at least eat grits with sugar.
I've never had.
Well, that would be technically considered a hot cereal.
Yeah, but technically, pretty much.
If you eat grits with sugar, then that would be technically like a hot cereal, or like if you don't have cream of wheat.
Yeah, no, you ain't lying. It's pretty much technically like you eating hot cereal. I pretty much actually had hot cereal before. That's just pretty good.
Okay, so Mark, real quick, grits are ground up hominy.
What? Ground up what?
What was it again? You said
hominy.
Hominy. What's that?
HOMINY. Hominy.
Right. I don't think I heard that. I gotta search that shit up.
It's like okay, you know how you have corn?
Yeah.
Well, hominy is kind of like corn, but it's bigger.
Right.
That's what grits are made out of.
Oh, hominy. Oh, okay. I heard of this shit before.
Yeah, it's made out of ground up hominy.
I feel like I had this before. It's just been a minute.
Yeah,
but that shit decent though. I'm not gonna lie. I forgot what I had it with though. Actually, it might have been like it made some vegetables or some shit. I think my grandma made it at the time when she was still living.
Oh, okay.
She made so
I've
much
never had
shit.
hominy, so.
No, I ain't gonna lie. Meatloaf. We talking about food. Meatloaf. Where's that though? For real, I grew up on that with some.
I've never had meatloaf either.
Hey, you should try it. Meatloaf good as hell.
Wait, what?
Oh, really?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Making one, yeah. She was making one on one of her YouTube like reels that she does, and I was looking at it like, and I really want to try some. I've never tried.
Oh yeah,
meatloaf. I'm sure we have it here in the UK.
Yeah, meatloaf, if it's done right, it's really, really good, bro. It's been some years since I've had it. It's been some years since I've had it, but I've been kind of contemplating this recipe that I've been thinking of to make a meatloaf. I just haven't gotten around to do it yet. But I might make a meatloaf and kind of make a little video and show how I make it or whatever. But I've been having some ideas about some different types of food I want to make because I like to cook too. Not as much as Carmen does, but I like to cook.
I rather like she be whipping in the kitchen on God.
She really does though. She really does.
I know her man's be happy as hell when he get off work. He be like, "Oh, gee, look at me, hey, good man on my soul."
Yep, no, that man is well fed and taken care of. And I seen Zinga and Scott in the chat, and I know Zinga takes care of her husband too. So
yeah.
As a matter of fact, you know what? Shout out to all the wives and good women that take care of their husbands.
Oh God,
big shout out to Carmen and big shout out to Zinga because I know they're married women and they take really good care of their husbands, and as a result, the husbands take care of them, and they're willing to lay down their life on the line to protect them and make sure that they're good. So big shout out to Zinga. Big shout out to Carmen and all the wives that do what they got to do to take care of their husbands and help provide for the family.
Yeah, man. I find it really refreshing when I speak with people like Zinga and Carmen because they're just, they're a breath of fresh air because, in the world that we live in today, I find that there are too many relationships that people don't follow that traditional relationship style anymore. They don't really, there's lots of toxic, and when we see people like Carmen and Zinga and them holding down a proper relationship, it makes me, once again, it lifts my spirits and makes me believe that there are still decent people.
All right, so Zinga said,
"Look, I'm saying you can laugh as much as you like, mate."
No. I'm looking at what Zinga said. She goes, "Nah, I don't cook for him. That's how I keep him thin."
Right, okay, no, I understand why you're laughing, but still, it's not about the cooking, is it? It's not the cooking, it's the
it's the energy for me, as motherfuckers be saying. For me, you feel me?
Right. Yes, sir. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and start getting into the show. I know we kind of been chopping it up, having ourselves a little bit of icebreaker conversation. Yeah, look, Coley's like, oh man, yeah, you letting us down, Zinga. You let us down with that one. As a matter of fact, yeah, you kind of have to get you got to get the L for that, man.
Come on, man.
Hey, you know what, Tizzle? You know what, Tizzle?
What, I gave you an idea?
Yep. I'm gonna have
you gotta add that little boosty me. That shit too funny.
Yep, I'm gonna have to add that on here.
Hey.
I'm gonna have to add that on here.
Hey, why I don't know why I don't be thinking these ideas when I be trying to edit my videos. That shit never come in class. I be like, damn, what's a good ass video to add in there? But now that
see me, I'm always thinking about different things that I can add to what I got going on as far as like my soundboard and like the video clips I use to kind of, keep things entertaining because, as much as we sit up here and we have these conversations, it does take a lot of work to try to maintain an audience and keep people's attention. So, you got to think of creative ways to keep the people engaged. And so having sound effects and video clips and, us cracking jokes, that contributes to the overall product.
All the time.
Yes, sir. I'm not sure what Mark got going on, but we're going to go ahead and get into the first question of the show. So if you just now tuning in, or if you've been rocking with us the whole live stream, make sure you get a stream a like, share with a couple of your friends. Make sure you follow everybody on all their social media sites. And if you want to get in on the conversation, the link is pinned to the top of the chat. So with that being said, let's go ahead and get into the first question of the show. The first question is as follows. Why do people ignore emotional skills but value social skills? I'll read it one more time. Why do people ignore emotional skills but value social skills?
I feel like I know what this means, but I kind of need like an example.
I'll give you an example then.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I'll try my best. I think I know. Look, I've got an understanding of why I think it's the case. I think that people struggle. Sorry, hang on. Just repeat the question so that I can make sure I get it right. Yeah, just one more time. What was it?
Why do people ignore emotional skills but value social skills?
Right, emotional skills. And I think that's because people have, and this goes into the heading of the title, they lack emotional intelligence, don't they? I think a lot of people lack emotional intelligence, or I think that they are misguided. And I think that it depends on like how people are raised.
That remind me of my beat name.
Well, like if you think about like these parents that themselves don't have any emotional control or emotional intelligence, and they're constantly acting out through emotion instead of being able to articulate their way through stuff, it's like it rubs off on their children, and then it becomes like something like that it's taught generationally. And I think that in order for people to be able to dig deep, they have to be taught it from a very young age. Otherwise, they just become victims of society, and that's why the social like.
It's kind of like how do I explain it? It's kind of like when parents, like whether it's the mom or the dad, they kind of like reflecting some bad on them, and then they don't know like that it's really bad until they get older, and then they don't realize they got to deal with that trauma and shit when they get older because they didn't really think about it as their kid was young at an age.
Yeah, and sometimes these people need to be able to. And if nobody can sit down and explain people's thoughts and feelings, like, because when you're young, right? Look, I learned this when I was working in care. The purpose of our behavior is to get our needs met. If people can't articulate their thoughts and feelings, right, verbally, then they tend to fall to physical expression. Yeah, because they can't vocalize their thoughts and feelings, so they express themselves physically, and that usually turns into violence. Because if you're frustrated, right, and you can't tell somebody how you're feeling, right, you're going to punch. You're going to punch instead. That's the only way that you know how to express your anger.
I just log off. Oh wow,
emotional. Yeah, well, some people do. Some people.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. I ain't gonna lie. I'm kind of the same way. I ain't gonna lie, Tizzle. I'm kind of like that too.
But what I'm saying is it's still a form of physical.
I don't be got time for all that.
It's still a form of physical expression.
I feel like if a motherfucker trying to argue, I'm not even gonna talk to him.
Well, that's called. I think that's emotional intelligence, though. I think that's actually emotional intelligence. I think because through life experience, you've learned not to engage in.
Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Some of the shit that I be want to say hella bad, but most of the time, I be like, nah, that shit don't be worth it. I'd be like, I'm gonna just keep that shit to myself.
That means I think you've got a form of emotional intelligence, though, Tizzle. Because what I'm saying is that people that don't have a form of emotional intelligence, I think they're the ones that are likely to lash out and act physically. Now, when I talk about the people acting physically, right, because they can't express themselves, this is just something that's very standard in the care industry. It's just a form of communication.
I never act physical.
But people like yourself. Yeah, but you're more emotionally intelligent because you're able to rationalize and say, look, I'm not going to act out of frustration. I'm going to withdraw.
I feel like that's why I get into boxing. Like, that's why I hit the bag, because I'm like, I'm not finna fucking go to jail for nobody. You get what I mean? Like, I'm not finna risk my life or put myself in danger over what would you temporary ass situation. Like,
Yeah.
So exactly. Okay, so then why do you guys So then why do you guys think people ignore emotional skills but value social skills?
Because it's way easier to get social skills rather than emotional skills. When it comes to social skills, especially on the internet these days, it's easy to get attached. Rather than getting attached the other way, if that makes sense. Like, people get so attached to the internet and they get a lot of dopamine that sometimes how do I explain it? Like, people have a hard time figuring out what's reality, like what's real and what's not real. Like, for example, like a lot of times we seen some shit on the internet, we thinking like, oh, okay, that's true, just because they said it this way or they saying it like as a fact. But whole time it's like, in reality, how do we know if that shit real or not? You know, like it'd be like questions you got to really ask yourself, like, this person been through that, or like, you know, where they get this research from? How do you know there's even proof? You know, so, I don't know. Maybe right. I just I think about it like that. Like if you want to tell a motherfucker. You want to tell a motherfucker, but at the same time, you already know in your head what's gonna happen. Avoid it, walk away. Oh yeah. That's what I meant. That's what I definitely exactly meant.
Yeah, I see exactly what Coley's saying. I think me, you, and Coley are in agreement. We're kind of thinking along the same planes, Tizzle, and I'm pretty sure Mark might think the same way too.
Oh yeah, I mean, some people will agree. I mean, shit. Sometimes that arguing shit don't be worth it. You feel me? I feel like that's why I smoke sometimes too. No lie. Not like just the
I completely agree. I think the thing is with emotional intelligence, like Tizzle said, yeah, it's easier for people to pick up how to act in society, yeah, because it's easy. It's just an easy road, an easy route. But like to be emotionally intelligent, I think takes hard work. And it has to be learned. It has to be taught. And like,
it takes a lot of commitment.
You know, yeah, it takes commitment to be that way.
You gotta be willing to. You gotta be willing to decide if you want to be social with that person or not. Like you gotta ask yourself, like, is they really worth your time and investing? If you want to say that, I don't know. I feel like sometimes we don't really think about that.
So much social pressures out there at the moment. People, like young people, they're, I think, led down the wrong garden path. They idolize quick fixes, you know, easy gratification, instant gratification. So they see all this stuff, the celebrity lifestyle online, and they think, look, they're more easily socially manipulated. And rather than thinking about their what their values are, they're not thinking about their values. They're thinking about how can I get the next follower or the next like or the next subscriber. Or I mean, we all do it, but we're doing it in a different way.
You know, I mean, it's a meaning behind it and a reason. Like if a YouTuber got a YouTube channel and they say, like, for example, like they doing marketing or some shit like that. I mean, like obviously they gonna do like fake ass commercials, like when they're in a situation or they doing something funny or fucked up just to get themselves out there. Like I literally, like, not even trying to sound funny, but this is that as an advertisement. I literally seen an advertisement of a dude had a bottle of water, splashed that shit on somebody's neck and hurry up and went in his car, and a gang of people was trying to like get his ass out, and dude literally was in the camera and was like, I got the best bag of weed right here for like such and such this amount of money. He was like, you could catch me at this such and such, and I'm just like, there's just that little example right there. I'm like motherfuckers be doing anything. I'm like, that's crazy. Or like I see some videos which y'all probably know, like it'll be like, I don't know, look like somebody in a fucking funeral or something, and they fucking rolling over like a hot dog. Then you see the next transition, somebody rolling over like them, and they doing an advertisement. I don't know, are they fucking mattress or something? Like I feel like Coley know what I'm saying. Like the people that's listening, they probably know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
like,
you know, I do. I get what you're saying. It's a materialistic thing, yeah, where people are doing this, they're pimping themselves out, yeah, they're selling their own souls, yeah, for likes and followers, and you know, just bigging themselves up, making themselves out to be someone or something that they're not, right? They think that they're going to get, but look, when it comes to, that's because they don't have the emotional intelligence to understand. They're selling themselves out. It's like, do you sell out your values for likes and followers, or do you stand by your convictions and who you are and what you really stand for? You know what I'm saying? Like these people.
I know what you're saying, but I'm just trying to figure this out, because in my opinion, I think that emotional skills and social skills kind of work together. Yeah, I think they kind of work together. And
I think they do. I think you're right. Sorry to interrupt.
No. You good? I think that they kind of work together because as I'm listening to you guys give your perspective, and I'm really sitting here trying to piece this thing together because, like, the question is, why do people ignore emotional skills but value social skills? And I think that emotional skills and social skills are on two different planes. I'll explain what I mean. I think that social skills are in the foreground, and I think the emotional skills are in the background.
Yeah.
So you know, you know how you know how you have your phone, right?
Mm-hmm.
And because I have an iPhone, and so
me too.
Yeah, so with my phone, if you go to the settings, there's a setting to where you can decide whether you want to let your apps refresh in the background or not. And so
I never knew that.
Yeah, I don't know if it's an Android thing because I don't use Android. I don't use Android.
I use Android. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
Right. So I kind of look at it like the emotional skills are more of like the internal work or the internal skills that you have. And I think it helps you to be able to translate that into having social skills, which is dealing with people. So I'll give you an example. So like when you and Tizzle were both talking about like not really engaging in arguments with people because it could set you off or something like that. I think that's kind of like an outward manifestation of the emotional skills translating over into your social skills.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Right. So it's like you guys have the emotional skills to understand how far you can go with somebody socially.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense, or am I off?
No. It's absolute sense, right? Absolute sense. Because I think you're right. Yeah. I think that this is the thing. I think that they're both skills in their own right, in their own set, in their own right. To have social skills is one set of skills. To have emotional skills is a different set of skills, but they can both work in hand, and they can both work perfectly together. And you're right. If you're lacking in emotional skills, then your societal skills may fail. It depends, though, because there are lots of narcissists out there in today's era. Right, psychopathic narcissists, right? They do lack in emotional skills. But they're still able to maintain and hold down to social skills, right? Lots of politicians out there hold down social skills, right? But they don't hold down emotional skills. And this is what frustrates the general public. But hang on. Point being is, I think that emotional skills are a rarity that many people do not possess, or they're starting to lose in today's era. I think it's a skill set that needs to be used alongside. And just to quickly go back to the answer to your question, why do people lack emotional skills over social skills?
It's why do people ignore it?
Ignore it because I think it's because it's, once again, it goes back to what I said at the beginning, because it's hard. And Tizzle said, because it's harder. I think that's all it is. It's easier. People take the quickest route. It's easier to now just like put a smile on your face, put some makeup on, and pretend to be nice on camera. Yeah. Look at me and take some selfies of what I did today with my dog and my cat, and I went like swimming with my children and stuff like that. It's easier for them to do that, than to actually engage in hard emotional conversation. Most people struggle. I think they're wimps. That's why. I think they're wimps. Emotionally.
You know what? Now that you're bringing up the social media example, I think it's kind of confirming what I said earlier about me thinking that emotional skills and social skills kind of work in tandem with one another. Because if you think about like a lot of these popular streamer guys, like the guys and then the girls that blow up on social media, a lot of them don't have a lot of social skills. Like they're socially awkward.
Yeah.
Because they don't socialize with people in person. Like they're used to looking at the chat. They're used to responding to comments, and they're used to reading the chat.
I was going to say, maybe
because they're not talking to those people on camera like how we are.
No, They're not.
Chat. Hey, chat. Watch out. Listen to the next chat on my soul. I just got to listen to this fire shit. You feel me, boy? What's the word? No, but let me stop.
Yeah, no, that's what they do. That's what they do. And then like with the girls that blow up on social media, a lot of times, you know, people meet them in person, and it's like they're polar opposites of how they are on Instagram.
Yeah. It's because they're putting on a persona, because I think they're educated by looking at other people on social media, toxic trends and stuff like that.
I'm not gonna lie.
And then they think that that's how they should behave to get more followers and to be more liked. They're not thinking through emotional intelligence. They're thinking through societal pressure. And I think that young females are actually very subjective to societal pressure.
No, you're right. No, he's right though. No, Mark is right, because you have a lot of women that think like they have this air of arrogance about them, to where they think, okay, I'm popping and I'm lit on Instagram, but they don't take the time to develop themselves emotionally, so they think that they could just act any kind of way and do whatever they want to do, and that society's supposed to just accept it. Now, the sad part about it is, in a general sense, society does accept bad behavior from women, so it kind of incentivizes them to not develop emotional skills, right? Because if women have the reputation for being emotional creatures, but it's kind of weird, because it's like women have the reputation for being emotional creatures, but they're more socially aware than men are. So that's kind of like a weird like contradiction, because it's like women,
on how we look at emotional intelligence, because I'm thinking of, like, when I think of emotional intelligence, I think of stoicism. So I think that a man is more stoic, you know, and I think that a woman is more emotionally driven. I don't know whether that relates to intelligence or not. Like, look, I'm not trying to make it like a degrading thing towards women. I'm just saying that women are definitely more emotional as such.
Right.
Now, do we think that they are more emotionally intelligent than the man or not? Some women would argue that yes, absolutely, men are less emotionally intelligent. But I would argue that men are more stoic. You know, we are able to control our emotions and not overreact and respond irrationally.
But that's the perfect example of an emotional, like the skill that I was talking about earlier, because it's like, because think about this. There's a reason why, in a general sense, I'm not going to say that it's 100% across the board, right? I'm not going to speak in absolutes on this. But there's a reason why, in a general sense, women can't necessarily be leaders, whereas on the opposite side, men are, right? So I think that part of having emotional skills is being able to take the good with the bad, regardless of how you feel about it. Yeah. Right. And so part of a man having emotional skills is understanding that you're not perfect. You got to work on yourself, and you're not going to really get no handouts in life. It's a very harsh truth, but regardless of how men feel about it, you have to suck it up and accept it for what it is. Like, you got to get out there and get it out the mud. Sometimes you may have some support, and most of the time you're not. But that is a very hard pill that men have to swallow. And for the most part, I think a wide majority of men understand this. So in order for us to be able to lead other people, we have to do the emotional work internally to push past our emotions and focus on what is the mission? What do I want to accomplish? What are my goals? How can I develop myself mentally?
Yeah, I think men are expected to control their emotions. They're expected to, but it's a societal pressure. Once again, though, it's a societal pressure. I mean, look, a man who cries openly is seen to be weak by many people in a traditional sense. But then some people would argue that actually a man who can cry openly, some people would argue actually it's a sign of strength. You know,
well, it depends. You're right, but it depends on the context. It depends on the context.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It would depend on the context. Like, I'll give you an example. Okay, if Mark or Tizzle were talking about something, that they're passionate about, or maybe they accomplished something that they never thought they could, or maybe something unexpected happened that plays out in their favor. It may not hit them right away until they actually start talking about it.
Right. Nah, that's me for sure.
And sometimes you get to talking about something, you might suppress the excitement in that moment, but then when you actually sit down and kind of address it and you're having that conversation, sometimes you might go silent because now the realization of like, wow, this actually happened. Sometimes it hits you. Sometimes it hits you and you realize you start breaking down.
No, I do. It really do.
Sure.
You ain't lying. 100%.
And I think, like you say, it's all about the context around why somebody is acting out of emotion. I think, though, that men do learn to control their emotions. I think they're raised to control emotions. I think all the other male role models and figures around them, will kick them up the bum, and tell them, come on, pick yourself up. Let's go for a beer. Whereas,
I don't know about no beer. Maybe liquor though. You feel me?
Like, whatever, bro. You can have whatever you want. I'm buying.
I'm more like a Crown Royale guy, or maybe vodka. You feel me?
But I think women, they tend to get together and they tend to like to have these little get-togethers where they talk about their thoughts and fears, and they tend to like to have that. Look, there is a difference. People don't like to admit it. But I think there's a difference, and I think that men are expected to be able to control their emotional intelligence. It's just,
See now that we're having a drawn out discussion, I think that people tend to ignore emotional skills when it comes to women.
Yeah, of course.
And I don't think society ignores emotional skills when it comes to men. And the reason I say this is because the prisons are overpopulated with men who made decisions out of emotions, and they didn't take the time to process what was going on and handling it in an effective manner. You see what I'm saying? So it's like us men in general, we have a lot of negative ramifications for us not having emotional skills. So kind of like what you said earlier, Mark, there's an intense amount of pressure on us to be able to develop emotional skills. And I think that I don't think you can necessarily have social skills, like be socially, like have a lot of social power without having a lot of emotional skill to back it up. Because like for us, we understand that not everybody's going to like you.
Yeah.
Not everybody's going to hate you. You see what I'm saying? So for us, we have to put in a lot of work to increase our social standing as far as like the hierarchy is concerned. Like we understand that there's winners and losers, but on the female side, they think that everything is the same no matter what.
I really like your example of the prisons. Yeah, I really like that example of the prisons, because when we're looking at emotional intelligence and social skills, or social intelligence, I think that's the perfect example, because people in prisons, right, learn really good social intelligence. They know, like through trial and error and getting their asses kicked, they know how to interact with these people intelligently. It's a skill that they develop. Unfortunately, what led them to commit their crime a lot of the time was a lack of emotional intelligence in the first place.
Right, exactly.
Hopefully a lot of people learn a little bit of emotional intelligence. Some people have to learn it the hard way by having their asses kicked.
Yeah, sometimes you can find out.
Sometimes
you got to find out the hard way. And see, another way that I can kind of frame this is when it comes to men, we have to develop our emotional skills, because us men in a general sense understand that no matter where we go, there's always going to be somebody that's bigger, better, faster, and stronger than us.
True.
That we may or may not encounter at some point. But on the female side, in a general sense, they don't think they have to develop their emotional skills because they view themselves as better than everybody else that's around them.
Well, this leads me on to this next question, actually. I was going to ask you.
Yeah, go ahead.
If, like, do you think that this whole reason why men are expected to be more emotionally intelligent is because men historically have been more predominantly violent or more predominantly like whatever, for then society to then start going, do you know what? Let's apply these pressures on men because we don't want them. Or do you think there's more to it? Because I wonder sometimes if there's like powers at play, like real powers at play that want to make us weaker men in the first place. Do you think
to answer that? I mean, it's a multifaceted thing. It really is a multifaceted thing. And the reason I say this is because our God-given roles that we were born with is to be leaders, providers, and protectors, right? So it comes with a high level of responsibility, and we just so happen to have the monopoly on physical force in the world. So with that type of power, there's a lot of responsibility that comes with it, right? So the reason why the pressure is on us to be able to develop our emotional skills is because society doesn't respect a man that doesn't have emotional skills.
Mm-hmm. But
like
why?
Because think about it. If you're working somewhere and every time something goes wrong, your boss flies off the handle.
Yeah.
And starts yelling at everybody. Yeah, you didn't do what I told you to do. You know what? Mm-hmm. Clock out and go home. Mm-hmm. Or they always want to write people up. Or they always want to suspend somebody. Or they always want to get in somebody's face when something doesn't go their way. That is a lack of emotional control. And then it translates over into them not having social skills because the people around them are like, man, Jason's on one again.
Does this mean then that men
every time I work with Jason, he be going off on people and they don't want to work with you.
But do you think then, I'm just asking this another question. Do you think then that men and women have different sets of emotional skills to try to like work on? Do you know what I mean? Like do men have to work on different emotions to women, like when it comes to emotional skills?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, because with us men, it's generally like a black and white, straight and narrow thing.
Mm-hmm.
Just make sure, leave your ego and your feelings at the door.
Facts.
That's why there's phrases like that, because us men understand you might be walking into a room or into an environment where you don't have the upper hand. You're not going to always have the home court advantage when you go somewhere, right? So if I were to come to the UK, I understand and I know, okay, I can't go over there and think I'm in America still.
I feel like everybody ain't gonna always have the advantage.
Exactly. So that's part of you. So I think that it just confirms what I'm saying about you having the emotional skills, and it translates over into your social skills. Because the way I may joke around with somebody in America, I may not be able to joke around and clown somebody the same way in the UK because they're going to take it different. Mm-hmm. It's a different environment. It's a different social system. All the rules are different. Mm-hmm. So just because we have the Second Amendment right to carry a firearm in the U.S., there's a lot of rules and regulations that tie into it. But in a general sense, the United States of America has a Second Amendment right to where we can bear arms and defend ourselves, right? But if I go to the UK, I can't apply American rules and the Constitution to another country. It's different. So I can't take my firearm over there.
No.
Being that that's how it is, I have to have my emotional skills in order to be able to practice good, sound, logical, social skills in another country. Because again, I'm across the pond. I'm on a small island country, and anything can happen to me. And there is no, I'm gonna call my homeboy. He just gonna pull up.
Yeah, ain't none of that.
It ain't happening like it. It ain't happening like that. It ain't happening like that.
You know they're not gonna pull up.
Exactly.
Did you hear the story recently? Baron Trump. He phoned the UK police. Did you hear about that one?
Really?
Yeah.
No, I didn't hear about that.
You know Baron.
Yeah, that's Trump's youngest son.
Yeah, so apparently, right. So, anyway, he apparently recently, you can look it up. He had a friend who was out in the UK. This was news about a week or two ago. Who was in a spot of trouble and he was being attacked. No, I think it was a female friend who was being attacked in her home. Baron Trump phoned the UK police from America to report the crime. And was met with lots of pushback, you know, stuff like, "Can you not be rude to me, sir?" and stuff like that, man. You need to go and look it up because it's a funny one. It's a funny.
No, you ain't see, and you know what? That makes a whole lot of sense as to what I just said because the way us Americans communicate with one another is completely different than how people in the UK communicate with one another. So, in a general sense, I grew up understanding and knowing that British people are brutally honest. Yeah. The women too. The women are brutally honest too. They don't care. No. They don't care. And see, we have reference points that confirm this. So I don't know if you heard of this show called Nanny 911, Mark.
No.
Okay, so it's an American show where you have these instances of parents that don't know how to discipline their kids and get their kids to listen to them. So they call Joe Frost. So they call somebody else in, and then this British lady shows up.
Yeah, I know the one. Yeah, I know the one you mean. Yeah, I know the program you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, Nanny 911. Yeah, and these are American people that don't know how to tell their kids right from wrong and get them in line. So they're like, you know what, we need help. And then next thing you know, kids acting up, and Joe Frost shows up. And it's a British lady, and she gets them in line. She gets them in line.
Dark hair.
Oh yeah, she fine too. I ain't gonna lie. I mean,
you'd love to work your emotional intelligence here in the UK, my friend.
What say you?
You'd enjoy it.
Yeah, she kind of getting up there in age. You know what? Let me pull a picture up.
I know the one you mean, man. I think it looks like a bit of a MILF.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Ain't no way is that gone.
No, I'm telling you, I'm not lying. I'm not lying, Tizzle. I'm about to pull it up.
Oh no, I wasn't saying on that, but nah, I know you ain't lying.
Yeah, that's her.
Yeah. I know. Super Nanny.
I don't know what that is.
We got a Super Nanny here.
Super Nanny. Oh, I thought it was Nanny 911. That might have been a different lady.
No, I never seen her before.
Yeah, it's her, bro. It's her.
So, do you think she's emotionally intelligent?
Well, I mean, you have to be emotionally intelligent to be an effective disciplinarian.
Yes. Yeah, 100%. But then again, do you think
to be an effective disciplinarian and a leader, you have to have your emotions in check? Now, don't get me wrong. There are instances where emotional expression is necessary to drive home a point. And I'll give you an example. It's like that in the military.
Yeah.
It's like that in the military. So everyone else is expected to keep their emotions in line, but the person that's the head of the squad or the platoon or whatever, or like the drill sergeant, they're the ones that are enforcing the rules to the group to help establish that hierarchy and let everybody know, like, y'all belong to me.
But I don't think they're acting through. I don't think they're actually acting through emotion. I think they're deliberately controlling. No. Let me explain. Right, because when I was in the cadets, I haven't been in the actual forces, but I was in the cadets when I was young, right, for a few years. And we used to have our drill sergeants and our commanding officers screaming and shouting in our face, right? And then I realized after they'd done that, we could go and speak to them behind, like, 2 minutes later and be like, oh, you know, as if we're just best friends and best buddies. And I'm wondering sometimes, were they actually really, was that emotional real? Was that emotion actually real? Were they really angry? I don't think they were. I think they were just going rah, 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 because they're trained to that. That's how you get your message across. So I think like you can fake your emotion sometimes, and I don't think that they were doing it through emotion. Maybe some do. Maybe some are genuinely frustrated and genuinely angry, but I think they just do it just to drill a message home and to scare people.
No, you're right. But if you really think about it, though, sometimes you have to mix in a little bit of emotion with your leadership to really drive home a point and set a boundary.
True. Yeah.
Right. So it's like, I'll give you a perfect example. You know how you have some households where the kids are acting up and the mom is trying to get the kids to behave, and then the kids don't listen, they don't respect the mom, and the mom hits them with the, all right, well, wait till your dad get home. I'm gonna tell your dad when he gets home. Oh, no, don't tell dad. Okay, well, you need to get in there and clean up your room. Go clean up your room, like I said.
Yeah.
Because they don't want their dad to come in and put down that hammer or the law on them.
Right.
He may not physically discipline them, but they know the power in the words of their father.
Yeah.
So sometimes sometimes with the kids, you got to give them a stern talking to, like, hey, why are you in there disobeying your mom when she told you to get in there and clean your room up? Oh, look, I don't want to hear it. If your mama tells you to do something, you need to get in there and do what your mama told you to do. Because if your mama tells me one more time that you're not acting right, you and I are going to have a problem.
Oh, man, you sound like such a parent. You sound like such a parent.
We're going to have a problem if your mama's telling you to do something and you're continuing to defy what your mother's telling you. Yeah. Now, your mama's doing everything she can to make sure that she's looking out for y'all while I'm not home. But I got to come home and I got to hear that y'all in here acting a fool. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. We're not doing that. And I may not have to whoop my kids, but I understand that there's going to, and I don't have kids yet, but I understand that there is going to come a time where I'm going to have to sit down and really drill it home, because I don't want to raise losers. Now I understand that, they're going to grow up and do what they want to do, but I have to instill certain values and standards and principles in them early, to where when they get in middle school and they get in high school, they'll start to see, okay, yeah, now I kind of see what my dad was talking about.
I got to go just pop to the restroom quick, but I've got a question when I get back.
Okay, all right.
On the tip of my tongue, then.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and handle your scandal, bro. Go ahead.
Cheers, bro.
No, but you get what I'm saying though, right? You get what I'm saying though, right, Tizzle? Like sometimes,
I get what you're saying.
Sometimes you gotta let people know, and even out in society, right? You may have that one person, and you can see this in school. Every school has that one kid that be bullying everybody.
Always.
Whether it's a girl that's a bully or a boy that's a bully, and sometimes the bully thinks that, I can just throw my weight around and I can push people around and they ain't gonna do nothing about it, right? That's them not having emotional skills, and they're not having good social skills either. But then at some point, you're going to have that one kid that gets tired of it and says, you know what? I'm going to fight back today. If Tyler comes up, if Tyler comes up trying to take my books, or if he comes up to me trying to demand I give him my lunch money, and he got his boys with him, if Tyler messes with me one more time, bro, one more time, and you got that kid that keeps getting bullied, and he got his homeboys with him, and then his homeboys are always there to back him up, but then he's tired of it. He's tired of it. Oh no, Jason, don't worry about it. That's just how it is, bro. Nah, man, I'm tired of him messing with me.
No bullshit though. When you get tired of it,
I'm tired of him picking on me.
I was like that years ago, for real.
Yeah, people get tired at some point, because it's like you can practice all the emotional skills all you want, and and hold back and bite your tongue and all this other type of stuff, but there's gonna come a time where you might have to put that aside and show somebody and check somebody. And I said this on the last show. There's gonna come a time.
This is really
there's always a time.
It's true. It's true. Sometimes you're gonna have to put your foot down and really let somebody know, hey man, I'm tired of you. I'm tired of you trying to pick on me, bro. Leave me alone.
I did. I was bullied when I first joined senior school, secondary school. I was in the lower year. And I think I told you this story before. Somebody in the higher year kept coming up to me every morning and pushing me up against the wall and calling me names and bullying me, until one morning, after about 2 or 3 weeks of me putting up with this, I just turned around and kicked him and uppercutted him and broke. Well,
Tiger uppercut.
I uppercutted the guy. I did. I punted. Sorry, I kicked him. I kicked him in the stomach, and then I uppercutted him.
Oh, hold on.
Then,
but he got
really
rough on his
guy.
ass. He said, "I ain't playing."
But I was a very small guy, and I think that's why he was picking on me. He wasn't particularly a big guy himself, but he was like maybe 4 or 5 years older than me, and he thought that I was an easy target. And so I ended up being the one that got into trouble by my teachers over the fact that I used violence against this guy. But I didn't care, because I'll tell you something, I got a hell of a lot of respect for the rest of my school upbringing just from that one incident. So I stuck up for myself, and it was important that I did so. And I was taught this by my dad. My dad always said to me, if you're ever getting bullied, just go for the nose. Yeah, go for the nose. That's what I was always taught. Now, I don't like the fact that he was teaching me to be violent. He wasn't teaching me to be violent. He was teaching me to be emotionally intelligent. I put up with it for 2 or 3 weeks, and I didn't do anything about it until it became too much. Nobody else was helping me. Nobody else was doing anything. Anyway, this leads on to a segue, though, because I had another question.
Well, real quick. If you had been in America and not in the UK and you were getting bullied, you probably wouldn't have been able to handle them like this.
So you want to pop that shit, get your motherfucking cranium crack, nigga. Step on up.
Right. Yeah, different style. Maybe like have a rap battle. Just go and have a rap battle. Like become the next. You probably would have been
able to pull out the blicky on them.
Yeah, maybe I would have been all right. But
you would have been able to walk around with the blick. No, but go ahead.
What I'm saying. So the question was something like this. Yeah. Do you think then that a more intelligent man is a man who is able to control his aggression, and then therefore do you think that a more intelligent man is a weaker man? And do you think, right, that means this leads on to this, right? These people that put up with, they're told to be more tolerant today, maybe they've got a trans child. It's okay, be more emotionally intelligent, be more tolerant. Would you call that emotional intelligence? Do you think that the more weak the man becomes, or the more subdued or suppressed the man becomes, is that emotional intelligence? Do you understand my question?
If you're practicing that to the point where you don't have a backbone, then no. That's emotional idiocy.
I like that.
It's emotional idiocy.
Emotional idiocy. Damn.
It's emotional idiocy because because you're catering so much to how not only you feel but how other people feel, that it's taking away your ability to stand for something. Like if you're afraid to put your foot down for something, then you can be holding back so much to where it'll kill you.
Mm. Yeah, but where do we draw the line then on becoming let's say non-violent because we're being emotionally intelligent and we can control our emotions, right? And becoming too weak. Where is that line? Where's the line that we draw?
Well, in my opinion, and I could be wrong about this, but I think that a person not being able to put their foot down and enforce something, I think that you can only get away with that if you have people around you that are willing to put in that work and stomp somebody out. Because then you yourself, you can push this idea that, I don't believe in violence, but the people around me, they'll stomp you out. I'm not going to do it. I'll let you think whatever you want to think, but I'll just get my goons on you. So because technically it's not me carrying out the violence.
Oh God, it's my homie, sir.
Isn't that just offsetting the violence to someone else though? Offsetting offsetting it to someone else.
Now, yeah, you're outsourcing it. You're outsourcing it. Yeah. But see, but then there's a degree of, but then like it brings up your question is, does that make the man weak or is he strong? Well, it depends. It depends on how he carries himself. Now, if you're going around here screwing people over and snaking them, and then when the consequences come, you want to hide behind your bodyguards, that's different. You are weak.
Right. Yeah.
If you're out here causing problems and stirring up chaos, and then you want to hide behind your bodyguards and say, "Oh no, I don't believe in violence and this and that." Okay, but you out here causing problems.
So what you're saying is,
at some point you're gonna get dealt with. If I gotta take your homeboys out to get to you, then I'm gonna do it.
Yeah. So what you're saying is something like you should talk the talk if you can walk the walk. And
there you go. Yep.
Emotionally intelligent. If you can't walk the walk, then don't say it. You know, because that makes you a weak person. You're not prepared to back up.
No, right. But watch this though. But people that have the emotional skills, they're not gonna do a bunch of this.
Yeah, exactly. Because they know.
Right. Because the people that have the emotional control and actually have the emotional skills, they know themselves. Right.
Yeah.
They know where their limits are and what happens if they go past those limits. That's why I don't like to go around picking fights with people. You know, I might get into a little verbal altercation or something like that, but I'll always try to talk a situation down because I don't like to have to get physical with people. I just don't like doing that.
No.
Now will I if I have to? Yeah. I will if I have to, but in a general sense, I try to stay away from that because I know myself and I know it'll take a lot for me to stop. If I start going off on somebody and if I had to get my hands out on somebody, then it'll take a lot.
Is that because you think you're emotionally grounded, emotionally intelligent, or do you think that's because you understand societal intelligence as well? Because
it's both.
I think like people don't commit crimes today because they understand societal impact. Yeah, so
right.
A lot of people are self-repressed, didn't they, or suppressing. If you know what I mean. I think that a lot of people, if there wasn't like the full force of the law, a lot of people would act a lot more irrationally because it's just the consequences that keep people in place.
Well, I don't necessarily think that's true. I mean, I think that's true to a degree, but even if you don't have police in a society, there's gonna be a degree of some sort of law and order because that's just how men are wired.
Yeah.
Because all throughout history hasn't always had a police force.
No.
Because if I'm not mistaken, I think the ancient Egyptians are the ones that invented the police. I could be wrong. But
it may have been. Yeah, it probably was.
But think about before that. And even in the Wild West, like in early American history, you have people that were called outlaws.
Yeah.
They rebelled and bucked against the system. They went around robbing and killing and all this other type of stuff, but eventually it all caught up to them, and they paid the price for all of their atrocities through death.
Well, this is the point. I think society always finds a way to punish the ones out there that are causing problems and trouble. Exactly. So yeah, no. I think when I asked that last question, it was more just for context. Not really. I wasn't really pushing back or anything. I think you're right.
Oh no, you good. You good. No. See, and the thing with me, I'm always open to answering a question about my views or whatever to give people clarity, right? Because I don't expect everybody to understand exactly what I say the first time I say it. That's not even realistic. Because I don't even always understand something the first time I hear it.
It's fine because the thing is, I'm full of questions anyway. mate, to be honest.
Okay,
so
yeah, cool.
As we go through these panels, and I feel like obviously I'm a panelist and you're the host, you're supposed to be the guy asking the questions, but at the same time, I've got so many questions to back that I think it just keeps the conversation flowing anyway. And where's Tizzle gone? Where's he gone?
I don't know. He might have went to the restroom or something. He might have gone to the restroom or something, or
Did you hear how I used the word restroom earlier? Because
yeah,
I realized I'm sat here talking. Anyway, there he is.
you good. You good. No, but do you guys have anything else on the question? What you think, Tizzle? Why do you think people ignore emotional skills but value social skills?
Oh, bloody lighter. Oh, wrong one. Tizzle, yo.
You hear me, Tizzle?
My bad. I was on mute all the time.
No, you good, bro. No, I'm saying I'm just getting some last thoughts on the question before we move on. Why do you think people ignore emotional skills but value social skills?
Because
I kind of gave my perspective, which is why we had this long drawn out discussion about it. That's what I was saying earlier. I think that they're kind of closely connected.
Yeah, I thought I talked about it earlier. Did I or did I not?
You might have, but we all kind of got lost in conversation, throwing ideas out back and forth. But so you might have to just kind of touch on it a little bit more before we move on.
Okay. I think honestly, really is just because that they really have a hard time being social. Like I said earlier, is more easier to act social on the internet rather than real life. I feel like. I mean, I could be wrong though too, because sometimes they ain't like that all the time, depending on like if you're trying to talk to a person as a friend or whatever in general. But it's kind of like I think it was you or Mark said it, like people be so much into live streaming and shit and all that, and looking at the screen, looking at the chats and all that. So it's like it's hard for them to really have connections with people in real life and really get to know somebody.
Okay. All right. So does anybody else have any last thoughts on this before we move on?
Just one last thing.
Yeah, go ahead. You got it.
It's just that there are different types of streamers out there, aren't there? Like there are people that try to use their live streaming for good, but there are lots of toxic streams out there as well. We've seen it like with the degenerate TikToks that happen, where people just do anything just for clicks and clickbait. And now people clickbait people into stuff. They lie, they deliberately do this, they deliberately make spelling mistakes and all that. And so I think that Tizzle is right in everything he said. I think that it's all to do with it being easier, just so much easier to copy the degeneracy that we see online. It's not just about people streaming, because look, I like to feel like we're not being a part of that degeneracy, are we? I hope.
No.
I'm hearing you out. My bad. I'm shaking my head because I'm making the beat too.
Okay. No, so I mean, if no one else has anything else on that, we're gonna go ahead and keep the show pushing. So with that being said, if you're just now tuning in, or if you've been rocking with us the whole show, make sure you give the stream a like. Share with a couple of your friends. Make sure you follow us on all our social media sites. And if you want to get in on the conversation, you can either sound off in the chat, or you can click the link that's pinned to the top of the chat. So that way you can pull up to the panel and give your perspective. All right. So y'all about ready to go on to the next question?
Yes, sir.
All right. So this is the next question. Can emotional intelligence save failing relationships? I'll say it one more time. Can emotional intelligence save failing relationships? And I got a new sound to play for the question. What y'all got on that?
Hey, low key, that just kind of inspired me on that sound effect.
Oh, and you know what? Before anybody says anything,
If I were you, I'd keep those eyes closed. Cause I'm gonna play Monster Reborn.
You what?
Now I'll bring back a monster. It's the same one I just sent to your graveyard.
My blue eyes! Yeah, man, I knew you could do it. Now that was impressive.
we have an additional guest on the panel, and it is Athena. Big shout out to her.
Hello.
All right, so real quick, Athena, go ahead and introduce yourself to the people and let them know who you are. And it sounds like you're muted. Yeah, you're muted. Yeah, you kind of got to get an L on that.
Oh, bless. No, you're muted. We can't hear you yet.
Yeah, you're still muted.
Oh, bless. No, she'll be back. Sometimes I think I've had this issue before where I had to just close the StreamYard, the site.
Like you have to back out and then go back in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, now she didn't. Yeah, she didn't back out. I mean, she's probably trying to get her. Yeah. Okay, there it is. She backed out. Yeah. She'll end up coming back in. No, but yeah. As far as the question goes, can emotional intelligence save failing relationships? What you guys got on that?
Mm-hmm. Oh, you know me. I've always got something.
All right. Well, for Tizzle's sake, I'll hit the sound again.
Oh God, nah, for real though.
Yeah. Ooh,
it definitely is nostalgic.
But
what's crazy? I was listening to my old beat years ago, and I was like, "Damn!" I remember I did that one part where I tried to reverse it, and it didn't sound right. But now I'm going back to doing it. I'm like, it sounds clean. And now I'm thinking about, I'm like, why I couldn't get it right? That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. So listen, we need to Tizzle. You need to speak to me more about like your music production stuff and like away from here. Like what I'm saying is next time. Like maybe tomorrow, message me because I want to know what like all the stuff that you're using, like all the kit.
Oh, rock around the side, saying where's Athena?
I need to get me a new phone soon. That's what I need.
Yeah, she's probably trying to get her stuff together so she can hop back on.
Yeah.
And real quick.
If I were you, I'd keep those eyes closed. Cause I'm gonna play Monster Reborn.
You what?
Now I'll bring back a monster. It's the same one I just sent to your graveyard.
My blue eyes! Yeah, man, I knew you could do it. Now that was impressive.
We have another additional panelist. Shout out to her.
Bang. I made it.
Shit like that.
All right. So real quick, Athena and Carmen, you can go ahead and introduce yourselves to the people.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Ooh.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Athena.
Oh, hi. I'm Athena. Sorry, I'm barefaced. I don't even have any makeup on, so you'll get to see me looking rough today.
You look
No, not really.
Athena.
No, not really.
You look good.
Oh God, I got like pimples. Why are you making me on the don't zoom in. Don't do that. That's not nice. Be nice.
Oh, dead.
I just got back from the grocery store, so.
Okay.
So I'm Athena.
That's it.
Yeah. It's been a long day.
L introduction. L introduction.
I think that's a winning introduction. Listen, this is Athena. This is Athena.
That's all you need to know. That's all you need to know. It's Athena, okay?
Oh, okay. Okay. So everything else is a secret then?
I mean, I'm a homesteader. I homeschool. I'm Orthodox. I do a little bit of YouTube and TikTok lives. Yeah.
Hey. Hello.
Wine.
Yeah, Rock Around the Side says, tell him about the animals. And Rocker on the side also says you're looking hot.
Chickens, the cats.
They said Athena looking hot.
Hell yeah!
Little
Yeah.
dance.
Yeah. So why don't you go ahead and tell them about the animals, Athena? Yeah.
I had a rooster die today, and like he was fine this morning, and then just I was like, I don't know if he got into a fight with one of the other roosters, or I don't know what happened.
Oh, a cock.
Wait, so, You know what that means. Yeah, over there fighting.
Now I only got 6 cocks in rotation. Dang.
Motherfucker.
All right. So Carmen,
I'm sorry for your loss, honestly.
Yeah, for real. Yeah,
Thank
Carmen,
you.
go ahead and introduce yourself to the people and let them know who you are.
Hi, I'm Carmen. You can find me on Instagram, Carmen.ds92. I do
Stop the cap.
Do a little YouTube every now and then. Mostly I do cooking videos. I cooked yesterday. I'm not cooking today. So we eating leftovers.
No?
Nah, I cooked yesterday.
Hey, no comida para los otros?
Nah. If you come down from San Antonio over to Atlanta, sure. Pop up.
¿Por qué no? ¿Por qué no?
Go ahead and pop up.
No, ¿por qué no? ¿Por qué no comida para los otros?
Claro, comida para todos.
No, ahora. No, ahora.
Oh, now. That means now.
Tú necesitas comida para los otros ahora.
Tissel's already eating like always. He don't need no food.
I just got eating earlier. You missed it. I'm just eating the snacks. What you talking about?
Last 2 hours.
I definitely was.
Yeah, Rock Around the Side said, "Yeah, don't forget about mine." See, look, whoever that is, yeah, you know what's up. You know what's up. Yeah, you know what's up.
I can't even tell, fam.
Right. No, but y'all came in at a great part of the conversation on the live stream because we're actually on the second question of the show. And we're just about to get into it when Athena and you popped up. So I'll go ahead and give the ladies some grace to give their thoughts on the question first. And the question is, can emotional intelligence save failing relationships? I'll read it one more time. Can emotional intelligence save failing relationships? What y'all got on the question?
If the relationship,
everybody took all the cameras on. That's funny as hell.
I know, right? Everybody's on camera.
Athena's gone black screen. Where's Athena gone? She's gone black screen. Don't know what's happened to her screen. So,
oh shit! Hold on.
Go ahead.
Messages? No way. No. No. I can't go face ass. Damn. Where Anonymous goes? Shit.
Well, Carmen's being patient and allowing because
I don't know. I mean, if their relationship's already failing, how can emotional intelligence save it? I don't think it can be saved.
There is no saving it.
Because both people
already good.
It's by the time, I mean, to be honest, by the time a relationship's already done, a lot of times for one party or the other, it's been over before the actual conversation has taken place. Like you have already been you have already been checked out before you actually
motherfuckers be leaving motherfuckers on be acting like that shit still be lasting. They know that shit be over.
So I don't think emotional intelligence can save it. I think it's when one party is already not in it, no matter how emotional, physical, whatever, I don't think they're saving it.
This shit's so good, bro. Like, god damn. Like, I'm so glad today's Saturday.
What are you eating?
Rice Krispies. You feel me?
This was just having a whole bunch of fun over there with his snacks.
I literally bought marshmallows and
I definitely do be
healthy
having fun.
Rice Krispies.
But what the hell, boy?
I ain't having fun,
You know
though.
what?
I ain't having
You
fun,
still
though. I
got
ain't
all
found my
the
streak.
snacks. I bet that's how you get all those females over there. You got all the snacks.
No.
He got all the snacks. He got the Rice Krispies. He got the cookies. He got all the late night snacks.
Honestly, it's from my personality.
Oh, I bought the cereal.
Stop the cap.
The healthy.
Oh no, I'm dead ass.
You said what, Athena? You said about something about some cereal?
Rice Krispie cereal or whatever, the healthy version. And I bought some marshmallows, which are not healthy. My marshmallow route won't get here in time for me to make homemade marshmallows, so I can make it. But I am gonna make chocolate Rice Krispie treats for my son.
You can make marshmallows.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Hold on. Homemade marshmallow is actually really good for your intestinal health. It's so medicinal. It's good for cough. Like when you're sick. Like it used to be used. Marshmallow used to be used as an herb for when you were sick. Did you know?
Oh, it's an herb, so it's not a root.
It's
not
a root. Marshmallow root.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So you boil it and then you strain it and you take that and you mix that with I think like I use grass-fed beef gelatin because I'm extra, right? And then I use stevia and a little bit of sugar because if you use just stevia, it's gonna just taste like whatever. But yeah, you can make healthy marshmallows that are.
Idea. That is new to me.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. All right, so real quick, Rock Around the Side. I don't know how you say that. Rock Around the Side says, tell them about the video games you started playing, Athena. Tell them about the video games, Athena.
Yeah, so I started a show under Herspective podcast called Button Mash Babe, and the whole premise of it is I do live blind reactions to video games I've never played. And so I played it the first time Wednesday. It was oh no, he's gonna get mad if I don't remember it. What is it?
You did the Scream one. Scream.
Yeah, Freddy something. I did Half-Life, and then the one I did Wednesday and I'm doing tonight it's like anime. Shoot, come on, Rock Around,
like Five Nights at Freddy's.
Something Royal. Yeah, I did that one. Was the
like
second one. I did
Freddy's?
Doki Doki first, and that was ugh.
Oh, okay.
But this one, what is it? Hold on. Yeah, exactly. Oh, Persona 5 Royale.
Okay.
Hang on. What games are they? Like, are they PC games, Xbox games?
PC games. And I stream while I do it. And that one's Button Mash Babe. The whole premise is that I'm really horrible at games. And so I panic and run in circles and then die because I, did something stupid or I'm glitching and it's not really glitching.
I saw your scream reaction. Sorry, that's what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, me screaming. Yeah, I'm.
Oh, bless.
Okay, I got you around the clock. Appreciate the clarification.
Yeah, in real situations, I've been in emergency and life and death situations, I'm very calm. On video games and movies and TV shows, it's something else, man. I can't handle it. I don't know. It feels like a lack of control because I'm not as dexterous as maybe other people. Whatever. Y'all can make
come on.
I like that.
So I guess that's the perfect time for a man to step into the picture and he'll regulate those emotions a little bit.
I'll tell you what. I think you're very dexterous. Look, I've seen.
I might jump this shit tonight.
And tending to your chickens and looking after your chickens and this, that, and the other. If I'm honest with you, yeah, it actually takes what I would call self dedication to get up and wake up every morning and to tend to this and to tend to that. And I've seen that obviously you'd like to have a man around the house to help to tend to the chicken coop, right? But I know that you do it, and I know that you get through these things. You've got a nice little house, you bring the chickens indoors, you keep them warm. I think you're very dexterous.
So I am good at problem solving and critical thinking. If you have a homestead, especially if you don't just have money like that, like you have to. Like I remember I was trying to put a tarp over the chick run where I keep the chicks like when they're not little babies, but they're not quite adults. And there's like a lot of storms in the spring, and so you have to cover it so they don't essentially drown, right? Mm-hmm. And the wind was blowing so hard I couldn't get the thing over, so I grabbed a wire, tied it to one side, and like wrapped a rock wrapped it around a rock, and I took it and tossed it over. I know. And I tossed it over and it stayed, so it didn't fly back because I don't have someone else there. If I had just thrown it and someone that's there, they could grab it. But when especially if you're a solo homesteader, I mean, you gotta ghetto rig everything.
You gotta utilize what you can. You gotta do what you can.
Exactly.
Compromise. Improvise. You're an improviser and a problem solver.
Mm-hmm. Lots of problems.
Charles keeps like going bling 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 at you. Like,
but what if the problem is sometimes the problem?
All right, so Athena,
uh-huh.
Can emotional intelligence save failing relationships? What do you got on that?
So emotional intelligence, are you saying like a relationship that's already failing?
Either or.
I guess I'm not understanding the context, because if someone has emotional intelligence, then they would be able to like mitigate issues to begin with. So then why would it be failing? Does that make sense?
No, it makes sense. It makes sense. And the reason why one of the reasons why relationships can get to the point where they're failing is because in some cases, and this is something that happens on both sides. You may have a man that doesn't necessarily see the vision in something. And so you might have a man that's like always crashing out, that doesn't know how to control himself. You know, he's always mad. He always flies off the handle. And so you may have a woman that's trying to calm him down and help him see the rational side of things. And you have men that don't necessarily care. I'll give you a perfect example. Even though this is fictional, I think it's art imitating reality. If you look at the dynamic between Fred Flintstone and Wilma, it's exactly like that. Where Fred thinks he's right all the time. And even when reality shows him that he's wrong, he has a hard time accepting it. And then Wilma's always the calm one, but Fred is always the one that's amped up and crashing out. And even Barney's more logical, even though he's technically like the dumb character. Even Barney has more logical sense than Fred does, because Fred thinks that his way is the only way of doing things. And so when people around him are trying to get him to see a different perspective, he's just stuck in his ways. So you have that side of it, but then you could also have the same thing happening on the female side, where the woman is erratic and not able to control her emotions and doesn't necessarily want to heed instruction or take direction from the man. So this is something that's it's not unique to one gender or the other. It's something that can happen. It's something that can happen even with friendships too. It can happen in friendships too.
So women tend to be more neurotic. They tend to be more emotional because, and I hate to sound like a broken record, but we have 4 hormonal cycles every month. We go through puberty, pregnancy, postpartum, and then menopause, right? Men go through puberty, they have post-nut clarity, and then their T levels slowly drop But the experience that men have and the drop in their T levels, you would have to compare a young man to a very old man. And that's what like women go through every month. So I would say most of the time it's women, and I'm speaking also myself included. I had some women, they're like, oh, if you're saying women aren't consistent, then that means you're not consistent. I'm consistent in my beliefs because that was a structure that I had when I was younger. But when it comes to my emotions, I'm every month. All of us are. You either have ones that are honest about it, and then you have the ones that are either dishonest or they don't know.
Hey, I'm gonna keep it 100. I think we can all be consistent when we feel like it.
No.
You feel me?
Hold on. This is a really valid point. This is a really valid point that Athena's just.
I think Tizzle kind of had a point though. I think Tizzle kind of cooked with that one.
Nah.
Yeah, look, while Athena sips her drink.
So I want to respond to that though. So even in the workforce, we might be able to bite our tongue, but best believe we go to the bathroom and we're like, oh, like we want to punch something, and then we're like, let's go back to our desk and control ourselves. We might have a little bit of an attitude, but like we can control ourselves to a certain point. But just like children, when they're around their parents, they will misbehave more because they're more comfortable with their parents. This is why families tend to hurt each other more deeply, is because they're more comfortable with each other. They're not worried that they're going to leave forever. Because
why do you think they call it tough love?
Hold on. Okay, so let me finish. So this is why kids tend to act up more around their parents than they do. Well, if you raise them right, they act up more around you than they do strangers. When you're around strangers, they're like, oh, I don't know if this person's a saved person or not. And people are be like, oh, your kid is amazing. And I'm like, my little terrible. I don't know if I could say that on YouTube. I'm not gonna finish it, but you know what I'm saying. A little sour.
Say it. Speak your mind, queen.
You gonna say that to your kids, G? Huh? You supposed to be believing in your kid. You supposed to be like, God damn it, that's my son.
It's funny because you would think it'd be the opposite. You would think it'd be like when your parents are there, they know that you have the authority. Then I'll be like, I can't act up around my mom. My mom's right here. I'm supposed to act up. You would think it's the opposite.
To a certain
and my experience has been the opposite, and I don't have kids of my own, but my stepchildren they act up around me because especially when the youngest was like 4 and 3, she would literally laugh in my face. Athena, she would laugh in my face. She thought I'm like, get off the couch, and she would laugh in my face, and this little 2-year-old laughing at me, clowning me. But as soon as her dad, I FaceTime her dad, she set her ass right back down.
Dads are different.
So why did
mom.
you do that? So I think like it's the opposite though.
Hey, so whenever you come in the room and the kids start acting up, this is what they say.
I don't want peace. I want problems always.
Do wake up and choose violence. Do wake up and choose violence every time.
Kids do. They do. My son bullies me sometimes. I'm not gonna lie.
But hold up. We're talking about like emotional intelligence here, right?
But emotional intelligence.
So this goes full back, and so because I kind of understand what Athena's saying, right? About like because there's also like hormonal differences, right? Do you remember? Because we spoke about this earlier, yeah, about like what is an emotional intelligence different between a man and a woman. And I think Athena's just kind of proved her point when she's talking about the different hormonal cycles and this, that, and the other. There are different types of emotions that men and women and children go through. So now we've got like we've got to divide it between 3 different sets of types of people. Man, woman, or maybe even 4: man, woman, boy, girl. Because everyone has a different set of emotional like traits, and it's down to educating people I think from a very young age to be able to control their emotions. So anyway, that's it. That's my little bit, but I wasn't trying to argue or anything, just throwing in my 2 and trying to bring it back.
Stop the cap.
trying to bring it back to.
All right.
I just don't think that women can claim emotional intelligence when they lose their shit over like their food being cold and like I could at least admit it. Sometimes I'll be watching a commercial and it's like this super like sweet part and I'm just like literally crying as if someone died. You know what I'm saying? And like so women will be like, no, I don't do that. But like I have a really hard time because I know a lot of women and like what they show to the outside is very different than what like with people that they're vulnerable with. And I just don't think that women are emotionally stable enough to claim emotional intelligence. Maybe like for 2 weeks out of the month, we could have emotional intelligence.
Yeah, I mean, look, at the same time, you know, I do think that there are a lot of sad men out there. Like we were discussing this earlier, there are a lot of weak men out there that I think are, you know, less able to control their emotional intelligence, even though they don't go through like their time of the month, you know, but for whatever reason, it seems like they do. You know what I mean? It's like how, so what is it? What is wrong with these young men? Is it lack of testosterone or something?
Yeah. And I think so many men nowadays, they're being raised with single mothers. I don't think that they know how to regulate their emotions. And that's something I'm actually struggling with because once boys, specifically boys, get to age, yeah, I know, I'm a single mother. But my son, boys get a testosterone boost from ages 4 to 7. And I can see it. He's got like a little mustache going on, like little peach fuzz. You know what I'm saying? And like, he's like super like macho. And I'm like, I don't want to like beat that out of him. But I'm like, okay, but you need to be respectful. I was like, go outside and run laps or go do jumping jacks or something. Like go play outside. Yeah. You know,
a way for him to utilize that testosterone and alleviate it and express it, and so that he's not going around
frustrated. But how many single moms can do that? I have a farm, so I could send my son outside and like go get into some shit. You know what I mean? But most single moms are in apartments. How are you supposed to? Oh, go run outside so you can get kidnapped? Like no, like.
I mean, well, that's why you put them in. That's why you put them in sports and things. I mean, I think men, emotional intelligence comes with how you properly express emotions the appropriate way. I mean, women.
Single moms are doing that, and there's a lot of single.
That's
moms
why you gotta put them in the sports. Put them like as far as kids, like put them in sports. Put them in something in groups.
Well, maybe
Clifford.
That's me.
That's a baby chisel.
Yeah, that's me when I was at Shorty. I was with that.
Are we pulling a baby picture?
No, I was Boy Scouts. You know, put them in Boy Scouts.
Baby chisel.
Baby chisel.
But Carmen, I think you're right. Maybe put them in sports, but would it even
sports,
just
be Boy Scouts?
Could it even be music? Would you say that music is masculine enough, like to take someone?
Yes, absolutely.
Do you reckon?
Music
Athena disagrees.
What? Hold on.
Down here, oh my goodness, down here in the South, put them in band.
What are you talking about?
Marching band, drum
marching band.
Yo, there's
something
people
physical.
here,
what are you saying? Something physical.
And band. Like, yes, band is physical as hell.
Yeah, right.
There's people that come to watch. I bet to different. Like, I think the drum line and the band camp is so much worse than probably the football players camp.
Wait, talk about Nick Cannon drum line this week. Nick Cannon.
Well, I've been told drum line is some bullshit. But hubby's he's in drumline and he be telling me horror stories. And down in Savannah, they be going up and down the bleachers. They be doing all kinds of stuff.
If your boy said
activities to get that.
If your boy said he wanted to get into ballet dancing, would you support?
Oh, Billy Elliot!
No.
Go, Billy Elliot!
Stop the cap.
Billy Elliot! Come on now.
Heck no.
Stop the cap.
Heck.
That's big cap.
That's super cap.
Is it question?
I mean, there are male ballets. I mean, we can't. There are male ballets.
And they're a little sweet, if you catch my
Carmen.
drift.
Carmen.
You funny as hell.
They're not.
That's my drift.
Carmen, let's not cap on this internet. You are not gonna encourage your son to channel his testosterone spike into dancing and doing fouettes and pirouettes. Stop it.
No, this is a no.
First son gonna do whatever he want. That's his life. He gonna experience whatever he want to do.
Stop the cap, Carmen.
I mean, don't football players do kind of like ballet moves too?
Would it make any difference if I told you that I did ballet when I was a child?
Stop the cap.
No.
Would it make any difference if I told you that I did ballet, tap dancing, jazz dancing?
Oh, jazz and tap. Okay, Mark.
Yeah, as a child.
I like that.
Hey,
so now you know.
Hey, spit that game, Mark. Spit that game on him, Mark.
Where the hell Coley at? That boy should be up in here for real.
Oh no, you weren't here earlier when I was saying why Coley didn't pull up, because he has something going on with his voice. He can't really speak that much.
Oh
yeah, I think he said something like laryngitis or something. So he's trying to he's trying to recover. We gave a shout out to him earlier, wishing that man a speedy recovery, because I actually need him on next week's show, because next week's show I'm doing another potluck.
I can't wait to join that one. That's gonna be lit.
Yeah, I'm doing another potluck show. Yeah, I'm doing another potluck show.
Fun. Yeah, that was a good.
I'm gonna do another potluck show next week. As a matter of fact, I'll go ahead and bring it up right now and show you guys. Yeah, so next week's show is gonna be the potluck show, free for all, volume 2. So with that being said, the main elements of the potluck show are gonna be the panelists contributing a question or a topic that they want to talk about, to where I don't have to come up with all this stuff, and give the panelists a chance to contribute to the growth and the creation of the content. You guys get to have your opinions and perspectives heard, and there's no telling where the conversation is going to go. So next week's show is going to be the potluck show. Make sure you guys tune in on Saturday. What is it, February 7th? Yeah, February 7th around 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. All right. So we're going to go ahead and get back to our show. All right. So what were you guys saying? Mark was laying his game down.
I like that. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I was making a point about like emotional intelligence. I was asking questions. We were going full circle, yeah, and actually we were getting to a really good point, because I was talking about like, would you allow your child, your young boy, to be able to do this, that, or the other? And we're talking about more feminized activities that might allow the young child to express and get rid of some of their frustrations and testosterone through activities. Now, we're talking physical, and I started then talking about ballet. You know, is it because ballet has a female social stigma? Is that what makes it emotionally...
Twinkle, twinkle, little star face ass. Come on, baby.
I put my son in boxing, taekwondo, jiu-jitsu.
I've done karate and judo and boxing as well.
Blood sports, you know.
Stop the cap.
I ain't gonna lie. I really do need to hit the bag again.
So the point being is, just because I did ballet doesn't mean to say that I didn't do other masculine activities as well. So I did boxing, judo, karate. I did ballet, tap dancing.
I can discipline you for real. I'm telling you.
I could see gymnastics. Like I could, okay, or acrobats. Like that I could see that. I could see that.
Acrobatics?
Well, my father did acrobatics with karate. I think he was taekwondo. He was like a 4th degree black belt. He had people fly out to test him. He was a champion and all that stuff. He did acrobatics. He did like the knife throwing and all of that cool stuff, you know.
Cool stuff.
I could see that.
Shout out to Daddy. Shout out to Daddy Asterio.
Dom DeMarco.
I just want to see if Mark gonna keep on capping on his internet.
Stop
No,
the
I'm
cap.
done, mate. I'm done. I've asked my questions. I feel like Carmen hasn't said her.
I mean, when it comes to, I think boys should do that. But when it comes to emotional intelligence, focusing on kids, if it comes to relationships, I think I said it earlier. If a man, and I'm talking about the context of you in a relationship with somebody, if your partner is not emotionally intelligent, it wouldn't be failing if they were emotional intelligence. So no, I don't. When it comes to like an emotional relationship, I don't think emotional intelligence can save a failing relationship because it's already failing. And I think a lot of times when one person is already there, there's no coming back from that. Because let's face it, a lot of the breakups, I mean, somebody's already been checked out. I can speak for myself. When I broke up with somebody or they broke up with me, I've been checked out.
Really?
Months before we even had the actual conversation and verbalized it. I was like, oh.
Really? Tell me more.
Yeah, I've been checked out.
Bro, curious as hell. He locked in. He said,
Yeah.
Tell me more.
Yeah. Tell me more.
Before my first, I mean, I've been engaged before I was married. My first engagement.
Oh, really?
My first engagement with my high school boyfriend. Yeah, when we broke up, he came up and was like, well, he said it first. I was like, yeah, I've been already out of this. So I just stood there. I was like, so do you want the ring back? I just took my shit off. He was like, here you go, I'm done. Like, we've been over for months. I just didn't want to say anything. So
hang on though. Hang on.
That's the problem.
Maybe.
You feel me?
That's
maybe if that person
feel me though. Y'all be on some
winter
soldier armor dangerous type shit. No more rivals.
See, but that's why I think that's why even people cheat too. I think that's when you already emotionally checked out. Like,
how you know that?
There's not saving that. When somebody's already emotionally checked out, it don't matter how intelligent you are. It don't matter nothing. It's just you're done.
But
yeah. Tizzle asked a good question. Carmen, how do you know that?
How do I know what?
How do you know that?
How do I know what?
That's why people cheat. How do you know that?
Because you're emotionally checked. If you really care about somebody and you are emotionally checked in and you are invested in each other, you wouldn't be wanting to look for something else. Why? Why would you look for something or someone else if you already engaged within somebody? That means that you're looking for something else. If you are two together and you start looking, you get distracted and you start looking for a third person to fill whatever void that you're trying to fill, then you already checked out.
What if it's not a third person and it's something just new? Because like Anonymous said, after all, the relationship didn't work out. If it ain't meant to be, it ain't meant to be. It's like, what's the fuck the meaning is?
If it's broke, because sometimes a relationship can just run its course.
Yeah, I mean,
and you have the choice to walk away from that relationship as opposed to stay with that person and choose to do even more damage and cheat on that person. So walk away from that person if you're already starting to look for something new, something is already catching your eye. You're not invested in that person anymore.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
So leave them. Close that door before you open another one.
I think Carmen is actually very emotionally intelligent.
I mean, it's not.
I think she's very emotionally intelligent.
It's not technically cheating if you already broken up with that person. If you moved on, I mean, if they trying to come back to you because the relationship ended, that's their fault. You should have.
But the
I'm like that one line from Spider-Man 3. You should have thought of that earlier.
Okay, then see, but the relationship already ended, but it's not. You can't start something new while you still in a relationship with somebody that it's already over. You're not emotionally there.
Oh no.
Stop the cap.
You're not there.
That happens all the time.
And we can go into specifics. You can go because some people, when I say this, some people be like, "Well, what's cheating mean to you?" well, if there's cheating, emotional cheating or physical cheating, I'm like, but cheating is cheating.
Wait, hold on. So you mean to tell me it's cheating if you move on?
No, because you're moving on. You already broke up with that person. I'm saying that you are with somebody in a relationship with somebody and you're looking for something new without cutting that other person off.
Oh, okay, yeah, then that's
so you want to keep that other person, but yet you intrigued by something new, but you don't want to let that other person go. So that's cheating. Like if you let them go, be like, look, I'm not emotionally invested. I'm looking at this. It's bright, shiny, and new. I want to explore this. Cut me off and go explore your bright, shiny, and new. Go do that.
Man, Carmen. I was with you. I was with you for a second up until a certain part.
I am with her.
And it started.
What part? Anonymous? What part?
It started going. Look, it started going into the cap territory. Because look.
Hey, Anonymous. It was. Wait, hold on. It was a layup, and then that bit didn't go in.
Exactly. You missed the layup.
No. Hang on. No. I think what she's saying is she's got that right. She knows her worth. Yeah. Actually, I think that Carmen is displaying a form of emotional intelligence right now. She's saying that she's not prepared to be manipulated and treated like a piece of dirt and a piece of trash. Yeah. And that she knows her own worth. That's what I took from that.
Mark, do men typically cheat physically or emotionally?
Whatever. He always does that stupid logo. Why? What does that mean? Tell me, why do they do that?
Brother, this guy
stinks. What is that stupid fisting?
A lot of men, and I'm not saying it's right or wrong, right? Well, actually, I'm going to come out and say that it's wrong. But most men, when they cheat physically, but they still want to keep their relationship. They're like, this is just fun.
Does that make it any better?
No, it's still wrong. It's still wrong. Like they're not emotionally checked out. They're just thinking with the wrong head. Women, when they cheat, they're emotionally checked out. And they're not telling their partner. So it's one giving into temptation, and it's another in cheating because they don't want to be there anymore, but they like the resources. Does that make sense? Or the comfort of being with that person.
They want their kids. They want both. It's kind of like the difference is like, oh, well, it was just a one-night stand or having an actual affair. Which one's worse?
That's why men typically cheat with one-night stands and women have like whole ass affairs, because women are not just physically cheating, they're emotionally cheating. Men are like, I'm just gonna, bust a whatever. And I'm not saying it's right, it's wrong.
Right. Yeah.
But they're cheating physically, thinking, I hope I don't get caught because I still love my woman, not enough to sacrifice my fleshly desires.
You gotta have some dick discipline. I'm sorry, Athena. You gotta have some dick discipline because it's not like it's not like the other woman just tripped and fell on your dick. You still have to pursue. You have to pursue. That's cheating. You have to talk to her. That's cheating. You have to go to wherever hotel, motel,
married
apartment,
men don't have
house
to pursue.
to do that.
Women throw themselves at married
men.
You
still have to take her clothes off. There's a whole bunch of steps before it actually gets to the physical part. I ain't just trip and fell on your dick and be like, hey. No.
Stop the cap.
Wowzers. Wow, that was a little bit explicit.
No, 304s throw themselves at married men. They get like a high off of sleeping with married men, and it's disgusting. And these are single women who hate
People
men.
don't get high off the high sometimes. People get high off the vibe.
They hate. I'm going to tell you what it is. It's the Jezebel spirit that hates the family unit. Who? The Jezebel spirit.
I ain't never heard of that.
I know exactly what Athena's talking about. Go ahead, Athena. Go ahead, Athena. Keep cooking.
The Jezebel spirit hates the family unit. And these 304 women who are, I'm independent, I don't need no man, I don't want this, I don't want that. They want to essentially lure a man away from the woman who is happy in a marriage to make her unhappy, because they know as soon as she finds out, and they leave clues too, like lipstick marks, they'll leave panties in the truck. And I'm telling you from experience, when a woman is doing that shit, she leaves clues. She wants to break y'all up and has no intentions of being with that man.
But why?
Those women are.
That's on some fatal attraction type shit. You feel me?
Yeah, but why? Why do they want to do that?
Because they're evil. They're demonic.
I think that's right. There's.
I know y'all know that movie.
I mean, there's women out here. There's actually women out here who prefer to.
That's called
because they don't have to do all the extra shit like
that's what y'all call being toxic. In some cases,
they're just toxic, broken women. So that's just what it is. But
wait, hold on. And they be saying man ain't shit, but they ain't shit themselves, because they literally be hating on the man one, and they be like, ooh, damn, I see him with somebody else different that's better than me.
Yeah, y'all walk out with him.
Hold on. This how they be though. They be like, damn, okay, he was somebody new. Wait a minute, I can't let that shit slide. I gotta fucking ruin this relationship. Let me go ahead and.
Trash these women are. They're 304s. You're trash. They throwing themselves at you. But you're willing to risk. You are for one night, for one post nut, for one night. You're willing to risk everything else. So I'm worth something. Everything that we've been through, everything I do for you, everything we've been through each other, our families, our kids, or whatever. You're willing to gamble that, to compromise that. For this 304 for one night.
I wouldn't.
No.
Okay.
No, because he didn't divorce you because of it. That's the difference.
Oh.
But you're willing. I can divorce you too. I can divorce you too, Anonymous. I'm like, okay, so you willing to risk our family?
Okay. No. Okay. No, you're right. No.
You want to go ahead and gamble that?
Oh, okay.
Look.
Is Christ a fool?
No, Carmen.
Y'all don't know nothing about these cookies.
Look, Carmen, you're absolutely right. No, you're absolutely right. You can divorce me, but watch this though. Are you gonna find a dude that can do more for you and be better than I was? That's the real question. Who are you gonna replace me with?
Another one.
Why women use to unalive men instead of divorce?
But I don't like that, because then that just means I'm supposed to put up with whatever the hell it is.
Replace you with me, bro. Yes. To replace you with me.
I'll replace you with Mark. There's always somebody.
Mark's doing God's work. Mark's doing God's work.
Man.
No silly questions, man.
This is all I got. Look, this is all I gotta say to that.
You lose.
If you say so, man.
Yeah.
If you say so.
That's not okay. That's an abuse of women. And honestly, do you think Christ was a fool? Do you think our Lord and Savior was a fool?
No.
He gave certain specifications on why you can get divorced. Sexual
I feel like maybe it's sometimes
is one of them. Hold on, let me get this out. Sexual immorality is one of them, and I'll say there's two parts to this. And I don't know if the church agrees with me on this, but I believe it to be true. One is withholding. I think that is sexual immorality, withholding from a man. But also infidelity is very blatantly sexual immorality. So my issue is with the women who are like, oh, he cheated on me. And these women are giving it up maybe 3 times a year. And here's the thing, even if it's 12 times a year, once a month, that's horrible. Even if it's once a week, unless you are on your deathbed and you're then okay, once a week. You should be at least 5 days out of the week. Like you might get 1 or 2 days if you're a working woman and you're tired, girls have their cycles, you might have a few days where you can't do that. But like women who withhold from men, that is immoral, and it is a sexual act. It's sexual immoral.
I mean, I'm not even gonna lie. Sometimes I be tired and I just be laying there. I was like, all right.
Oh, but can he still hit though? Can he still hit though?
That's boring. I don't like it when
I can't believe what I just heard.
That's a turn off. That's a turn off.
I'm puzzled. Buddy said I'm puzzled.
Wait, hold on, Carmen. What did you say?
Nothing.
No, it's okay.
Stop the cap.
I mean,
if I'm asleep, I'm asleep. Whatever. You do what you need to do.
You can't turn it.
If you're married, two become one flesh. Who cares?
Yeah, you are. But I mean, there are days like that just comes with marriage. I think people just give up.
Nah, hold on. Nah, hold on.
I'm giving up in marriage unless you want to give it up.
Sometimes be like, look, I'm not really in the mood right now, but I mean, I'm just gonna lay there if you want some, sure. You know. I ain't gonna do much, but
you might not be in the mood, but let me at least go ahead and cuddle with you, boo. Like you feel me? Like,
yes.
You feel
I mean,
me?
you're not. Most of the time I am. It's fun, but it's sometimes I'm just be tired or I'm just like not in the mood, but I'm just like, all right, well, I'm just gonna lay here. You do you, boo. Let's go.
All right, so real quick, rock around the clock says, I agree with you, Tina, but I have a problem with the wording. I would put as abuse, cheating. I mean,
cheating is abuse.
Abuse how?
Yeah, I was thinking that too. Like, what you mean? Like physical, emotional? Or...
Cheating is abuse. It's abuse of your spouse.
Yeah, it is.
How?
Because at least for me, how I take it as abuse, because if you cheat, that has me questioning me. I'm like, why would you look outside that? Because now I'm thinking about what did I do?
Not even that.
What's wrong
he
with
can
me?
get another woman pregnant. He can get an STD. He is choosing another woman over you, even if
you know what?
Physically.
No, you're right. You know what? I love that argument. I love it when women bring up that argument. You know why?
Ain't lying, but what if?
No, but watch this though. Watch this though. I love it when women try to use that argument, because if I use a condom, then what?
True.
It don't matter.
Everything can be prevented.
That kills it. That kills it right there.
No, it doesn't kill it. It doesn't kill it. It kills the physical part. Okay, you use protection, whoop-de-doo. But then that I think cheating, when you cheat on somebody, is so much worse emotionally, because that has you question.
It's worse emotionally for you. It's worse emotionally for you.
Okay.
That's why.
I guess for me, it's worth more emotional, because now you have me questioning myself. So you're right.
What does God say?
No, because think about it. Well, I mean,
God
if you want to
do the right thing.
No. I mean, if you really want to be technical, hold on, wait. If you really want to be technical about that, there's nothing in the Bible that says that a man is supposed to be monogamous.
Yes, it does.
Where?
They're not supposed to be monogamous.
Wait.
No,
where?
It says that having sex outside of marriage is adultery.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Oh my God, so many
times.
Find out.
And
God created. Okay, so no. So a lot of the Bible is descriptive, and then other parts are prescriptive. So one is describing what happened, and one is telling you how you should be. So when you don't read the Bible cover to cover in full context, it can get a bit confusing. So there's a lot of scriptures that described what happened, but this is where guys who are into polygamy, they leave this out. It described what happened, how these guys or these men were polygamous, but they leave out all of the trials and heartaches and everything that came with polygamy, because the Bible was showing that it doesn't work. Hold on. In certain circumstances, even though God did not design us to be polygamous, there were certain exemptions to being polygamous when you were trying to repopulate. And then it was an allowance. It was like, because of your circumstances, and now this goes back to what Christ said. I did not come to throw out the law. I said, come and let us reason. And this is why on Shabbat, he healed the man who was paralyzed, and he gave a parable. If your neighbor has a donkey that fell in a hole on Shabbat or Sabbath, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Are you going to say, you know what? It's Sabbath. I can't work. Your donkey is going to die.
That's trying to be funny,
I'm
bro.
not going to help you.
No,
you're going to say, okay, I'm going to help you, and I'm going to put work in on Shabbat or Sabbath. I'm going to help you because that's what's best for the community. Those laws were put there for our best benefit. That doesn't mean there's not a little bit of gray area.
Okay.
No.
Wait, hold on. It makes perfect sense.
Well, hang on, I've got it here. Because I'll tell you what, Athena literally just.
What she said makes perfect sense. Hold on. What she said makes perfect sense. But here's the pushback. Like I said earlier.
She's right.
I want to hear this.
I love it when women bring up this argument about, well, what if he gets an STD and what if she gets pregnant? Okay, let's say I use a condom, right? Or let's say she does get pregnant. That doesn't automatically guarantee that it's my kid. So hold on. So that doesn't automatically. So she pops up pregnant. That doesn't automatically mean it's my kid because I don't know who she's been messing with.
Tell me accountability is your kryptonite.
It's not.
You were literally describing, oh, it's okay if I cheat.
Wait, hold on. Wait.
Let a woman withhold. You're going to say, oh, that's abuse. Cheating is also abuse.
And
watch this though.
Is kryptonite though.
No, but watch this though. Athena. No, watch this.
That's cap.
No, but Athena.
That's cap.
No, check this out. Athena.
Biblical. Read the book of Hosea.
Right, but even that was a metaphor for Israel's disobedience.
Which part?
The part where he told him to marry a prostitute. Because that was symbolic to Israel's disobedience.
I'm not talking
and them whoring themselves out to everybody.
No, it literally did happen. That was punishment.
No, but there was a symbolism behind it though.
Yes.
That only happened one time. That's why
in the book of Hosea, he said that he did not. It's not that he didn't hold women accountable. He said, I don't blame women for essentially acting in the way that they do because of the way men were acting. Like in modern society, how they think it's okay. Like these red pill men. I don't even say I'm red pill anymore. I say I'm Christ pilled. Like I'm 100% on the Bible, like what the Bible says. Right. I don't care what red pill says. I don't care what the feminists say.
I am Ninja Pill. I am Ninja Pill.
Ninja Pill. I like that
too. But see, what's funny is that when I made that counter argument about just because if she does get pregnant, that doesn't automatically mean it's my kid. What do you have for that?
I'm not talking about if it's not.
But it doesn't erase the act. So what's the point?
I'm saying
it doesn't erase the act for me.
No, but that was your argument to why I shouldn't do it.
Okay, so I'm going to use a condom to cheat on my husband. So I could not get pregnant and I could not catch an STD. And who cares? I used a condom. It's not actually physical touch. What's morally wrong with that?
If you
it's not about morals though. It's about the logic. It's about the logic.
Okay,
I don't argue morals. I'll argue the logic.
No, it's the logic. For me, you still cheated. Whether she got pregnant, she didn't get pregnant, you still went out your way. You still entered yourself into a different female. That's for me. Yep. I don't care what goes around it. You did that.
But what does that have to? Well, okay, cool. No, you're right. No, you're right. But watch this though. But here's the question. What does that have to do with emotions though? On my side, what does that have to do with emotions?
Clearly, you're looking for something else that's not here. That's
no, hold on.
I'm not.
This is what I'm trying to look for on guy on some old.
I tell you exactly what it's got to do with, bro. It's got to do with your emotional intelligence.
And then another thing, a lot of men
your
a lot of
own
men, we take y'all
emotional
back.
intelligence.
We take y'all back. Even when y'all emotionally, you lack emotional intelligence, you go out and cheat and do all this shit, y'all come back and we take y'all back. Watch me go out. Y'all don't take women back. It's different.
No, but why? No, but why? Why? Wait, hold on. Hold on.
We get tired of fighting for women.
You told me why.
No.
You told me why, AB.
No, hold on.
We get tired of fighting for women these days. Wait, hold on. Sometimes
we don't take y'all back.
No,
but you don't take
what's
us
interesting?
back.
You know what's interesting about this is that we always talk about the what and the who and the when and the how and the where and all that, but we never talk about the why. Why, Carmen? Why won't we take you back?
Exactly.
No, you brought it up.
I take you back. We take
Why?
husbands, boyfriends back, even when they did have a kid. Even when they did come back with some STD, we still take y'all back because we love y'all.
Look. The reason, listen. There's a number of reasons why we don't take you back, and the same reasons we don't take you back is the same reason why most men don't want to get into a relationship and try to raise another man's kid.
Which is
because
why don't y'all take your back?
Wait, hold on. It's because you allowed yourself to get conquered and dominated by somebody else. We're the conquerors and the dominators. So there's really no limit to what we can conquer and what we can dominate and what we can establish. But you allowed yourself to get dominated and conquered.
Why is that a problem if we're a woman?
Because you can't because you can only follow one man at a time. That's why.
Okay,
but you allow yourself
you show submission to a man through giving your body to him. That's how you show submission. That's how you show submission.
By providing and protecting and being faithful.
A little bit.
Oh, wait. Athena brought up a very good point. Athena brought up a very good point. Say that last part again.
I said women submit to men, yes, but men submit to God. They provide, protect, and are faithful.
You know what?
Men's most difficult struggle is staying faithful. Women's most difficult struggle is being submissive.
I feel like wait, hold on. Nah. See. I ain't gonna lie.
You're absolutely right. No, she's absolutely right. Go ahead, Tittle. Go ahead, Tittle.
I had to pump the brakes, but I do gotta cut you off there. I feel like you right on that, but at the same time, not all men like that. You feel me? Man can be faithful to the right woman, especially if like she don't gotta be submissive all the time. As long as she faithful, men
ain't gonna care.
It's her fault if you cheat.
What?
Tell me men run away from accountability.
What?
So men can be
watch this. Tell me that a man can get sex legally without consent.
They do it all the time.
No.
Legally.
No. I said legally without consent.
Okay, but just because you do it illegally doesn't mean there's necessarily repercussions.
Because if we do it without consent, it's a crime.
And you are not always punished for your crime.
We can't get it unless the woman says it's okay.
Not true.
Two or more.
That is true.
Two or more
have a yes. Time and they get away with it.
Okay, what can I get it from? What can I get it from Carmen if she withholds it?
If you can get away with it, yeah, you can.
No, could I get it from Carmen if she decides to withhold and say no, baby, I'm not tonight?
Oh, if it's a no, then you like
You got to take the L. Let's stop. It wasn't too long ago where legally, men could rape their wives.
Where?
It wasn't too long ago that was overturned.
Hold on.
It wasn't that long ago.
Where?
You can literally be like, you can force your wife as long as she was married to you're married to your husband. You can force yourself upon your wife because she's your wife.
And it was culturally acceptable.
It was acceptable because it was that
to discipline her physically as long as it wasn't extreme. Just like you discipline your kids, like you can spank them.
Yeah.
In the same way, a man used to be able, and I'm not even going to say that's wrong. I just think in modern society, if you try to discipline a woman that way, she's going to enjoy it.
Even before that, and even in the dating, like there's such a thing as date. There's such a thing as.
Wait, hold on, one mic.
Y'all know that, right? There's such a thing as date rape. You can go on a date with somebody, with the guy. Y'all can vibe. You go back to his place, or you go back to her place, and then things turn. But then when you go to report it, they're like, well, why would you take him to your house to begin with? What else did you think was going to happen?
I know. And
there's
we're up and down. No, we're just hanging out. We're just hanging out. The moment you say no, and like I'm not going to get too into
that. Sound like misogynist
activity. Hold on. I'm going to say something, and I'm not going to get into detail, but I've had a couple experiences. Actually, I've had a lot of experiences where I had to fight back, but there are other times that I didn't, and like men didn't want to take no for an answer, and they became very aggressive, and it was in my best interest to not fight, because if I had fought, there's no telling what would happen. And there's actually a study that says when women fight back, they're more likely to die, and have physical harm done to them. And I think grape culture has been, and this is because of corn. I know we're on YouTube and there's certain trigger words, and I'm just going to say this. As a woman who has experienced this, I'm just going to say this is exactly why men will be like, oh, I'm cool, you could come over. And I'm like, oh, fuck no. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. You ain't fooling me 3 times.
No, it's the culture. It's the same culture that feels like when a certain woman wears something or they do something. There's people out here that think strippers can't be great. Well, you're a stripper. What else you think you're gonna do? I'm like, what you mean?
Hey, look, check it out.
Go ahead, Cecil. Go ahead.
If something going on between you and the girl, say you're like y'all cuddling, right? And she getting like cool and moody and all that. Like, say if she make the first move, like, ain't shit wrong with that. All you need to do is ask her, like, okay, you know what you doing? Like, cause you feel me? You gotta let them know, like, you know, you don't want to do that. But you know, if you want to do that, then that's cool. Then then you be like, hey,
like a gentleman.
I mean,
Tizzle, that's exactly how you play it. You leave it up for interpretation and just go with the flow.
I mean, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Leave
like,
it up for interpretation.
Men who are gentlemen versus men who are rapists. No, I got it.
Hey, look. I'm gonna just say this. I don't mean to like sound like a brag person or whatever, but men, the motherfuckers who gentlemen mainly be the ones who get it, because they not like being on no thirsty shit or none of that. It's all going back and being like, you sure
talking about before chivalry, being chivalrous,
well,
being
no,
nice,
okay, hold on.
like a nice guy.
They gotta earn that now. They gotta earn that now.
But we also spoke about like how
y'all gotta earn the cooking. You want home cooked.
You know what?
You gotta earn it, okay?
Okay, no, now watch this.
Wait, do you say that the same with time wise too?
No, I cook for everybody. You come to my house or I go over there, I'm bringing food.
No, I know, but I'm saying, do you say the same as in like time wise too, like with a person? Like, say like if they want to hang out with you, you want to hang out with them, do they gotta earn your time as well? Or that's
not like, my time, but like being alone. Because here's the thing, women are the weaker vessel. It is stupid for women to go home with a man or bring a man home. And I want to say one thing. The men, hold on, no. I gotta say this because I see this on social media all the freaking time. Guys who are like, oh, she knows she wants it. Those are the greatest. Those are the men you freaking run away from. They're like, oh, she wanted it. She said no. Hold on. Let me finish.
Let her finish.
The men who are afraid if a woman says no, those are the honest men. They're like, I don't want to be accused of nothing. The men who are not afraid, they don't care if she says no. they're like, I'm going to get it anyways. I'm big dog. I can get whatever I want. And they're offended if a woman turns them down. And they're like, oh, she must.
No. I disagree.
No, Athena's right.
So big. They're
Athena's
like,
right.
oh, she could
I disagree.
No, Athena's right.
Well,
Athena's right.
I think that's where emotional intelligence is important because
Athena
once
was
again,
right.
yeah, what we're talking about,
Yeah, go
let's
ahead.
say, for example, look, I believe that, look, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Right, I believe that because I've been listening to a lot, and look, you know me, I try to intervene a lot, so I'm sorry about that. Right?
Stop the cap.
but listen, right? I'm saying that everyone's on point with what they're saying, but when it comes to emotional intelligence, right? At the same time, I think a good man, right, a decent man who is emotionally intelligent, right, is not that obnoxious. Athena, I don't think they're like what you're talking about is a dickhead, an asshole. Excuse me, sorry, YouTube. Yeah,
true.
So a man who's emotionally intelligent is able to see those signs very quickly, and they're able to, navigate.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. When I see the bad signs, I'm gonna be like, all right.
Hey, you got to dip out. You got to dip out.
Oh
hey,
God,
dip out.
Hey, on my soul. Hey, I always do.
Cut it short.
But if I see the good time though, like I'm all in for it. You feel me?
Like, let's go with the
flow.
flow.
But it goes back to that whole thing I was trying to say earlier. I keep trying to bring it back to that whole thing. Does that mean that a man who is emotionally intelligent, does that make them a weaker person? Because what we're seeing, and look, this is why I keep trying to intervene. Because it goes back to that whole thing about like men like becoming effeminate, and becoming weaker men, right? And they're not being emotionally intelligent. That's what I'm saying. That's so.
Yes, it does. It does make you. It does. I get extremely turned off when men are feminine. I think there's a lot of men, especially nowadays, they be in their feminine energy. They come up to me. They come up to me at a bar or a restaurant or whatever. Oh, hey, can I get your number? I was like, no, I'm sorry, I'm married, but thank you. And then they get like, well, you ain't that cute anyway. I'm like, what the fuck are you the one that's trying to talk to me?
That happens a lot.
But right, see, you giving real feminine energy right now.
Right.
Like,
But it's interesting that y'all are giving. Yeah, it's interesting that y'all are giving those examples because it goes back to what I said earlier about men are put in this position to where you have to work on your emotional skills, and it kind of ties into how you are socially, because it goes back to what I said earlier about men have to understand and accept that not everybody's going to like you. Not everybody's going to accept you. You're going to have people that are cool with you, and you're going to have people that aren't cool with you. So you have to learn to get your emotions in check and leave your emotions and your ego at the door when you go out here and you're socializing with people. It ties back to that whole thing. So when you're talking about the men that can't take rejection, when you're talking about men that can't take rejection, there's a lot of those guys out there.
Yeah, men
there's a lot of them out there.
I was going to say that's cap.
Men that argue with women, that is such a turn off. When you go back and forth with a woman, with a random woman, I'm like, bro.
Well, there's a difference. There's a difference between arguing and trying to get your point across.
Wait, hold on.
If I were you, I'd keep those eyes closed. Cause I'm gonna play Monster Reborn.
You what?
Now I'll bring back a monster. It's the same one I just sent to your graveyard.
My blue eyes! Yeah, man, I knew you could do it. Now that was impressive.
Yo, what up,
man?
The
panelists, big shout out to Scott.
How you feeling, Scott?
Mr. Harris.
What's up, Scott?
You came in at a pretty good point in the conversation. I'll go ahead and let Mark, Carmen, and Sizzle finish what they got to say, and then we'll get you in, Mr. Scott.
So that's crazy. Yeah. So you say that. So is that a turn off for men who avoid argument too and don't want to argue?
Yeah, I don't like men that want to argue. Why would that's a turn off for me? I don't.
What?
It is. Why would you want to argue with me? Walk away. That's a turn off. Sure.
Nah, wait.
There's a difference between arguing and you are.
I think women
you're trying to get your point across and you position yourself in a way.
But hold on. But hold on. But what if there's no point to cross though?
What do you mean?
I mean, what if it's not worth talking about? If it's pointless, if you already know how the outcome gonna be, it's no point talking about it.
So then we're not arguing to begin with. So why there's no argument, there's no back and forth.
Yeah, but if you think about this, Carmen, let's keep it real. Let's keep it real. I've dated plenty of Latinos. I've dated plenty of white women, and I've dated wait, and I've dated plenty of black women too.
I'm never doing that. No,
I do. I don't care. As long as they got a good personality, we vibe, we get along, it's cool.
You know what? I'm that way too. Oh,
I don't rule a woman out based on her skin color. I think that's dumb. But if we're gonna keep it real, Carmen, at the top of this conversation, we're talking about how men have to be able to develop their emotional skills and how in most cases it translates over into their social skills, right? Because you have to know how to regulate your emotions when you're dealing with people out in the world. I know that women are going to reject me. Some are going to be cool. Some are not. Some girls might just disrespect you straight to your face for you trying to approach them. You might have people that don't want to work with you. You got people that don't like you. You have people that hate everything about you and hate what you stand for. But as a man, if I have a lot of emotional control, I go out to the world and I understand that already. So what you're talking about with the guys that can't take rejection, they haven't done enough emotional work on their emotional skills to where it can carry over into how they socialize and interact with men and women out here in the world.
Which makes them weak. That's what Mark said. I'm like,
no, wait, that's not what he said though. What he said was, is there a point where a man can have too much emotional intelligence to where it makes him weak? That was the question.
Okay.
And what my response to that was is that yes, there are instances where a man can hold back so much to where if he doesn't assert himself and put his foot down, he can get walked all over. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, a man is expected to have some degree of emotional control in a relationship, but at the same time, there's going to be a point where you, Carmen, and any other woman is going to be putting a man through a crap test to try to see what he's made of, just to see, does he have a backbone, or am I going to be able to walk all over this dude? So even if he's holding back, if he holds back too much, you're going to think he's weak.
They be like, all right, let's see what he made of.
It's gonna give the impression that he's weak. But then once he finally bucks up and says, all right, Carmen, you ain't gonna be talking to me like that. You need to chill out.
Man. Sometimes they say they don't.
Your reaction is gonna be a whole lot different.
Where he go? Where you go, my boy? You can't. Where your audio?
Where do we draw the line? Where do we draw the line?
Exactly.
Where do we draw the line with emotional intelligence?
Because you have some women. See, this is where a lot of where men get confused. This is a lot of where men get confused in society, right? Because there's so many contradicting talking points that are floating around where you have women that'll say, I hate it when men approach me. I hate it when men are bothering me. But then you got some women that say, oh, well, what happened to the men that approach? What happened to the men that open doors? What happened to the men that do X, Y, Z? So you have multiple demographics of women that are saying one thing and men are hearing all these messages to where men are so confused about what they should and shouldn't do that it's creating a bunch of chaos. So that's where it translates over into, okay, well, if the women can't make up their minds about what they want from us, it's best for us to just fall back and let them approach us. But then y'all don't want to do that either.
Facts.
So I would argue that we're practicing more of the emotional intelligence.
I didn't say that, by the way. That wasn't my question.
To try to save these failing relationships between both of us. But a lot of times y'all don't want to do y'all's part. You have men that are saying, well, if you can't make up your mind about what you expect from us, because you have guys that will take you out on dates and buy flowers, but then you're not attracted to the dude. So you have dudes that are doing it the right way, but then they're not getting what they're supposed to get out of it. But then you got guys that don't do anything but just hit you up at 2 a.m. for a booty call, and you go running over there. You drop everything, not you specifically, but you'll drop everything for the guy that ain't doing nothing.
What kind of girls are you giving the flowers to? Because certain girls, man, if a guy were to bring me flowers on a first date, I had a guy do that, and I was like, oh my God.
But it has to be from a guy that you like. That's the part that y'all like to leave out.
I wouldn't go out on a date with a guy I didn't like.
Hey, you know what? I'm finna do that to this girl who I'm going on a date with. On God, give her ass flower, give her deli. God damn it, you feel me? For the right up the mood.
All right. So real quick. Scott's been sitting up being patient. We're gonna go ahead and bring him into the conversation. I know him and Zinga probably been listening. Like, what in the world is going on over there?
What up, fam? What up? Introduce yourself, fam.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening.
Hey, shout out to you for pulling up, brother.
Hold on, yo, I got he got a narrator voice on God. I don't know. Keep talking.
He had to do the deep voice. Good.
That's just how it's done, you guys.
Yes. Hey, Scott got the game though. Scott got that game on point.
Clearly, he got Zenga.
Yeah, there you go.
Wait, can you teach me acting class? Come on, now. I'm trying to do acting. I don't know.
What's your wife's name?
Zinga.
Well, Tizzle's playing, but I'm not. I used to be an acting coach.
No. Oh, I'm not playing. I'm being so serious. Man.
Am I? Yeah, I used to do that.
Okay, man. So Mr. Scott, you came in at a very, I guess I would say, like a heated part of the discussion because we're all going back and forth and debating about a bunch of different things at once. So I want to get your perspective. Well, the panel needs your perspective. Can emotional intelligence save failing relationships? What you got on that, brother?
No, there was this book I read back in the 90s when I was a kid. My mom had it on the bookshelf, and I was kind of interested by the cover. And it was called Emotional Intelligence and Why It Can Matter More Than IQ by Daniel Goleman. Anybody read that one?
I don't think so. I grew up
basically, yeah, not to bore you guys, but like if you haven't read it, it was kind of the book I think that popularized the idea of like mindfulness. And the premise basically was this guy was saying that having a higher emotional IQ mattered way more to your future success financially in terms of relationships and just in general than actually having a higher IQ. That academics would matter less. And he put it to 5 key categories, 5 key elements: self-awareness, self-regulation, motivation, empathy, and social skills, or, building rapport. But ultimately, though, the whole thing, like you read it and you kind of read it, like pop psychology was real big in the 90s. And so you kind of got dazzled by this crap thinking it was all real authoritative. But after having lived through the bizarro world of the last 20 years, I'm beginning to realize a lot of this was just nonsense propaganda. And most of it is just kind of feminine thinking wrapped in academic language. And so I think what a lot of people do is because we kind of got raised in a milieu of like feminized everything, we tend to start thinking in feminine ways without realizing it. And so we are kind of arguing over something that the women's kind of instilled in us without realizing it. And so to me, like to kind of trump like I've heard some of the scenarios you guys were describing. It's like bringing flowers on a first date. Seems kind of like a faux pas. It's a little weird, over the top, right?
Right.
Or I don't know, not like what is it like? You wait 3 days to call them back game. I remember that used to be a thing.
What the hell? I thought it was
like all kinds of silly advice that women give men or when men give to women in dating scenarios. And I'll tell you this, here's a hard and fast rule that's always worked really well for me. If the opposite sex gives you advice on how to be with that sex, they're either lying to you or they're giving you bad advice.
They're trying to set you up for failure.
Never listen to women on how to get women.
Yes, sir.
The other part is,
hold on. I'm gonna start myself first on how to get women.
Hold on. One mic.
Posting something about what it is that good women are looking for. Now you could say that
traditional women,
yeah, you could say that about women who are more secular, more modern women. Yeah, they give horrible advice. But women who actually understand men and they're more traditional leaning, I mean, we're all on a spectrum, right? Unless you were a virgin, you never kissed until the day that you got married, unless all of these different things, then we're traditional on a spectrum, right? No one's perfect. But like the women who are more traditional leaning and who genuinely listen to men, they can give good advice if they are following the direction and correction of men.
Sure. Hold up. Just to
go ahead, Mark. Go ahead, Mark.
Just to go back to what Scott said a minute ago. One of his comments was, you shouldn't listen to what a woman says and how to, you know, so on and so forth. But I actually believe it's the other way round. I think that the men in charge of the world today are the ones that tell the weaker men how they should think and feel and behave towards women. So actually we're dictated by an elite group of people, I believe, men, right, that control the masses. And I think that we should listen to what women want, actually, because united we stand and divided we fall. You know, women do, for the most part, people like Carmen and people like Athena, they know what they want. People like your wife, Zinga, they know what they want, and we should listen to them, actually. But we should continue to lead by example and be the right men and the ones that, if we would. So do you see what I'm saying? I think that it's the men that we shouldn't listen to. It's the other men that think that they know best. They're the ones that we shouldn't listen to. We should continue to do what we're trying to do, and we should do it right.
Damn.
Okay, you know what, Mark? You know what, Mark? No, you know what, Mark? I got a question for Mark on that. If what you're saying is correct, right? If what you're saying is true, how is that working out for you?
Fine. I got a really good relationship with men and women throughout my entire life.
No. I'm not talking about the people that like in your friend group or people that you know are family members. How is that working out in the mating and dating field?
What do you mean by that?
If I want to go and get my end away, I could do it in a click of an instant. If I could pick up my phone today, yeah. If I really wanted to get laid, I could do it now, right? I know I can. Okay?
You can't pay, but you can't pay for it though.
No, absolutely not. There are women that gush over me. Okay.
That's debatable, but that's debatable. That's debatable. That's debatable. That's debatable. That's debatable.
I'm not going to prove it because I've done this all my entire life.
What is he talking about, man? I don't know what this man talking about. He keep on talking about ducks.
Well, you can say that. You can say that, but I know I can pick up my phone and I can get laid right now.
Okay. Okay. You know what? Let's do some role play. Let's run down a scenario. You say that we shouldn't listen to guys, right? You say we shouldn't be listening to men's advice. We should listen to women's advice.
What?
To a degree.
Okay. Okay, cool. So you want my number? Cash out me $50 right now.
No.
I ain't ever gonna capture your mind.
No. I'm the girl and you're the guy. If you want my number, you got to cash out me $50 to get my number.
Paying. No, you pay me. Actually, do you know what?
Game over. Game over.
You pay. No.
Game over. Game over.
You pay me.
What's the next? You say, okay, thank you, love. Have a good evening.
She better look next time, man. This ain't no goddamn OnlyFans. I'll tell you that.
And that right there, that just goes to show you that if you listen to women, it doesn't work. He literally just made an argument and said that we should listen to what they say. And I did a role play scenario and told him, if you want my number, cash out me $50. And he immediately said, no, I'm not going to listen to that. You just contradicted yourself.
No. That's a ridiculous argument. No.
Nothing to do what we're talking about.
I gotta go, but I want to say one thing. I know that men say not to listen to women, right? And for the most part, I would say yes. I would even say that out of the good women, most of them can't tell you how to get a woman. There are very select women who speak in male spaces who actually take the time to speak to a lot of men and understand them. And this is why I'm going to give an example. And my advice is solid. When it comes to body count specifically, you never want to ask a woman body count.
We gotta go with the body
unless count. Hold on. Unless you know very detailed on body language and you know what to look for to see if she's lying. For the most part, most people don't know body language to know if a woman's lying. The best thing you can do as a man If you don't want to be with a woman who's been with a lot of men, you're looking for a woman who's preserved herself. You need to act like you're kind of cool with everything. Ask her questions about her friends, her past, what she did for fun. If she has any stories of like party days, you can piece together through her actions whether that woman has been through a lot of men or not. If you ask her straight out, this is what's going to happen, you're going to tip her off to the fact that you care. And if she wants to be with you, she is going to lie if she has a high body count.
Why should we? I wouldn't judge a person by their body count. By the way.
Wait, hold on. Wait.
That's
Let
not
her
what I
finish.
was
Let her finish.
saying.
Wait, let her finish. Let her finish.
I
Let her
was
land.
saying if body count matters to you as a man, as it should, don't ask her right out, because the women who have a high body count, who like you and want to be with you, are going to lie. You're essentially telling her, I care. That's why I'm asking. They're not stupid. They know. So this is why you don't ask. So she lets her guard down. You ask her questions about her past, her family. You ask her questions about what she did for fun, about her friends. And then from there, you can make an educated decision.
You know what? I was just going to say that. I was going to say, why would you ask her that question in the first place if you know she's uncomfortable with it?
Why would you want to know? In a way, why would
you should want to know?
If you already know how the outcome going to be, why would you ask her that question?
Women who have been with more 18 or more partners have, I think it's like a 16% chance of a successful long-term relationship. So absolutely, you should want to know as a man if you're going to be with this woman. Now, there is nuance to that. There are people who find Christ and all of that. And if you want to be Captain Save-A-Ho, by all means. If it's been several years since she just like went and threw the cat around and you want to be Captain Save-A-Ho, by all means do it. But if you ain't trying to be Captain Save-A-Ho,
wait, hold on. I got it. Wait. I got a question.
I'm not gonna
for
be
Athena
Captain
with that.
Save-A-Ho.
Wait,
I'm
I
gonna
got
be
a
Captain
question
fuck
for
outta
Athena
here.
with that. Well, I'm gonna read this comment real quick. It says, "You're wrong. You should listen to women because you just need to do the opposite of what they say." I agree. I agree. Now let me ask you a question, Athena, because I want to test that logic. Do you think that a woman that has a promiscuous past deserves a good man in the future?
So when you say good man, I believe in being equally yoked. I believe in finding your match. That doesn't mean that a woman who had a promiscuous past and then became good, right? It doesn't mean she doesn't deserve grace, just like it doesn't mean that a man who had a promiscuous past and came and found God, that he doesn't deserve, happiness.
That's not what I'm asking. That's not what I'm asking.
Repeat your question.
Okay. I'll repeat it again. Do you think that a woman who has a promiscuous past deserves a good, loyal, and monogamous man in the future? I know I threw that extra stuff in there, but I needed to clarify. It give more clarity. And I'm asking Athena. Do you think that a woman who has a promiscuous past deserves a man with good morals and all that in the future?
Okay. So number one, none of us deserve anything because we're fallen people. But hold on, let me.
No, I'm listening. I'm letting you cook.
But if you're talking about a man who is held to his morals, should he have to lower his standards to be with a woman because she's now redeemed by God? No, I don't believe in pressuring men to be with women who were not holding themselves to the same standard that that man held. That being said, I'm not going to judge a man who decides to be a Captain Save-A-Ho.
Do you think you should lower your standards a little bit?
Who's me? My standards are low.
No. He's speaking to. He's not talking to you. He's saying he's speaking to the. No, he's speaking to the example.
Okay.
He's speaking to the example, not you.
The example, not what you're saying, not you as a person. Yeah.
So if a man used to be a 304, let's say he slept with 50 women, right?
A man can't be a hoe.
Whoa.
Yes, a man can be a hoe.
A man can't be a hoe.
If a man slept
That's
with
impossible.
50 women and he was no, it's not impossible. According to Christ, it's not impossible. If a man was a hoe and he slept with 50 women and he found a woman who had been with like maybe 10, maybe 20 people, right? And they're around the same age. If he decides, you know what? I can forgive her past because I have a past, right? It's been 5 years since she's been intimate with a man. I'm not going to judge him for that. Now, if a man is, let's say, he's been with 1 or 2 women, right? And he is dating a woman who used to be on OF, right? And she's like, no, I'm redeemed. Come save me. Like, I'm just saying that's probably not a good idea. You shouldn't do that because right now you're putting her oh God, do I even want to use that analogy? No, that'll make a lot of conservatives mad at me. Anyways.
No, go ahead.
No,
hey,
I'm not.
Speak your mind. Speak your mind. Athena, you know me. I run a free speech panel.
Listen,
I don't restrict people's thoughts.
I'm not trying to hate on. Oh
no, keep it real. Keep it real,
I'm not
Athena.
trying to hate on Erica Kirk. There are some things that are coming out about her that are very.
Man, she been like that. What you mean? She been like that.
Wait. So in other words, this is what you're trying to say.
She belongs to the streets.
Oh God, pretty much.
But here's the thing: as soon as her and this is my actually, you know what? I'm going to speak on it. This is my issue with Erica Kirk. Her husband passed away. In my culture, for 40 days, you cover your head, you fast. You don't do any social events.
Well, I don't think we should talk about Erica Kirk.
Wait, hold on. We gotta. One mic. You gotta let her finish. You gotta let her finish. You gotta let her finish.
Charlie Kirk has recently been killed. Yeah.
No, I get that. No, but you gotta let her finish. You gotta let her finish.
And it's unfair
because this extravagant thing celebrating the unalivement of her husband, and they sold a whole bunch of T-shirts, and she's smiling and hugging on these guys and grabbing the back of their head.
The beast when it comes to
I'm sorry, no.
Hold on, wait. You gotta let her finish, Mark. You gotta let her finish.
From my culture, it looks bad. I'm not saying it is bad, but it looks very bad.
I understand
because in
that.
my culture, when your spouse passed away, you have 40 days. You wear all black. You cover your head as a woman.
Right.
You don't go to social events outside of the funeral, and there's actually some reverence. Can you let me
hold
finish?
on, let her finish, Mark. Let her finish, bro.
There was like these fire things shooting out and sparkle shit. What the F was that?
When I die if I die tomorrow, what I want you all to do, this is my final wish. I want you to go out. I want to go out in a bang, because life is very short, I don't want you to dress in black and mourn the loss of my life if I die tomorrow. I want you to celebrate everything that I did. I want you to remember me for who I am. I want you to do it in a respectful way. Now, you might do it in your way, right? And I think it's fair to allow other people to mourn their loss in their own personal way.
If you go into scripture, there is a transition time.
I understand that, but that's your point of view, and that's your Orthodox Christian viewpoint. But at the same time, you have to be able to understand that the world doesn't all see the world through that lens, and people mourn in so many different ways. You might be disappointed.
Why is her ex-boyfriend now partaking in the empire that her ex-husband built? Bro, that is a disrespect respect to her husband. And I've been really quiet about this.
You understand what I'm saying about how people mourn in different
Everybody
ways?
always say they really been quiet until the truth come out. Then you be like, oh
understand
shit,
how
you know
people
what?
mourn in different ways?
Hold on, hey,
because I wanted to get all the facts and I wanted to see how she moved, and I don't like how she moved. And I was actually supposed to work for Turning Point right before the assassination happened, but I had a job, and I asked my dad, should I give up my job to work for them? And he said no, and I didn't. And now that he has passed, I'm just gonna say no, I don't want to work for them. I don't want to.
Goddamn. I definitely
That's fine. That's fine.
No.
All right, so real quick, Mo Rebuttal is in the chat. Shout out to
Hold on,
Mo Rebuttal. Mo Rebuttal says a woman with a promiscuous past doesn't deserve a man with high morals, but she might be permitted one depending on her current actions and if the guy is willing to overlook it.
It's up to the guy. Yeah, 100%. Love you guys.
All right.
This goes both ways. So,
all right, you take it easy.
You know what? I was just thinking that too. I know I wasn't the only one tripping. That's why I was laughing earlier. I was like, nah.
Well, this goes both ways. So, I think I've probably talked about this with you guys before, but I actually was the 304 in our relationship, and Z was clean as the driven snow. She was a virgin when we got married. So,
right.
It's definitely something that can go both ways. But I would say I didn't really get a chance to address Athena's objections about my opinion when I first started, and I'd like to address them now just for the sake of the audience.
Go ahead.
My wife is going to go on there with probably Athena and some others talking about what they think would be good advice to give to men. And the difference is that she's already found her man. She already knows what success looks like. When I say don't listen to women on how to get men, most of the women that you're talking to don't have men. And the ones that are really successful and are in successful marriages don't usually go about bandying a lot of advice because they know that advice has to be catered to the individual circumstances. So when you're talking broadly about like general principles, religious principles, or principles on like how to date, like most of us already know what those things are. Society's just gotten so upside down now that proffering common sense advice is like worth, paying money for per hour.
For real, you ain't lying.
I was just about to say that. I was finna say you try to tell motherfuckers that shit, and it's like it go one ear out the other. They don't want to hear that.
No, I mean, like that's why these dating coaches and like these seduction artists back in the day. You remember that was a thing, the seduction community, or negging, going out and like pretending to ignore chicks so they'll give you attention, like all this weird witchcraft stuff that people have been doing for the last 20-30 years. All that stems from the fact that nobody's being raised properly. You got all these kids growing up in like single parent households where the dad isn't modeling good male behavior. The moms are kind of useless, and everybody's just sort of making it up as they go along. So everyone's so desperate they're willing to try anything. But if you actually just have like old traditional values, you're pretty set. You really can't screw it up too much.
Man. You just gotta fucking be yourself. Like if I feel like me and mine is a pain. If you're talking to a girl and they like the way I see it is like if they supporting you or what you doing and you trying to support them, like as you said, go both ways. I feel like the relationship gonna be like good as hell. Cause it's like y'all uplifting one another.
Tizzle's actually making a good point. Like, she was going on kind of about the variability, like, who do you respect and who don't you respect? What kind of body count matters? And, save a hoe and all this sort of stuff. It's like, at the end of the day, if you guys have religious consonants, you guys are in consonants religiously, then all that stuff's kind of a moot point regardless, because you're supposed to have repented of it. So like it's a real simple equation for religious folks, because if you're actually practicing religious lifestyle and trying to marry another religious person to further your religious interests, it's really easy to date because almost nobody does this. Like weeding out candidates is super easy because there's like none. It's really hard to find.
Facts.
Like the Orthodox community whines about it all the time because the guys can't find enough good Orthodox women.
The thing that I agreed with what Athena was talking about was the concept of like, because Charles was arguing this whole concept of monogamy and polygamy and whatever it is and so on and so forth. And I'm like, look, what draws the line on all of this kind of stuff.
Yeah,
I hate going deep into that. I don't really understand it myself. Yeah, I pulled up.
Hey Scott,
stuff
what you
from
snacking on?
ChatGPT. But what I'm saying is like,
jeez,
I agree. Like you
Nice.
have to have some kind of what I would call
Nice.
set of rules in your life. You know that you follow.
Oh, nice cheese.
You know.
Well,
some set of rules in your life that you follow. I mean, you've got to be sort of like a culturally Christian type person. Surely, where do you find your Where do you find your values? What?
Well, culturally Christian is kind of a waste of time, honestly. Like following cultural Christianity is kind of what got us into the current dating quagmire that we're in. I mean, when you try when you try to borrow morals from an almighty God and then modify them to your horny instinct, it's just not going to work out. Like, I tried to do it, dude. Like I tried to be a Christian. I was baptized when I was 5, and I thought of myself as a Christian most of my life, but then I would turn into a huge 304 regardless. Like, when you don't actually practice what you preach and take it all the way to its logical conclusion, you're just going to end up acting like a pagan or like anybody else. And so the point of the matter is like, if you're not going to do it all the way, don't do it at all. Like, I tell atheistic people, I'm like, first thing you should do is convert, because you'll be happier and you'll actually find some purpose and meaning, and it's the truth. But if you're not going to do that, why would you even bother being in monogamous relationships? Like, what's the benefit of marriage to an atheist or a pagan? There's no benefit at all.
It comes down to a sense of self control and self pride and self esteem, like we spoke about a minute ago. Because actually, you brought this up. You were talking about, right? Actually, I spoke about this earlier when I worked in the care industry. Okay, I was taught how to work on personal self-development, and the first thing that they taught me was something called self-actualization. That is the ability to look in the mirror, right? And there's a great meme. It shows a little pussycat, right, in one side of the mirror, and a lion or a tiger on the other side of the mirror. Yeah? And people view themselves as that lion all the time, yeah. But actually, the rest of the world views you as a little pussycat, yeah, or a pussy. So, self-esteem, self-actualization is one of the most important things.
You're the funniest man I know, Mark. I don't get too far.
Well, to answer Athena's question about the question that was brought up, does a 304 deserve a man?
Yeah, does a woman with a promiscuous past deserve a good man later on?
I don't think nobody deserves it, but I don't think if she had a 304 past and she changes her ways, that doesn't make her just not available to it. That just makes her usage goods. I mean, if we're gonna go to the Bible, wasn't Magdalena a prostitute? I don't really know too much about the Bible, but I know Magdalena was a prostitute and she got saved. Magdalena.
One sec.
I know what she's talking about.
So that's what I don't listen. I grew up Catholic, but I can't quote you the Bible from verse to verse.
But you know what's interesting though?
I don't think that she's used goods if she was a 304. Like, people can change.
Carmen.
And by that knowledge, we all sinners. So because we repent and we change our ways, that means because we're sinners, we're not saved anymore.
I think the movie out. Oh God.
But wait a minute, Carmen. You know what I find interesting, right? what I find interesting is I asked you and her the exact same question, and I noticed that when I ask a direct question, I'm not getting like a direct answer. It's always all this extra stuff and extra layers. I just asked, does a woman with a promiscuous past deserve a good man? It's like a simple yes or no.
Well, that's
so it's like why does it matter?
Never a yes or no. It's always I don't know.
Because it matters, because the way that she framed it was you deserve it. Like, everybody, like that sets an expectation. Like, I
well, you know, but you know why? But wait. You know why I framed it like that, right?
No, I don't.
I think we can learn from it.
Well, hold on, wait. I framed it that no. I framed it that way because a lot of what we see out here in these internet streets is a lot of these chicks that are ran through that have no type of morals or values or whatever. They can't bring anything of substance to the type of man that they say they want. So when you ask them what they want, they're gonna describe like this high quality, high moral dude that's a God-fearing man. He goes to church. He's whatever. He has money. He has a business. He's doing everything right. They describe a man that's living right. They don't describe a man that smokes weed and gets high all the time. They don't describe a man that's drinking and hanging out at the club. They don't describe a man that's popping Xanax pills and doing all this degenerate stuff. They don't describe that type of man as the man that they can visualize themselves settling with. They describe a man that's the exact opposite of how they've been living their lifestyle.
I can tell you why women don't like to answer that.
But they don't change it though.
Right. So when I'm at, but they, and then somebody will ask them, well, why do you want that type of man? Oh, well, I think I deserve it. A lot of them will,
anything, so
but a lot of them will, verbalize it and say, well, I deserve that.
Women deserve a lot more than you can care to realize. Yeah, women deserve emotional support, more than anything. Yeah, and this is the whole point of this whole entire podcast.
Not all of them. Not all of them.
Not all of them. Not all of them.
No. Excuse me. Every human being in the world, right? Every human being on the planet deserves some type of emotional support. Yeah, and it's down to the strong people in the world, yeah, to provide that type of emotional support. Yeah, you've got a responsibility. Like I've said before, yeah, you have a power here, right? You've got a responsibility to use your podcast to help everyone. Okay, now everybody needs emotional support, right? Whether they're man or woman, okay, young or old. There are a lot of people out there that rely on people like you and us, okay? So let's stop bickering about that kind of stuff and let's start leading by example and helping the rest of the world to become the best versions of themselves. Because it's not man versus woman.
Look, you can only listen. You can only help. You can only help people become the best version of themselves that want it.
Many people, and I've saved many lives. Okay,
right? I get it. I get that. But what I'm saying, but my point is that not everybody deserves all that. That's my point.
No, everybody deserves support, help, and a little bit of compassion and empathy. No matter
That's not true.
No, they do.
That's not true. That's not true.
Everybody does, because a lot of people are the products of their environment. Yeah. Even the worst people in the world, yeah, they're products of their environment. What I'm not saying is that we should make sure that we're weak and that we make sure that we're not secure in the way that we do it, but we have to have a form of empathy and compassion to everyone. Because to be honest, mate, why should I care about you then? Why should I care about Carmen? Why should I care about anyone? Why should I care? Why? Tell me. What have you ever done for me?
For me personally, I don't do the shoulds, coulds, and woulds.
I don't do that. Point that I'm trying to prove.
I get what you're saying, because the reason I say that what you're saying isn't true is because what you're describing is an idealistic utopian society which will never ever exist.
It's not. Idealism, right? So there's a difference between being a communist and a socialist, yeah, in ideology, and having something called empathy and compassion for your fellow humans. Right.
Okay.
This is a Christian teaching. To be empathetic and to love thy neighbor is a very basic teaching. It doesn't mean to say that we should tolerate everything and become weak. That's not what I said. I never said that. Right. What I said is that we should love every human being on the planet, and we should learn to understand why they are victims of their consequences and their upbringing and their environment, and then we should learn to tolerate it so that we can learn to help these people not to live such a life of suffering. We've got
you only do all that for people that are seeking to make changes. You don't do it for everybody.
You do it for yourself first, and then you do it for your neighbors.
You do all that for people who want to improve and be better. They have to want it for themselves before they ever get anything from you. You know why?
And you have to lead by example in order to reflect that. The light shines dark. Right. The light shines very bright in the darkness.
So again, the reason I say that what you're saying isn't true, because everybody in the world isn't going to accept your advice. Just like everyone. Wait, hold on. Just like everybody in the world isn't going to want to hear my advice.
It doesn't matter.
A lot of times they're not going to care. If they want the advice, they'll ask for it or they'll seek it out. Because
Right.
if I go around trying to give my whatever to everybody, it's gonna come off as I'm trying to impose myself on them, and people don't like that.
Absolutely, that's
whether you're religious or secular, people don't want to feel as though you're trying to impose something on them that they may or may not want. That's what I'm saying. Everyone doesn't deserve it.
Well,
if you want it, then you have to seek it out.
No,
and those who
everyone
who have what you're looking
deserves-
for, and
everyone
those who have what
deserves-
you're looking for will make their way to you, or you'll cross paths with them at
Everyone
some point or
deserves
another.
to have a voice, and everyone deserves to have a platform. Everyone deserves to have the shoulder to cry on. Everybody deserves to have like a simple person, even if it's just a hug, a bit of empathy, somebody who can listen to them. Everybody deserves that, yeah. Even the worst people in the world. And this is the problem, because a lot of people find that we fall into this tribal era now. We're living in a tribal era where everyone turns to their type, and I think what we need to do is try to find common ground. And that's what this podcast is great at doing. It finds common ground so we can all talk. And that's what you're good at doing. So it doesn't matter whether we agree or disagree with what someone is saying. And that's why I find that I'm still here right now. But I still want to hear what Scott has to say, because I feel like he's been here for a long time.
Yeah, Scott's cool. Hey, Scott's chilling. Scott's chilling. He's sipping his Modelo.
Okay, fair.
Brand, but
now go ahead.
I wanted to address Mark's point because it's interesting, because it does bring up something that tends to happen a lot when people bring up this topic, and that's the first off, you mentioned the scriptures, right, Mark? The word empathy is not in them. The word empathy doesn't come about until the Greek word empatheia in the early 1900s, and so this is a word that means physical passion or affection, and it later evolves into a psychological concept around 1909. So this concept of empathy is yet again, I think, part of this box that you and I have been put into, where it's like empathy uber alles, put yourself in somebody else's shoes, show compassion, more feminized thinking, right? Would you say, and I'm asking you a question, not a rhetorical question, so I want to hear your answer, Mark. Would you say that discipline is a form of compassion?
Yes.
Right. So if you find somebody who's doing something fundamentally destructive to themselves, would it be more empathetic, quote unquote, to offer them solace and a sop and a hanky and a shoulder to cry on, or some kind of a firm voice and some kind of a discipline or corrective that will get them off the path that they're on?
Well, both. See, I asked this question a long time ago. And I asked this because I like disciplinarianism. Is that the right word? Is that right? Is that a word? Disciplinarian or authoritarianism. A little bit to a degree where regimentation. I like the idea of regimentation.
I like how you clean that up. But go ahead.
Yeah, regimentation. So when I was in the cadets, right, I was ordered and told where to stand and how to follow orders and this, that, and the other. And a lot of me, right, had to do that. It's like when a bad child goes to boot camp, a really naughty child has no sense of control, and their parents send them to boot camp. Now, they don't do that anymore because it's deemed to be what I would call too, strict. So we don't have that sense of strict parenting anymore and controlling. So I do think that, being cruel to be kind is actually a good way forward, but I think it's all about regimentation and less about authoritarianism. And I think that you have to be able to, we don't need to slap children anymore. You don't need to spank them. You don't need to
we do. We do.
Look, I grew up in an era where I was slapped on the ass. Yeah, I was slapped. I ask people. No, honestly, I was slapped.
No, I'm listening to you. It's just funny how you said it. Well, go ahead.
My parents used to tell me how they were treated with the belt. The belt. Now, luckily, I was never treated with the belt. I don't think it's a good way to teach children to respect you. That's authoritarianism, but I think you can do it through a sense of control. You just need to, like Tizzle said earlier, or no, Charles said it earlier. He said all the man needs to do, is walk into the room, or the mum says, look, the father's going to come home in a minute, yeah? So that's it. That's all I'm saying.
Mark is illustrating a perfect example of why childless people shouldn't give advice on parenting. Dude, you spare the rod, you spoil the child. There's a reason that's in the Bible. It's universally true. Yeah, that belt, it comes out, and corporal punishment works. The problem is that if you apply corporal punishment under a secular rubric, then the morality is irrelevant, right? Whether you discipline your kids corporally or not, if it's not based in something that makes sense and can stand the test of time, it just becomes therapy for the parents, right? That's why you end up with abusive households where the mom's whooping the kids and saying, well, this is what happened to me when I was a kid, is because it's not grounded in anything moral. It's just grounded in when the kid frustrates me, I hit it. But when you're talking about parents who actually have a moral foundation and they're actually trying to impart something to their kids, and it's really important that they correct them so they don't raise monsters, then those corrections are very controlled, very precise, and meaningful, which means that the pain in and of itself is a corrective. It's designed to remind them never to do X, Y, Z again.
You've hit onto a point, because what you're saying is that those corrections are very controlled. Maybe a good parent is able, like my parents did. My mum, she slapped me on the back of the wrist, slapped me on the ass. I would call that controlled parenting. A good slap to tell me and put me in my place. Right?
Regimentation.
Well, there we go. But there are a lot of people out there that do take that to the next level.
I just want to say I never got a whooping growing up, but what I can say is that I could have. My dad all he had to do was take my daddy, Poppy all had, the only thing Poppy had to do was take his belt off and slap it on the table and be like, do that shit again. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm okay.
Right.
I'll eat my vegetables. Thank you.
Yeah, but you're a girl. You were a girl, so the girls never get a whooping, yeah.
Oh no. Like in the house I grew up in, I was the angel. I got spanked twice in 18 years. My sister, on the other hand, got spanked literally every day of her life until she reached like 10. And it just comes down to the kid and their personality and who they are, right? And if my parents had allowed her to get away with any of those whoopings, if they had decided to allay punishment out of compassion or a fear that it might hurt her too much, or because she's a female, right? My sister would have turned into an absolute monster, 100%. The only reason that she's not a sociopath and that she's actually a fairly productive member of society that we all love now and has a good family of her own and she's a good mom is because she got whooped so dang much. Like, some kids just need a lot of correction. And so this is why I say, like, I don't like empathy language. I don't like mindfulness language. I don't like emotional intelligence as a term because it tricks well-meaning people or compassionate people like Mark into abiding by a very feminine and feminist rubric in their dealings with other folks that I think is a lie. You know, there's a reason, like, we keep bringing up this biblical worldview is because I think that the world basically just borrows from our morality and then tries to put like a secular spin on it to feel better about it. You have to climb into God. You have to climb into God's lap to slap him in the face, essentially. And so when you think about this stuff realistically, none of this matters in a secular world. You can do whatever you want. Morality is relative. But if you are going to interact with other human beings and try to get a, you know, say a relationship out of them, you're trying to court them and you're trying to do so by putting your best foot forward and presenting yourself well. Yeah, you have to have a certain degree of like rapport. You have to have social decorum. You have to understand social taboos. And that's all just basic common sense stuff. It doesn't need its own special psychological category of emotional intelligence. You don't need to have like read all these books by Goleman and others in order to just successfully get a woman to go out with you more than once. Like, to me, that's just a manipulation. It's mostly nonsense.
Sure. I mean, look, I think what you're talking about is so I've thought about this a lot. You know, a lot of my language comes from the fact that I worked in the health and social care industry here in the UK. It's what I was trained to do. I was trained to look at personal self-development and all that kind of stuff, and look at short-term, mid-term goals, long-term goals. How can we look inwards, this, that, and the other? So it's very important. But I realized at the same time that I was being brainwashed by the very establishment that I was trying to cascade to others, right? So it's a cascading process within the health and social care industry. What happens is you attend training courses, right? And they pump in all of this information of how to be empathetic and compassionate. Now, is that really a bad thing? Because I was able to utilize a lot of the training and apply it to my own self. And I was able to start saying, do you know what, how can I, instead of training other people how to become the best versions of themselves, why don't I start applying that training to myself? And I realized it actually does work. It actually does work to a degree, because people work on things like self-esteem. Yeah. And what they start doing is they start looking within, and you have to start working on yourself. A lot of people are unable to do that. They're unable to do that. A lot of people float through life. They need support, right? They rely on the government, and they become so reliant that they need people like us to come around and teach them very basic stuff. And I don't want to teach people to how to suck eggshells throughout the rest of my life, you know. And I've realized that society is split into just those who have and those who haven't, those who get it and those who don't. You can't, like, you can spend a lot of time trying to fix things.
I would argue that the existence of so many social
affairs, mate. It's a very
I would argue, Mark, that the existence of so many social programs like the one you were involved in are actually part of the reason people are so dependent and kind of useless. You know, younger people are very resilient, they're very tough, and they're made in God's image. They'll survive. You know what I mean? Like if you put a bunch of kids on a little rowboat and you say like good luck and you push them away from shore, they'll figure something out. And so the issue is I think you have a society that tries to over coddle and control everybody, and it has all these mechanisms and these buzzwords. Like you use self-esteem ironically just now. The term self-esteem is
that what you're saying, Scott?
Yeah. I mean, like
Lord of the Flies.
Exactly, Carmen. So the self-esteem in and of itself is leftist weasel language. It's one of these like overly therapeutic terms that we've kind of just imbibed as a neutral good. We've never questioned it. But I remember as a kid thinking, why is it important that a kid has a high self-esteem? Why is this so important to the school system, to therapists, to the government? Why do I see this so much in the news? And I realized that anything that these people are trying to push on me is probably bullcrap. And so as I've gotten older and I've seen it for what it is, all these people that have quote unquote high self-esteem are basically just narcissists and sociopaths. These are people who have way too much self-esteem. In fact, what they could probably use is to get some of the esteem beaten out of them so that they can be productive members of a community again. It's like you're trying to go around using government money, taxpayer money, to make people have high self-esteem so that they'll boil eggs properly. You can see where I'm going with this. Like, I think a more compassionate thing would be is simply to make things harder for folks, make them survive and make them earn it. And what the good self-esteem, those feelings of validity, like I matter, I exist, I'm competent enough that I feel like I'm in somewhat to a certain degree of control of my life. That comes from hard knocks. That comes from earning. You know? And so anytime you kind of put a welfare program around self-esteem, you're going to end up with kids who have an excessive self-esteem and a complete lack of competence.
Facts.
And I think this is true. I think this is true in relationships. You know, it's like
that's facts.
You know, if you try too hard to have an emotional intelligence instead of just using common sense and just being straightforward with people, I think what ends up happening is you end up in this song and dance and this sort of game with women where everything is sort of like, oh, well, I have to do an after action report. What did I say that was good? What did I say that wasn't good?
I think
was I abiding by the social strictures?
It has to be both, Scott. I think it has to be both. You can't.
In what sense, Carmen?
In the sense of, okay, in a relationship, you can't just be all beat me or doing all of this. You have to be both. You have to be empathetic and you have to be authoritarian. There's a balance in between the both.
I disagree. I think you should be authoritarian and charming.
Yeah.
I think that will solve all the problems, right?
Authoritarian.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
I think there should be a balance.
No, Scott came. Scott came in with the facts.
If you're attracted to a man, Carmen, and he has all the authority and the power to back it up, but he blankets that scary power with a charm and sexuality. Are you not putty in that man's hands?
Hang on, you do realize there's a difference between empathy and sympathy?
No.
There's a difference between empathy and sympathy.
You a lie.
Right? So to be empathetic means that you've been through something, yeah? and so you can relate to the struggles that somebody else is experiencing. Right? I haven't even Googled this. I already know it. And sympathy is something that you do to somebody, even though you've never experienced it, but you think you can imagine what they're feeling in the first place. So there's a difference between empathy and sympathy. So empathy is a normal human emotion. It makes no sense for you to ignore empathy. Empathy isn't a buzzword. It's not like one of those socialist words that they want to use in double speak. Empathy is a real human emotion.
Actually, my point. It is, Mark.
No, it's not.
It wasn't even a commonly used term until 1909.
It can be if it's used in that way. And I think the problem is that people now associate things like empathy now with a buzzword of being somebody who's like a left-wing pussy. Yeah. But I don't think it's actually that. I think it's emotional intelligence. I think that an emotionally intelligent individual will be able to utilize things like empathy, sympathy, and ego, right? So actually, I don't think that empathy is a buzzword for socialist ideology, although it can be used, or it's being increasingly used or weaponized by the left to
I think
people like you think that way. That's what I think.
I think that Scott and Carmen kind of hit it on the head, because they just came out and straight up said that emotional intelligence can't save failing relationships. So, I'll elaborate on how they're right. If we juxtapose the term emotional intelligence and replace it with empathy, they're still right. If I rephrase this and say, can empathy save failing relationships? The answer is still going to be no. Because if empathy is putting yourself in someone else's shoes and sympathy is feeling sorry for a person, how are those gonna save something that's pretty much already ruined anyway? Like, I can't empathize my way,
because they're not the only two contributing factors.
Wait, hold on. Just hold on. I can't listen. If my relationship is on the rocks, I can't empathize or sympathize my way into Carmen liking me again. It's not happening. If her mind is already made up, or let's not even use her, just any woman. If her mind is made up, her mind is made up.
Scott.
Yeah, Scott. If Scott's mind is made up, there's no amount of sympathizing or empathizing that a woman can do to get him to change his mind. Like, his mind's made up. And then if he does change his mind, well, guess what? She's not going to lose respect for him, because she wants a man who stands on principles. And if he made his principles and his standards known, and then he switches and goes back on it, well, now it puts her in a spot where, man, I thought he was really like this, but I found out that he's wishy-washy and he flip-flops. So then even if he does try to make it work, she's going to lose respect for him. Because as the man, his word is supposed to be final. They can talk about it and negotiate and figure some things out. But if he says, no, I don't want to do that, or no, I'm not really feeling that, then that's what it is. Same thing on the female side. There's no amount of sympathizing. Oh, baby, come on, let's just talk about it. Let's just do this and this and that. And she turns and folds her arms like this. Like, nope, I'm out. Let it be. Let it go.
You know, let
it go.
The scriptures talk about this in a couple ways. One of them is, like, they never actually talk about having empathy for women. They tell men to not beat their wives and to be patient with them and to essentially be really, really, really kind and indulgent to them, because they are the weaker vessel. That's the way that God tells men to deal with women, that they're there to help you, but they are weaker than you. They have different characteristics than you. They're not going to think like you. So you have to be really patient with them. You have to be really kind with them, and you have to love them a lot and make sure that you understand, yeah, okay, you're a little different than me, so I'm not going to treat you like a man. That's what the Bible tells us to do for women. It doesn't tell pathetic in the sense that we have to understand women and be like women. And that's what empathy essentially is espousing, is this idea of putting yourself in someone else's shoes. I can never be in the shoes of a woman, nor do I want to be. I'm not designed for that.
Right.
And what makes men attractive and safe and reliable to women is when they act like men. And so this is why I say emotional intelligence is largely manipulative, therapeutic, feminized language, self-esteem, and these sorts of terms, is because they kind of come from a feminine ethos. It's, well, you need to put yourself in Cindy's shoes. You need to understand where Cindy's coming from. Cindy grew up in a certain milieu, right? So you need to be nicer to her because she doesn't, she grew up in a house with a lot of yelling. Well, no, you still need to yell at her because she's clearly not listening to you. Like, the point is you still have to be a man. And what ends up happening, ironically, and I would stake my life on this, is if you look at all the broken relationships and the kids that are all, effed up right now, and the constant like degradation of our society on a downward curve, a lot of it comes from, I believe, this idea that men think that, oh, well, if I think more like a woman, if I have a high emotional intelligence, and if I deal with women in a feminized way, they'll relate to me better, I'll have less drama, and things will be easier. It's not the case at all. It's actually the opposite. When you act like a man and you assert your authority in an honorable and religious fashion, the women tend to just be like, oh, great. Okay. All right, thanks. That's all I wanted. And it solves itself. And so I think this is one of those things that a lot of people overcomplicate, and the solution they overlook, which is really just men be men, women be women. And when the man is in charge, he gets the final word. And so we don't need to have all of this therapeutic manipulative language or, like a praxis of emotional intelligence for men to study in college or whatever, so that they can better relate to their women when they get married. I would say it's the opposite. It's just, don't beat your wives, be patient, understand they're the weaker vessel. They're there to support you. Your job is to not mistreat them and to make sure they have everything they need. And if they're acting a fool, it's your job to minister to them, to help them find their salvation, which means to help correct bad behavior. And so the best way we can show compassion or empathy is to basically say, like, that behavior right there, that's a problem. We need to work on that. And here's the thing, they do it for us too, right? It doesn't mean that it's a one-sided deal. It's not purely authoritarian in the regard that men are completely unreceptive to female critique or criticism.
Do you not feel empathy?
So that's what I'm trying to tell you, Mark. It's not relevant.
You must feel empathy for other people.
I feel compassion for other people. I feel sympathy for other people. I feel,
oh, come on, you're just
pity for other people.
You're just refusing to.
But
to
empathy,
say,
the way
yes,
that you're defining it, would require me putting myself in someone else's shoes and walking a mile in it. Nobody can do that. Nobody can do that.
You. I think that you're just too weak to admit it.
I wouldn't equate me with.
I just think you're too weak. Admit it.
I wouldn't equate me with weak in any regard.
Well, no, I think that you can't admit that you do feel empathy. It's a normal human emotion, yeah. And because of your stance in the world, yeah, because of the way that you're, I don't know, trying to frame your language, you're telling me that you feel compassion, you feel sympathy. But no, you're not an empath. You don't have any type of empathy. No, that's bullshit, mate. I think that if you don't have empathy, then you're not very emotionally intelligent. And I think that if you don't even believe in the concept of emotional intelligence, then that doubles down on my point.
Not really.
Wow.
Not really.
Of course it does.
How?
Not really.
How does it reinforce your point?
You're saying that you don't have a particular emotion. So there's one emotion in the world that you don't have. Therefore, you're lacking in a particular skill. I told you earlier in this podcast that empathy is a skill. It's a skill set that has to be developed. Yeah, it's not something that people always naturally come with. Some people are lacking in empathy. Some people have no empathy at all. Those that have empathy, I think, are very skilled because it's another arsenal that they've got in their weapon of emotional intelligence. So, for example, those that can control their anger, right? It's like saying to someone, oh, do you ever get angry? And they go, no. You go, oh, yeah, all right. Yeah, all right. Dick. Of course you do get angry. No, I don't. I never get angry. You're like, oh, yeah, okay, gotcha. You can't afford to admit it. That's what happens. So,
Mark, you ever notice that empathy?
No. I'll give you another example. Do you have an ego? I bet you've got an ego. If you turn around to me and say, no, I don't have an ego, it's like bullshit.
Everyone does.
Right? Wow, there we go. And that's what I'm saying about empathy. Everyone has an empathetic side. No, not everyone has an empathetic side. Empathy is a skill set, an emotionally intelligent skill set. And if you don't have it, then you're lacking in that area.
Empathy is a tool of manipulation. That was my point. I believe that certain people do have it because they train themselves to have it.
You don't have.
Here's a hypothetical, Mark, and this I think goes to your point, right? So if I use this therapeutic language, who do I use it against? I use it against people that I think have more power. You ever notice that, like, even earlier you gave an example where you say, oh, well, certain people come from a certain environment, so we need to have empathy for them. You ever notice that you never apply that logic to the people in those environments? You never say to the kid whose parents are both criminals, you need to have more empathy so that you can get out of your criminal circumstances. The only time people use this language is on functional people when they're applying too much.
Hold on, one mic.
So this is what I'm trying to say. It's manipulative. It's therapeutic language that's meant to feminize masculine figures who have authority and power and to make them weaker in order to get what you want out of them. You never apply this language to the people who are causing the problems.
No, I think there's a difference between a true empath, somebody who's
there's no such thing as an empath.
No, there is a genuine somebody who's got like the ability to put themselves into somebody else's shoes. And
there's literally no such thing.
Right, there is. But what I'm saying is that what you're talking about is a virtue signaler. You're talking about those people that go out there to do the right thing in order to make themselves look good.
And that is what empaths are.
Well, I don't think so. I think there are true empaths, and I think there are fake empaths. And I think what you're talking about, right, and you've probably been exposed to it too much online, and that's what you're now seeing as an empath, or people that proclaim themselves to be empathetic. It's almost like, look at me, like a woke person. Look at me, I'm an empath. Look how great I am, so on and so forth. And I understand it. I understand it because I don't like woke people turning around and telling me how empathetic they are. Okay, I understand it, and I completely understand what you're saying. But what I'm saying to you at the same time is just because the empath has been weaponized, right, or that there are many narcissists and psychopaths out there that call themselves empathetic, right, in a woke world, right, that's your problem. You've hit a nail on the head. That is the problem. But I do think that the ability to be empathetic as a human being has nothing to do with being a woke dumbass or being a socialist idiot. And I think that's your problem. I think you don't like the word empathy now because it's been utilized by the woke left or the far left. And I think that's the issue, isn't it?
What you don't understand is that it's not utilized by the far left. It was created by it. So here's the thing. When you we talked about acting briefly earlier. So acting techniques, there's something called mirroring, right? So let's say I don't know, you're going to do a commercial for Nabisco and you want to do some crackers or something, and they're telling you, all right, Scott, so you're really hungry, and there's a bowl of chips right there, and we want you to eat those chips like you haven't eaten anything in 2 weeks. We want you to tear into that bowl of chips. You're so hungry, right? And so what you do is you, as the actor, you prepare yourself mentally and you go, okay, man, what would I feel like if I hadn't eaten in 2 weeks? How would I act if I hadn't eaten in 2 weeks and food was suddenly put in front of me, right? So you voraciously eat this bowl of, chips or whatever. And this is a basic technique in acting called mirroring. And as I used to teach these techniques, I can tell you 100%, every person out there who has ever called themselves an empath is a con or a sociopath. There is no such thing as an empath. There are people who are good at mirroring, and there are people who are really, really good at crafting narratives that empathetic people, very sympathetic, soft souls who want to be seen as good, are willing to gobble up. Right?
Sure. So I used to do acting, and what you're talking about, so I performed in a show called Oliver Twist. And do you know what my character had to do?
You play what character?
A poor orphan, right, that had to go up. That was
Oliver?
enslaved. Oliver? No, I wasn't. I was one of the orphans within. Okay. Yeah. So, but obviously I had to study the whole thing. But I played a couple of roles. I also played one of the pickpockets as well. Anyway, point being is that whole, please, sir, can I have some more? Right. Obviously, I learned how to act. I knew how to act, right? And I had to act on stage. And there's a difference. There's a difference between putting on a persona and acting out a role. And there's a difference between having a genuine human emotion, right? Actors aren't void of human emotion. Psychopaths are, right? Narcissists are void of human emotion. For the most part, right, just because somebody is able to put themselves in a different role and act out something doesn't mean that they're void of human emotion. Doesn't mean to say that they can't feel empathy and sympathy towards other people. You know, in actual fact, the best actors in the world are able to recall, right, bad experiences that they've had, right? Why do you think that they're able to cry so well? It's because they're able to feel and think. And so that's what the best actor isn't, just somebody who's mirroring somebody and copying somebody. It's somebody who's able to channel into their empathy and their emotions and bring it out within themselves.
That actually reinforces my point. So when you are unable to walk in another person's shoes, which is the modern definition of empathy, what do you do instead? You replace it. There's another term that actors use called replacement. You take what you need out of your own past that you've actually experienced, you've actually felt, and you put it into that circumstance so that you can get yourself to look like you're experiencing that circumstance. So if I've never been, let's say, I don't know, tortured, right, for my religious beliefs, like a martyr. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to a memory of mine where I experienced judgment for something that I didn't do, you know, like unfair treatment, and how it made me feel. And I'm going to really focus on that memory really hard and try to drum up some tears and make my face look the way it looked when I was a kid and that whole thing. And then just really amp it up to 11. That's called replacement, right? And that's what empathy is. It's you taking an experience that you had and projecting it into another scenario because you have no freaking idea what that person is experiencing.
When you're
makes the whole term
hold on, one mic.
It renders the whole term mute, right? It's moot, right? You can't be empathetic because you weren't there. You can't walk in their shoes because you can't fit their shoes. You are never going to fit their shoes. It's all manipulation. It's all lies. It's all feminized therapeutic bullcrap. You have to take something that you experienced, put it in that situation in order for you to actually summon up emotion that's convincing to someone else.
Empathy is when your child, right, falls over and hurts themselves and grazes their knee, right? And you say, you go like that. Yeah.
That's compassion and pity.
No, well, it's empathy because you can empathize and you can feel the pain. Yeah, you feel it directly. Even though you didn't do it, you saw them do it and you're feeling it. Yeah, you're going, oh,
Mark, you ever been kicked in the
your
balls?
child has just fallen over and they grazed their knee and you go like that. It's
Mark, you ever been kicked in the nuts?
You react to it, but you're still feeling empathy. You're still
Mark,
feeling
have you ever been kicked in the balls?
Yes.
You've been kicked in the balls?
Yeah.
You're not lying?
No, well, I've been knocked. I don't think I've been kicked. Yeah, I think I've probably been kicked in the balls, but I've hurt my balls.
Probably, or have you? You trust me, you'd know.
Remember. I don't think so.
Okay.
No, I never have. I never have.
Kicked in the balls a gazillion times because I was in a martial arts scenarios where that tended to happen by accident. I've been kicked in the balls many times. You cannot empathize your way. You cannot empathize your way into a ball kick. You take the most painful thing you've ever experienced that also resulted in nausea immediately and feeling like I'm going to die. And you can maybe try to summon it up. Like maybe you had to pass a kidney stone and you're like, that really sucked. So I have to do this scene where this guy kicks me in the balls and I have to know what that's like. I'll just do what I did when I passed that kidney stone. You will never know. You cannot know unless you've been there. That's why empathy is bullcrap. You have to get kicked in the balls to know what it's like to get kicked in the balls.
Okay. You know what's interesting about this entire exchange? And I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to like my facial expressions, but this exchange between you two is revealing a lot. And I'll explain. So the more I listen to Scott break this down, the more it makes sense. Because the only people that I've ever really heard use that term empath have been women. I never hear guys say, oh, I'm an empath. I've never heard a man say that unless he was gay or a liberal. Not to make it political, but unless he was gay or a liberal, I've never heard a straight masculine man call himself an empath. Now, if you want to take
I didn't call myself an empath.
No, not you. Oh, see, there goes the hit dog hollering.
Why you hollering, Mark? We weren't aiming at you.
But empathy is a skill set, an emotional intelligence skill set is what I was saying.
No, it isn't.
I didn't call myself an empath.
But hold on. Let me finish though.
I called it an emotionally intelligent skill set.
Right. I get it. But if you really think about this, I've never in my life heard a man refer to himself as an empath. I've never heard it. I only hear women say it. Really,
There's no cultural cachet in a man being empathic. It's purely for women.
I only really hear women call themselves that. And to take it a step further, if I compare people that are on the right to people that are on the left, all of their talking points are rooted in triggering some sort of emotion in you. Whereas on the right, all of the talking points that are on the right side of politics are all about solutions, putting the facts out, figuring out what makes sense, and getting rid of what doesn't work. On the left, all they run on is identity politics and feel. That's why a lot of this stuff that's happening in the media, it's all revolving around some sort of sensation to make you feel something. Why do you think all these people are going crazy over these ICE raids? You're looking at people hold on. But you're looking at people that are broken the law. So the people on the right are looking at it saying, well, why would I empathize with a person who broke the law? Why would I put myself in the shoes of a person who broke the law? But then the people on the left, wait, hold on. But the people on the left that are going with this empathy stuff, they're trying to picture it as if it's them.
Yo, don't put me on the left, by the way. Yeah, don't put me on the left.
But it's not about you though. This isn't directed at you. This isn't directed at you. What I'm saying is no, because think about this. A lot of what happens in the media when somebody gets killed or something happens to them, the left immediately makes it some sort of like they were a victim. And what it does is it taps into the female nurturing and protective nature. Oh, I gotta protect it, because in their mind they picture it as if it's like one of their children that got hurt. So they instantly feel this sense of, oh no, my baby's in trouble. Let me go save my baby. Yeah, but they apply that logic to everything and everybody. That's why they're rallying.
What's wrong with that though? You can still feel something for your cause.
Right, but
be robots.
But listen, you're missing the point. I'm not saying be robots. The point that I'm making is that when you divide this up, when you look at the right and you look at the left and how they process information. I said this, I think, last stream. I said that when men hear information, the first thing we think of is, does this make sense or not? But when women hear information, the first thing that goes through their mind is, how do I feel about it?
And that's
so tell me what you said is wrong. What part of what I said is wrong?
You're stereotyping too much.
No. Point out what I said. What part of that is wrong? Somebody point it out and tell me where I'm wrong. I'll wait.
The data backs him up on this, Mark. Women overwhelmingly vote liberal or blue or Democrat, whatever you want to call it, over here on this side of the pond, because they're masters at manipulating female emotion. They use empathy to steer them in the direction they want to steer them so they can get power.
Not only that,
the right wing wants solutions, and because they are not marketing themselves and using manipulative therapeutic language, they're less successful.
Mm-hmm.
Not only that, not only that, but if you really think about this, Mark, I don't know if you've seen the memes, but there have been plenty of memes that go around, and it's highlighting something that's a very peculiar occurrence that happens between liberal white with liberal. Hold on, it highlights this very peculiar and weird occurrence. Hold on, that happens between liberal white people and black people. I don't know if you've seen it, but there's this meme. There's this meme that's floating around where it shows a black girl that's raising her fist and she's trying to speak up for a cause, but then the white liberal person is telling them to be quiet. Let me tell you why you're oppressed.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But the black girl is saying, I'm a victor. I overcame my circumstances. But then you got the liberal over here telling you, no, just be quiet. Let me tell you why you're oppressed.
Yeah, but they're not empaths.
Right? No, but hold
liberal left-leaning white people aren't empaths.
But listen though. But listen to me. Escúchame. To Scott's point, this just proves Scott's point because he says they're faking. They're faking like they care about you.
Yeah.
To get you to befriend them.
But that's fake empathy. This is what I'm saying. So this is
but listen to what I'm saying though. Just hear me out. I get it. I get it. But I'm bringing this example up because it just confirms that what Scott is saying is true. Think about watch this. I'll give you a perfect example. If all this empathy was really a real thing, then why is no one talking about what happened to Nicolas Maduro anymore?
Hold up. Empathy, right? So you're talking about
why is no one talking about that Renee Good chick?
Because I tell you why, because empathy is dying, yeah, and this is the
it's not real.
No, let me explain. Fake
it's not
empathy.
Real, bro.
It is. Right, there are fake empaths. All these liberal, left-leaning dickheads, right, are the ones that have destroyed empathy, yeah, and you're falling for it. You've fallen right into their trap, yeah. They've gone out and overboard, right?
No, I would argue that I would argue that I'm practicing. Right? I would argue that I'm practicing intelligence with my emotions and making sound, logical decisions and not crashing out over something that has nothing to do with it.
The left have become so overwhelmingly, ridiculously over empathetic, yeah, that they've weaponized it to such a point, yeah, that now even right-wing people or center-right-wing people can't even find themselves to find empathy, because that's exactly what the far left have done.
But you know why? But you know why, right?
Yeah.
Wait,
no,
but you know why?
Right?
But do you know why?
They've gone out there and they've gone, oh, look at me, look how virtuous I am, look how great I am, look how empathetic I am, look how brilliant I am, blah, blah, blah. And now it's left a sour taste in your mouths. And now everyone else is going around there going, do you know what? I hate the idea of empathy now. I hate the idea of empathy. All the right wingers are going, I don't like empathy now. And I'm like, you're a dick.
You missed the whole point, Mark.
The left have done that to you, and you're allowing them to do it to you.
Mark, you missed the whole point.
Wrong. I'm further right than you can possibly imagine.
Mark, you missed the whole point,
sir.
Sir, you missed the whole point.
They've got you. They've got you.
Sir,
right
no, sir,
sir, they've got
sir,
you right where they've got you.
Sir, brother, calmate. You missed the point that I made earlier. When I brought this whole example up to confirm what Scott said is true, I gave a very clear example that proves it, and no one has been able to debunk it. I said that when the right looks at an issue, when people that are on the right side of politics look at an issue, they look at the logical side of it. What makes sense? Is this person in the right? Is this person in the wrong? Did they follow the rules? Did they not follow the rules? If they followed the rules and something happened to them when they were following the rules, that's when we have compassion and we can sympathize with the person because they were doing the right thing.
Right.
But on the left, they want to feel bad for you no matter what. It doesn't matter if the logic doesn't matter. I'm just gonna feel bad.
Carmen, help me out here. Carmen, please help me out because you understand what I'm saying.
She agrees with me.
No, Carmen understands.
No, no. I think that everybody's taking it to an extreme.
No,
Mark is saying yes.
I gave a very solid
example.
That
empathy doesn't matter at all. Mark is using
nope. You're missing it too.
That's what it is.
Carmen, you're missing it too.
Use empathy as like I said, like if we don't use it as a skill, then what are
we? Carmen, how do you empathize with somebody who broke the rules?
You can't.
No, we don't.
Game over.
Okay. Fine. I don't mind being your
game over.
In the room. It's
game
fine.
over.
It's fine.
Game over.
I think you can empathize.
He got cooked. Adrian, you didn't go down like that, huh? He got cooked.
That's a wrap.
I'll give you a good example. Yeah, my best friend, and one of my family members who got into drugs. Yeah, who got into drugs and went down the wrong garden path. You know, I empathized for them because I'd been there and I almost went down the wrong garden path myself. You know, but I was able to fix my real bad Class A drug habit at the time.
Okay.
Now, unfortunately, I know people that have been, in recovery. Well, I know my best friend has been in recovery and clean for 12 years now. He's my best friend. And I find
shout out to them.
Yeah, and it's the empathetic approach. Do you know what? When I first met him, nobody wanted to be his friend. Nobody liked him. Nobody gave him the time of day because he was a drug addict. And guess what I said? I came up to him every morning. He was my neighbor. I said, morning, morning. And do you know what? And eventually one day I said to him, I've cooked some food tonight. Would you like a meal? And guess what? I invited him into my house. Yeah. And that was the first time I got to know him. He was a druggie at the time doing heroin. And I invited him into my house. And my friends, why did you invite him into my house? They said that to me. Why? And I said, because he seems like a very nice person. They said, yeah, but he's a drug addict. He's a heroin addict. Anyway, point being is, moving forward, right, one day I had a very hard talk with him. I said, look, mate, you're a prick. You do fucking heroin. And if you carry on, you're going to lose me as your only friend, okay? Because I can't put up with you. To this day,
benefit of the doubt. Everybody
to this day, he's my richest friend. He's got a very good job. He drives around in a very nice car. He's got a very good girlfriend. And I'm his best friend. Do you know why? Because I was the only person in the world that was there for him. And he phones me every single day. Every single day.
I have some questions for you, Mark, if you'd indulge me.
I want to ask a quick question, Mo, and then I'll let you do it, okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Mark, have you ever been a heroin addict?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so that completely refutes the point.
No, but I'm
trying to tell you, you can't put yourself in a heroin addict's shoes unless you have been a heroin addict. What you had for him was compassion, and you showed friendship. You showed him, you gave him something to help him get back on his feet, and you did what I would have done, which is you gave him tough love and corrective behavior. You didn't use empathy. That's what we're trying to explain to you. Empathy is a feminized therapeutic leftist tool that you have fallen for. What you didn't have for this guy was empathy, because you have no idea what it's like to be a heroin addict. What you showed him was compassion, and it worked. Different words,
it's
different
a
meanings.
Definition issue. It largely doesn't follow, Mark. So Mark, actually, here's a question for you, Mark. You consider yourself an empathetic person, correct?
Not really.
Not really? Okay, so you're gonna abandon that. Okay. Well, would you say then that's fine? That's fine. No, that's fine. That's fine. But there are highly empathetic people in the world, right?
Skill set that people can utilize within. Like,
okay, but there are highly empathetic people in the world, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if there are highly empathetic people in the world, and empathy is a reliable way to access another person's experience, why do empathetic people often disagree with others quite a bit? Shouldn't they just be these amazing people that completely understands? Shouldn't they just understand instantly what this other person is saying? We should see these people in like leading politics and just being, they should be unmatched in their ability to weed through the political landscape.
No, I think.
No? He has a good point. That is a good point.
Kind of. Look, when I worked in the care industry, right, I noticed lots of different types of people. Right, there were different people that worked. You could ask different people, why do you even bother to work in the care industry? 99% of people would say because it's a wage. I get paid at the end of the month. Yeah, these people didn't really work in care because they wanted to. Right, but then you would find the odd individual. I would call them the diamond in the rough. Those people that would sacrifice themselves, to do the extra bit of overtime every day. Do you know why? And you would ask them, you'd realize, wow, these people actually really care. They're putting themselves out of their way, not for themselves, but they're doing it because they actually care. Now, I'm not saying that it's a very common trait to be empathetic. I'm saying that most people are psychopathic and that they utilize the concept of empathy for their own personal gains. You're talking about trying to distinguish the difference between the psychopath and the narcissist, whereas I'm talking about the true empath. Very, very rare people. They're very difficult to find, but when you find them, you know them. You know that they actually care.
No, my example just demonstrates that you can never, from a philosophical standpoint, you can never truly empathize with someone else because you don't have access to that subjective feeling of what that person experiences.
This is true.
So by definitionally, it is a illogical framework, and it's just feminism retardism. That's all it is.
Well, you can call it that. I mean, it sounds a little bit like you're trying to. Everyone's trying to call me gay and feminist.
No. This is attacking your framework. I'm not calling you this. I'm saying that the idea of this is retarded. Now, whether you adopt it and choose to follow it is up to you.
Well, I think there's some logic in the concept of being empathetic. I do. Look, whether I practice it very well or not, I can't really tell you. I think that I do practice a form of empathy, but it's one of my arsenals within my emotional intelligence. But
it's really P and not P, right? Premise 1, you can empathize with someone to the degree to know what they're feeling. Premise 2, you don't have access to their subjective ideas. It's P and not P. I mean, so it's a contradiction.
Yeah, but everything is subjective anyway. I mean, look, you could argue the same thing like the sky is blue. You know, it's subjective. It depends on how you see it. And like lots of things are very subjective, especially when it comes to emotions. And look, when it comes to emotions and emotional...
But that's why psychology only has like a 30% replication success, okay? It's all like subjective nonsense. And this falls into that.
I don't think it's subjective nonsense. I think it's based on historical teachings.
Okay, then why it only has a 30% replication success rate then? If
I
it's
would
not
go
subjective
back to,
nonsense.
right, for example, so when we look at, for example, Socratic teachings and the likes of Democritus, Democritus was very much about material.
Socrates hated democracy.
Right, exactly. And Democritus himself, right, was more about materialism. Right, whereas Socrates was more about like the unseen and the spiritual realm and so on and so forth. So what we're arguing really is a long debate.
Stop calling me out. Stop calling me out.
So look, I'm talking about, look, you can try to quantify all of these feelings and these thoughts, but I think psychology is something that we can always rely on. Yeah, psychology has shown that there is a concept of empathy and a concept of sympathy. I don't think we should dismiss that. I think if we do, then we're becoming, science deniers. Or, I mean, psychology...
Okay, but Mark, you can have a concept of, unicorns that, farts and flies through the sky. Doesn't mean it's logically sound and makes sense, okay? It has to make logical sense. You have to prove it logically.
Yeah, but mate, I'm not a scientist.
Like I can make up all kind of concepts. I can just make up concepts. Oh, all these concepts. I love these things. But if I can't logically prove them, they're nonsense.
Well, I mean, absolutely, you can't prove the concept of the shape of the Earth, can you? Right? And so, therefore, I'm not going to really entertain that.
What?
I'm not going to entertain. I'm not going to entertain that discussion. When it comes to psychology, there are lots of historical tests and so on and so forth that proves how people can be manipulated. Unfortunately, do you remember we spoke about manipulation in the last podcast? Now, I'm just saying that people do have real emotions. That's it.
No one said people didn't have emotions. I'm just saying you don't have access to them.
Well, some people like you don't. Yeah, obviously.
Well, prove to me how someone else can, logically speaking. How can you have access to subjective emotions of someone else accurately?
No. So what happens is you experience something. For example, I'll give you a very good example.
So experience means self. I'm experiencing it, right?
So I when I'm a child, I have a match, yeah, and I light a match. And I burn my finger. Yeah, I burn my finger. I'm a child. Duh, stupid. Guess what? When I get older, I turn around to my child and I see them pick up a box of matches and I go, oh, don't do that, because before you've even burnt your finger, I already can feel it. I already know exactly what you're going to feel because I've been there, done it, got the t-shirt, and I'm feeling that.
Yeah, but you're proving Mo's point though. You're proving Mo's point.
When it happens, and he eventually picks up that match and burns his finger, I go, oh, I knew that would happen. I can empathize for that. I'm not sympathizing for you because you were the one I allowed you to do it.
Okay, let's go with that logic. Let's stick with that. So you burnt yourself. You know what it feels like to be burnt. In the case of your friend, you're not a drug addict. You have no idea what it's like to be a drug addict.
Well,
you don't have any way to empathize with that.
I used to be a drug addict.
Okay, you burnt yourself with a match. Do you know what it's like to get engulfed in a fire and have 3rd-degree burns all over your body?
No. So therefore, I can't empathize for somebody. I can only.
So you can't empathize with you can't go, oh man, I burnt myself with a match. I really know what that feels like. I empathize with that guy.
Because I burnt myself with a match before, so I can.
So yeah.
You just proved Mark. You proved Mo's point because Mo. Because Mo,
I've never done myself entirely.
Wait, hold on, wait. You prove Mo's point because at the top of his speech of what he was saying, he said that it's not possible for you to empathize with someone that you haven't gone through yourself. Right. And the example you gave with the burning of the match, you burned yourself, therefore you know what it's like for someone else to burn themselves. But his argument was you can't empathize with a person based on something that you never went through yourself.
Yeah, and I'm not even willing to even grant that either. Actually, your match burning, I'm not even willing to grant that because there's when you get into different pain tolerance, what this person feels, all these minor things these things that actually mean or reflect what the experience would actually be. You don't have access to that either. So the person that gets burned, that's why some guys can lick their fingers and put out a candle, and they'll get a little burn and it doesn't bother them. But someone else, it's too much pain for them. They don't want to deal with it. So all of that is subjective. So I'm not even willing to even grant your hypothetical, but I went along with it just to prove even in your hypothetical doesn't make any sense.
No, I'll tell you why, because you're talking about the difference between empathy and sympathy, and I keep trying to explain this. Empathy is something that you've experienced, that you can experience. So, for example, if you burnt yourself with a match and then somebody else burns themselves with a match, you have had an exact experience.
No,
exactly
not careful.
That's what empathy is.
Careful.
Sympathy. No. I told you this earlier. Sympathy is what you're talking about. It's like when someone else has done something that I've not experienced. No, I don't sympathize for people in that way. There's a difference between sympathy and empathy. You can only empathize if you've experienced it yourself. And that is the definition.
But you just said earlier that you empathize with your friend and he had a completely different experience than you. So how did you empathize with him?
Because he had a very similar experience with me when it came to drugs, his drug addiction and alcoholism and smoking and weed.
Yeah, but heroin is heroin it would be considered like an opioid.
Okay, well, fine. Yeah. I sympathized, but there was a form of empathy because I could relate to the fact that he was an alcoholic as well. Okay,
it's still an addiction. It doesn't
matter.
You're
literally describing sympathy, Mark.
Yes.
Okay. So Carmen.
To be so reluctant.
All right. So Carmen. All right.
Because
real
words
quick.
matter and precision.
Right.
Of
Right. All right, Carmen. So Carmen. So
thank you.
So what are your thoughts on how this conversation has been going and what you've been hearing? What are your thoughts on this? What are you thinking and what are you feeling right now? Go ahead. You got it.
The air quotes. Oh my God. I don't think one can exist without the other. I think that in order for you to empathize, you also have to be compassionate. I understand that empathy is when you put yourself into the other person's feelings. I guess compassion is more of an action. You know what they're going through and you act on it. And that's what makes it compassion. But I do think that one cannot exist without the other. How can you call yourself compassion when you don't feel anything for the other person? I don't think that's, I don't necessarily think that you need to know exactly how, if I'm a heroin addict, I have to have heroin. No, he's an addict is an addict. We all have our vices. I know what there's been through. Therefore, I can empathize because I know what he's going through. No, I don't. I never did heroin, but I did other things, and I can be compassionate enough to show you my friendship and show you something else. So I think
You're
it's both
both
of the
literally
same.
just describing sympathy. It's about feeling.
How is
pity.
that sympathy? How is that sympathy
Just-
when one cannot exist without the other?
Before we go around in circles, literally just use AI to look up sympathy. It will define exactly what you just described, which is feeling pity or compassion for somebody from afar, something that you're not currently experiencing. For instance, I've never been shot by a 30-06, but I've seen a deer suffering to death because it didn't get shot cleanly, and I felt pity. I felt compassion for that animal. I didn't.
And what did you do? Did you grab your other gun and shot it in the head
to the discussion?
To relieve,
the point is I
his
can
pain?
never know what the deer experienced having been shot because I've never been shot as a deer. But what I can feel is a sense of pity for a dying animal that's suffering because I know what pain feels like, and I imagine death is really scary. But that's all we can ever really do, and that's all sympathy really is. And this is why I don't like the word empathy. Let me explain to everybody something. Edward Titchener is the person who's responsible for this word. Right? In 1909, he coined the term, and the idea was designed to be a psychological framework that was meant to be projected into art. So he would do these experiments on experience, kinesthetic experience with people like at Cornell and stuff. So what he'd do is he'd take these people and he'd say, look at that pillar over there, that Greco-Roman pillar. And I want you to imagine yourself using your muscles as that pillar. Imagine the upward thrust of the pillar. Project yourself into the pillar, right? And so they would be sitting there and they'd be doing their kind of nerdy art thing. Like, I'm totally the pillar, bro. I can feel the rigid uprightness of the pillar. My God.
I'm so rigid right now.
And the idea is that they would have a deeper experience psychologically of art. And then this whole stupid idea that Titchener came up with got hijacked and used, as Fowler has very astutely pointed out, to become therapeutic language for leftists in order to manipulate and control people. It's why the two of you still are so married to it, even though you don't even hold leftist ideological positions on most things, is because you've grown up in an environment where this is law. Empathy is uber alles, most important thing, because we live in a feminized society where we must have empathy. And it's been drilled so hard into your poor heads that you guys can't see up from down. It is literally definitionally not what the two of you have been talking about. That is sympathy. That is compassion. It is in the dictionary. You can look it up. You guys are talking about empathy. You're talking about weasel language designed by weasels to manipulate other weasels into doing things for them so they keep power. Empathy is crap. It's fake.
All right, calm down, mate. I can tell. Yeah. You don't seem to have very much of that.
Hey, Scott. When you're saying weasels, I only think of a certain group of people that fit that name.
Blowing a lot of whistles in Minnesota. That's a good example.
Whoa.
No, I think I understand, because I understand like your I understand where you're coming from. Look, I've looked at this whole
Mark. You don't understand. That's the point.
I do, because I've been studying the whole concept of Orwellian doublespeak and this whole idea of ideological subversion and how this socialist leftists use weaponized language and bastardized language to make us feel that we're, doing this. I understand where you're coming from. You don't like the concept and the idea of this because you feel, I'm guessing that it's a socialist push. It's like a communist drive for us to be able to, become feminist or feminized people. I'm assuming that's kind of the angle you're coming from. You don't like the concept of being.
I literally just described the angle I'm coming from. I read a history book about art and psychology.
Famous old
Titchener
words.
came up with this to describe objects, and then we used it to manipulate people.
And I've also looked at lots of things on Wikipedia, and ChatGPT also backs me up as well. Look, it doesn't work.
Which are?
Well, look, mate, what I'm saying is my life's experience and history and everything that I was raised to understand is that we have to somehow learn to understand the language that we're using. I think that when it comes to weaponization of language and doublespeak, for example, you don't like the idea of soft power. The idea of soft power. That's where people become so overly nice, that they just lead but I think you're
doing it again. That's not what soft power means.
Well, soft power is where you smile, you lead by power, you're the nice guy, and you give someone a hug and you stab them in the back. Yeah, you stab them in the back, right?
Soft power is when you use control mechanisms. For instance, like funding like LGBTQ stuff overseas in like Ecuador to destabilize the government and kind of push everybody towards that. That's what soft power means.
Fine.
I know what he's talking about too.
That's not what soft power means, but what you're saying
is
definitionally
what it means, Mark. It's a geopolitical term.
Mate, it's not definition. I've got a whole article written on this. It's a 40-minute read, and I suggest that you click on the link in the video right now. Read my article on 5th generation warfare. Have you ever heard of 5th generation warfare? Right, so it talks about ideological subversion, soft power, and I've got exact examples, exact descriptions. Now, just because you're saying no, your definition isn't correct. What you're saying is that they utilize soft power. Just because somebody utilizes soft power doesn't make that the definition of.
Mark, why are you so married to this word anyway? Why, like, if the term that you're describing is simply a different word, what do you care? Like, if we just went around saying I'm a super compassionate man instead of an empathic man, are you losing something? It's definitionally not true.
I'm winning everything.
No, you know what's funny?
Being stubborn.
You know what's funny about that though? Is
we have to get to the bottom of things.
No, but hold on.
Get to the truth.
I got you. Yeah. But what's interesting about this entire exchange is like that very last part, what Scott was the example that Scott was using. I think everybody on this panel can agree that if a person goes around calling themselves something over and over, chances are they're not what they're calling themselves.
Right.
It's called engineering. They're trying to steer you into believing something.
Yeah.
Right.
Signaling.
Right. So, real quick, does anybody else have anything else on this? Can emotional intelligence save failing relationships? So we can go ahead and go to the last question, because this has been great. This has been great. This whole exchange of us debating and butting heads, I love it. So, does anybody else have anything else on this? So we can go to the last question.
Got anything, Mo?
On this, no, not really. Nothing that hasn't already been said.
Carmen,
go on.
Carmen.
No, I said it couldn't be. I said it couldn't be saved. I think we all said that it couldn't be saved.
Okay.
I mainly came on here to refute the what Mark was saying about empathy. I was in the chat just like losing my mind. Like,
hey, W honesty, and
Mo just likes to argue with people.
Yeah, no, another W for pot stirring.
Mark, literally every time you feel it in your brain that you want to use the E word, just sub it for compassion, and it will still fit the context.
Right.
Fine, okay. I'll just change my wording from now on. Okay.
Well, actually, I have a question.
You good, Mark?
Well, just one last question from Mark. Just one last, Mark. So, would you say this empathy thing? It's something that's pushed into society, we should be empathetic for people, and it should be some sort of marker for morality, right? So is it rational to ground public morality in something that cannot be measured, verified, or corrected? Does that make sense?
Not really. No, because I feel like that's not what I said.
I'm just asking you from just bird's eye view, examine it. Is it rational to push that as something we should hold to if we can't even measure it, and it's not something that can be verified?
Teach children the concept of, even though you don't agree with it, the concept of I don't even want to say the word now. It feels like
my work here is done.
Hey, gotcha, no. I'm just saying that we should push the concept of the difference between when it comes to young children, like we were talking about emotional intelligence, right? Empathy, compassion, and goddamn! No, I'm going to say it, and also the difference between empathy and sympathy and compassion. And I just think it's a life skill, and I think that some people have it and some people don't. If you've got it, you've got it, and if you don't, you don't. It's simple. I'm not going to try to make you have it. Right, you've either got it or you don't got it, right? And that's
nobody has it because it's not a thing.
Y'all got me crying, bro. Y'all got me like literally crying, bro. Y'all going back and forth on this. Y'all have me crying, bro. I'm loving this. Hey, You know what? Shout out to y'all for going back and forth and standing on your squares and just sticking to your gun. Shout out to y'all.
There are no empaths. It doesn't exist. It's fake weasel language. There are no empaths.
Love you, bro. I love you.
All right,
No,
so we go. Yeah, so we. So we
say one thing? Can I just say one thing?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't ever claim, like I've always said, disclaimer. I don't ever claim to be like the arbiter of all truth. Yeah, I'm only simply speaking my mind. Yeah, so please don't think that I'm telling people how they should or shouldn't think, or how they should or shouldn't behave. Okay, because that's not what I'm about.
Well, to be fair, you do always say that. You do always say that. To be fair,
yeah, disclaimer, isn't it?
All right. So if you're just now tuning in to the live stream, or if you've been rocking with us the whole time, make sure you get a stream a like, share with a couple of your friends. Make sure you follow everybody on all their social media sites. And if you want to join in for the last question, the link is pinned to the top of the chat. So we're going to go ahead and get to the last question. And this is the last question right here. Is emotional control more important than emotional expression? I'll read it one more time. Is emotional control more important than emotional expression? What y'all got on that?
I have an opinion, but I'll wait for Carmen. She sounded like she was ready to go.
Uh-oh. Carmen, let's get it. Let's get it, Carmen. You're up.
I see ladies first.
Shit like that.
I don't like the word control. I don't like it. When it says emotional control, to me, what that says is that you're trying to manipulate me into something that you want me to feel because you feel it. So for me, emotional expression is more important, because the emotional control, I receive it as you're trying to manipulate me into believing something that you are feeling, and now I need to feel it because you feel it.
You know what's interesting? Being that you're the only woman up here right now, and this is going to kind of sound like bad, but I kind of expected you to answer that way.
Okay.
If I'm gonna keep it real with you, that's kind of
why women lead with their emotions. Go ahead, let the bashing begin. Let the bashing begin. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it.
No, I'm not saying you're wrong. I didn't say you were wrong. All I'm saying is, just had to point that out. I kind of expected you to say that. All right, Mo, Scott, Mark.
I got something for this. So the
go
question, just making sure I understand it correctly. So what's more important, emotional control or emotional expression?
Right.
I mean, again, this is going to be a very male-centric point of view. Control is way more important. But here's why. Because when you're the stronger sex and your emotions can actually cause physical damage, you know, when you have a guy who can lose his temper and let's say he hits a woman, you know, he breaks her orbital bone. He loses his temper with another guy. He gives him a black eye.
Tiger uppercut.
Right. If you have a bunch of stuff going on and you're not dealing with it in a healthy and productive way, other people can literally get hurt. And this is like, all of the third world is a bunch of people with low impulse control who can't control their emotions, just causing mass famine and death. And so, you know, what makes Western civilization is largely a bunch of men who have decided together unanimously to exercise a certain degree of emotional control. And so when you think about expression, you know, it's like women will immediately be attracted to that word because they're about emotion and about expressing it and being heard and being clear and feelings and the value of those feelings. And that's good because they are women. But from a man, you know, I'm obviously going to favor control, because if we lose our tempers, if we get too in our feelies, everything falls apart. So I think that's just going to be a sex difference thing rather than an either or proposition. I don't think it's safe to say one is more important than the other. I think it depends on who you're talking to.
Okay, that's a solid take. See, I worded my questions the way I did because didn't want it to be like a gender specific thing. I kind of wanted to leave it open ended to where people can give a wide variety of takes. And it just so happened that Carmen values emotional expression more, and it just so happened that Scott said emotional control is more important. Now, just saying. All right, Mark, Mo, what y'all got?
Yeah, I agree. I agree with Scott. Emotional control produces wisdom and stability. If you just have expression, there's nothing to say that expression is inherently good. You can have bad expressions. You can have good expressions. You need control in order to understand when to apply emotion correctly. So, and to his point, yeah, you can even look at if you want to take it to a scenario of like someone who carries, right? If you carry every day, you need to have really good emotional control, because if you don't, if you're just this guy out there that's a loose cannon that's constantly expressing your emotions and getting into whatever altercations, it can escalate very quickly. And that goes for men and women, but I would say it is definitely more important for men because they do have a monopoly on violence and force.
Okay. Mr. Mark, is emotional control more important than emotional expression? What you got, brother? You're muted.
Sorry, yeah, I was muted. Yeah, I think so. I agree with all the panelists. I'm sure they'll find a reason to disagree with the Englishman here for whatever reason. Anyway, but what I'm saying is, yes, I think emotional control is definitely more important. 100%.
But why does emotional control also have to express itself in a term of violence? When it comes to all of y'all said the same thing, like your emotion, you express it in a violent way. Why does it have to be violent? When it comes to men, why does your emotional have to express
because that's where it will lead
way?
If you don't have control of your emotions.
Well, see, but that's the negative side of emotional expression in a man.
Maybe there's
a positive side. There's actually a positive side to male emotional expression through excitement. Like if we're watching our favorite sports team and they win, we jump up and down, or kind of like that picture that I seen on your Facebook where you had the Green Bay jersey on and your husband had the Atlanta Falcons jersey on and his team won and your team lost. Yeah, like that.
Well, it's also there is righteous violence, right? If you are a guy and you are in a situation and you have understanding of your emotional state, and it's a situation where you need to be violent, you need to understand that that's the time to do it.
Yeah.
And not give in to cowardice. So if you have an understanding of your emotional state, I need to do this now, this has to be done, then that is a case where emotional control is the superior framework to work from.
Okay.
And I'll piggyback on that, and I'll make it less severe. We were talking a little bit about the hierarchy in relationships. As the man of the house, it's my job to be the emotional stabilizer in the room. So I'm surrounded by 3 women when I'm here all day long. That's a lot of estrogen. That's a lot of expressed feeling. And so when tempers are high, or if there's a lot of stress, or we've been undergoing a lot of hardship, and all these things, all these pressures, external and internal factors are compounding, leading up to a conflagration, it's my job to be the ice in the hot coffee. And so you tend to put more emphasis on control than expression, because that's what's going to keep the peace. That's what's going to allow everybody to feel acclimated, safe, and cared for. And so that's why I say I think it's a very gender specific opinion. So again, I don't think Carmen's wrong to favor expression. I simply think that that's just a gender thing. I think it's how we're wired.
It's also like to do with what people, their lifestyle and this, that, and the other. Because once again, if we go back to things like people's drug habits and so on and so forth, let's look at me, for example. Yeah, when I'm sober, which you've never actually seen me, by the way, right? I'm actually a lot more stoic than you could possibly care to realize. It's certain things that people utilize, whether it's caffeine, junk food, alcohol, cigarettes, so on and so forth. It affects people's emotions, right? And so a lot of people are dealing with lots of external conflicts as well. And I think that's one of the biggest problems that we've got in the world, because you know, a lot of people are irrational. And that's the problem. People aren't, you know, they just need a sense of control. They need a sense of guidance, and perhaps they can learn to control their emotions a lot better. But they need the right guidance and the right support, you know?
How ironic.
Yeah, piggybacking off of what Scott said, I agree with that. If you're in a situation where, even in leadership in general, but in the home, if you're the leader and things are going crazy and you know something's really bad, you don't need the leader to be, oh my God, what are we going to do, and freak out with everyone else and express all these emotions. You need someone who has control of their emotions and say, no, this is what we're going to do. This is the path forward. This is how we're going to handle this.
All right, so real quick, we got Troy Cleveland 6611 in the chat. He says, is emotional control actually a form of emotional expression?
Sometimes.
What do you guys think about that?
I think sometimes,
If you think of it as the volume knob, then I think Troy has a good point.
Yeah.
Hey, big shout out to Troy, sounding off in the chat, man. Shout out to you, brother. If you want to pull up to the panel, like I said earlier, the link is pinned to the top of the chat. Just click in that yellow box, and then we'll bring you up. All right, so Mark, I got a question for you, brother. So, so if the men on the panel are agreeing, and you know you're one of them, you agree too. If you agree that,
thanks. I thought you were going to call me a woman again. Yeah, go on. Sorry.
Where in the stream did I do that?
I was joking. No, I was joking. Oh,
okay.
Mark, why are you getting so touchy?
Something like that.
Nah, you're good. You're good.
Not very empathetic of you.
Right. But I do have a question though. So if you agree with the other guys on the panel, and you know, I also agree that emotional control is more important than emotional expression. Do you think that the exchange between you, Mo, and Scott earlier, was that a form of was that an example of emotional control or emotional expression from your perspective? Not from Mo and Scott's perspective, just only from you.
From me?
Yeah. Do you think that the way that you were explaining your points and your perspective, was that more so from a perspective or a standpoint of emotional control or emotional expression? What do you think?
So I'm 4 beers in, so I wear my heart on my sleeve after I've had a few beers, right? And I tend to let my tongue roll. I'm comfortable with what I said. I was expressing myself fairly emotionally, but at the same time, I've got a sense of control still over what I say and what I don't say. So yeah, there's a bit of both, isn't there? I express myself. I try to wear my heart on my sleeve and try to be the most genuine person that I am, even if I'm disagreeing with people. And I don't know if that's control. I think I control myself pretty well to a degree. I could be worse, a lot worse. I've known myself to be a lot worse. So, yeah.
Okay. All right. So, Mo and Scott, question. From you guys' perspective, do you think that the way that Mark was conveying his messaging earlier when he was going back and forth with you guys, do you think that it was coming from a place of emotional control or more so of emotional expression? We can be honest. I think Mark can handle. I think Mark can handle a little bit of critique.
I think descriptively it is control, right? Because he didn't go screaming and flying off the handle and get all emotional, right? To a certain degree. So there was a certain level. I mean, he might have gotten, there might have been a bit of elevated back and forth, but it didn't get out of hand, right? So by the very descriptive nature of the exchange, then yes, there was a certain level of control there.
Okay.
I think what Anonymous is getting at is he was speaking to Mark's motives for why he took the position he took, and whether that motivation was emotionally driven or facts driven. And so in that regard, I think if I'm reading Anonymous's intention correctly, yes, I think Mark was a little emotionally attached to the idea of empathy.
Okay, so real quick.
If I were you, I'd keep those eyes closed. Cause I'm gonna play Monster Reborn.
You what?
Now I'll bring back a monster. It's the same one I just sent to your graveyard.
My blue eyes! Yeah, man, I knew you could do it. Now that was impressive.
All right, so we got a new panelist that decided he wanted to show up. Shout out to Mr. Trey Wonderful. The man took me up on the offer and he actually pulled up to the panel. Shout out to you, bro.
Good luck. Good luck. What's up, everybody? How y'all doing?
You want to go ahead and give the panel a brief introduction?
Yeah, I'm Troy Cleveland, really on your brand. I was actually looking for somebody to this show on the fight. And I ended up stumbling up on y'all, and I saw the conversation. You know, I'm always up for interesting conversation, a good conversation. And the question of emotional intelligence, stopped me, and I was listening to everybody's answers and everything. So I just thought I'd chime in here and there.
Okay, cool. So real quick, before we ask you the question and let you get in on the conversation, you pulling up to the panel, it actually means a lot because I like having my panel open to any and all perspectives. You've seen that, we're all kind of going back and forth, getting into a little debate or whatever, but I like a friendly discourse. I like different ideas flying. I'm okay with people butting heads a little bit to try to get their points across, but it's all in the spirit of good fun and us having a good conversation and just tossing ideas out. So thank you for pulling up. And because you pulled up, you'll be invited to the next panel. If you decide to show up, it'll be next Saturday, but I'll get into all that a little bit later. But yeah, we're having a good time over here, cracking jokes, having great conversation. Good to have you, brother. So real quick, is emotional control more important than emotional expression? I know you were signing off in the chat, but now that you're here, I want to give you room to speak.
For me, I would say it depends on the moment, what's needed the most.
Okay.
Maybe in general, we as men, you're going to say emotional control, but at any given moment, expression is needed too. So it depends on that moment and what's more needed in that moment, I would say. You know what I mean? It may be like what you might, if you're dealing with a female, you may have to have emotional expression. You know what I'm saying? Because we all say females are more emotional. You know what I mean? So in order to communicate with them, we can't come at them with control. Sometimes we have to be expressive too. So like you were saying earlier, emotion doesn't always connote violence. Sometimes emotion connotes softness, weakness. We can show that we weak. We can show that we vulnerable at a moment. So it depends on the given moment to me, which one is more. But I guess on a regular daily, you know what I mean, I would lean on the side with the fellas too, that control, because we have to be in control of those emotions as well. But
you don't always have to
question
keep it
for you,
together.
Mark. Would you say though that you said it depends on the situation and when to express that emotion? Would you not say that requires emotional control to know when to express emotion?
I was going to say that too.
Okay.
I was going to say that too. I was going to say that it does. It does. You're absolutely right with that.
So because I agree with the guys on the panel that emotional control is more important than emotional expression, but I got a question for the panel. So do you think that control plays into how we express our emotions?
Sometimes, not always. I think there are times when a man can actually let go of their control and lose control and become guided by their emotions. And that's what I'm saying. This is why it's so important that we try to maintain control. That's why I think that emotional intelligence is so important and controlled, to be able to control our emotions so that we don't go out there acting out of not being able to control our emotions. We see it. Those weak men out there, They act out of violence and frustration because they have no sense of self-control.
Yeah,
but if you think about how I phrase that though,
ask the question again. Ask the question one more time.
Yeah, because we, like the guys, at least the guys on the panel, we all understand that emotional control, and we agree that emotional control is more important than emotional expression. But does control play into how we express our emotions?
Yes. No, it does. For some people, only some people. That's what I'm saying. There are people out there, right? This is what goes all the way back to the beginning of the thing.
Carmen, you can chime in too. Carmen.
No,
go ahead, Mark.
I was go ahead, Mark. Yeah.
I'm just saying it goes back to square one. What we were saying earlier. Some people have emotional intelligence, and it's how they're raised. And I think that if people aren't raised correctly to be able to control themselves and control their emotions, and they become a loose hinge out there in society. And so at the end of the day, of course, it becomes a part of our responsibility. Not everyone can do it. That's the problem. Not everyone has the skill set to be able to control their emotional intelligence. And so they just go out there and they act unhinged. It's not a man thing. It's not a woman thing. There are too many people out there going out there acting like dickheads.
But I think you're off on the question, though, as the premise of the question is, does emotional control play a part in, how you express yourself emotionally? Meaning like this. Okay, normally if I'm not in control and you say something to me that triggers me in a certain way emotionally, I may react, you know what I mean? And the reaction may be more sporadic. Whereas though I'm still expressing the emotion, when I respond, when you say something to me and I'm in control and I respond, I just thought about it. I'm still expressing that emotion that I feel. You know what I'm saying? Okay. But just in a different manner.
That's because I believe that you and everyone here on the panel, right, is a good example of people that have a good grounded level head. Yeah. Everyone here in this room is a good example of people that are able to control their emotions. So you're all arguing from the standpoint of somebody who is able to control their emotions. But I think there are people out there that just don't have the ability to do that. That's why as soon as you talk to a far left-leaning Democrat type person, you'll say something that triggers them, and they will go off on one, and they will start calling you racist, Nazi, transphobe, whatever, all this kind of stuff. And this is the point I'm trying to get at. And I'm trying to say that you lot here might be very ground-head. I keep trying to say this. You lot might be a good example of people that are able to control your emotions. You're very stoic. You're probably more stoic than I am. In actual fact, if anyone who is here, you know what I'm saying? The point being is, I think that there are people out there that can't control their emotions, and they're the ones that we need to help. They're the ones that you know, it's a life skill.
But okay. So to your point, do you think that the people that quote unquote need help have the emotional control and the wherewithal to understand that they need help?
Not always, because I think there's the problem with autism that's rampant through society as well.
I'm not talking about people with conditions that they have no control over. No. That's a completely different thing. I'm talking about just regular, everyday people that just fly off the handle.
Well, I think this is where
because you say they need help. So, do you think it's possible to help people that don't have the emotional control to understand that they need the help?
Wow, how do you teach a stupid person to know that they're stupid? It's one of those things, isn't it? Like, a stupid person is so stupid that they'll never be able to know how stupid they are. Or how do you teach a lefty or like a useless idiot, you know, that's already ideologically subverted? I think there's always hope. Yeah, I think there's always hope. I think we can lead by example.
Well, I mean, the way I framed the question, we could take it away from politics.
Right, like it's still relevant. I'm keeping it relevant.
Okay.
I'm keeping this relevant, right? You know me. I always come back to ground zero.
I mean, I think we can't always keep it in control. We can't always keep it together. And I'm not talking about in a violent way. I'm not talking about fight or flight where you're in a dangerous situation and you as a man will come up. Like I'm talking about in more positive way. Like sometimes our emotion gets the best of us. Like when your first child is born, you're just gonna sit there and be like, should I cry or should I not cry? I just see my daughter born or my son born. Like there's just some things that your emotion takes the best of you. You can't always control it. We're always going to be in control of our emotions all the time. When you want to choose whether to feel happy all the time, you want to choose to feel excitement. You want to choose whether every sports event, when your team wins, don't you just jump up and just be like, hell yeah? Or do you got to think about that? You got to think about that before you do that. When your favorite team loses in the Super Bowl, you're gonna
Mo.
Hold on. You gotta think about when you push the wall first.
We do. Yeah, we do.
No, you don't. Or you just get up and do it. You just get up and do it.
All right, go ahead, Troy. Yeah, go ahead, Troy. Go ahead, Troy.
No, I'm sorry. Somebody in my household. I'm sorry. Somebody in my. I should have muted. Somebody in my household called me. But she correct though. She 100% on that. She hit it like. I wouldn't say one thing I would change though. I wouldn't say it takes the best of you, gets the best of you, it takes the best. It is the best of you in certain moments. Your emotions are the best of you. And everything she just expressed, that's the best of us in that moment, I would say.
Right. And
emotional control. Oh, go ahead.
No. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think it does because emotional control it predicts success. Delayed gratification gives better outcomes. Emotional regulation, lower aggression, better relationships, impulse control, higher competence, and more trust. There's a reason why we train soldiers, surgeons, judges, and pilots to suppress it under pressure.
That's true.
Mo, you remind me of fucking Hermosi.
Who?
Alex Hermosi.
No, I'll have to look.
You don't know who he is?
No, I'll have to look him up.
Yeah, look him up.
I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you.
It is.
Aren't soldiers also trained to act at the moment? You don't always have the time to analyze and control. Sometimes you just got to decide at a half a second.
And they would have to suppress their emotions in order to act. Yes, because they might be fearful. But if their commanders tell them to march on that hill, they have to march on that hill.
Yeah, but at that moment, you have to decide. So you have to decide whether with your emotions, you have to decide right there and then. It might not be the right decision at the moment, but
that would be suppressing your emotions.
But your emotion, you're acting on your thing, your adrenaline.
Right. But if you got to think about this, Carmen. If you're using a military example, it has nothing to do with emotions because you're trained to follow orders.
I was about to say
that. And if you're acting, when you're acting in the manner that you're talking about acting, it's not more so emotion as it is instinct that you're acting on.
Okay.
You're going to act on your instinct. When this survival time is primitive, instinct, spirit, whatever it is that we got.
What's the difference between your emotion and instinct? What's the difference? Don't your emotions trigger your instinct?
Your emotion is a certain feeling. Your instinct is
like
survival. Your instinct is a survival, something that tells you, hey, this is what you have to do to survive. It's not just like a feeling. You understand? I don't know how to really put it into words.
I think emotion triggers instinct. I think the emotion part is a catalyst to your instinct because when you feel something, when you have that gut feeling that something is wrong, more than likely something is wrong.
I can speak to this a little bit, Carmen. So I used to be a military subcontractor. I used to train special forces units out of JSOC and SOCOM. And I also used to teach like women's self-defense classes.
Got that everything.
Like and so what you notice is that when you're training people in this milieu, this style of training, a lot of it's stress inoculation. You're trying to simulate battlefield or street conditions, rape conditions, assault and robbery conditions. We would put you in those scenarios, and then we'd have to fight your way out of it and escape. And when that's going on, you feel a lot of emotions. And what we do is we keep repeating these stressors, these triggers, making it happen over and over and over again. But we supplement what would normally be emotional panic or excessive rage or excessive crying and despair, fear, whatever, with physical action. So
this is why you don't like the idea of empathy. I've got
hold on. One mic.
So anyway, Carmen, I would take a student like yourself and I would say, okay, well, here's a female who is probably going to be afraid of XYZ scenarios, given that those tend to happen to females. So I would put you through those scenarios after teaching you the tools that you needed to potentially help yourself out to escape. And I would do them under really aggressive conditions after you had gotten to a certain point of competence. Then, if it ever happens to you in real life, instead of thinking or emoting about the moment, you simply do as Troy says, you react. And so what's happening is not emotion being compelled by instinct. Emotion is being suppressed by training. And so this is what happens to men is they have their emotions, quote unquote, trained out of them under certain conditions because the emotions are essentially extra. They're baggage that slows you down. You know, when you can die in some horrible fashion, but you still have to achieve an objective, you have to suppress the fear and the emotions and just kind of be robotic. And that's why we train soldiers the way we train them, or I train women the way I've trained women, is because when you're in a worst case scenario as a woman, the last thing you need to be doing is inventorying all the things that are happening because it'll shut you down. What you need to be doing instead is fighting for your life and making a bunch of noise and running. And it's suppressing emotion that is more useful in those scenarios. But anyway, guys, I have to go. The lovely wife is giving me the clock signal. So thank you guys for inviting me up on the panel.
All right, well, go ahead and go ahead and let the people know where they go.
I want to make one final statement, Anonymous, and then I'll let you guys have fun. When it comes to this topic, I want to make it really clear where I stand on this. Emotional intelligence is a joke. This idea that we need to have a higher degree of emotional competence in order to navigate our way through the world is nonsense. What we need to have are the basic attributes and the virtues that have been espoused to us since time immemorial. Basic compassion, basic sympathy, a sense of honor, a sense of how to conduct ourselves in the world, and basic manners. And that is just something that's going to vary a little bit from society to society. But at the end of the day, we're capable of doing these things without making it overly complicated and using a lot of weird leftist therapeutic language like empathy. Again, Mark, all the things that you're describing are definitionally, all this time we've been talking, are definitionally just compassion. And there's nothing wrong with having a lot of compassion, my friend. But you can't be married to weasel words that leftists and weird scientists came up with in the 20th century. You have to look this stuff up so that you not know you're getting played. All right. Everybody else, adieu.
Good seeing Scott.
All right, real quick, let the people know where they can find you, Scott.
So the wife and I decided to collaborate. She finally talked me into it. We're at Scott and Zynga. I don't have her throw up Zynga and Scott. Thank you. I'm going to have her throw up a link in the chat. And
okay.
And you guys, we're going to be talking about cultural brain rot, prescriptions, social stuff, politics, and all kinds of other things. So thank you guys for your time. I appreciate you getting
and before you go, Scott, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but all of y'all that have been sounding off in the chat, I don't know if y'all noticed that I gave you guys wrenches.
I did see that, actually.
Yeah, I gave all of y'all wrenches.
Mods.
I made all of y'all moderators.
Great, man. Thank you. We'll try not to abuse the power.
Nah, y'all are good. Nah, I trust y'all. I'll rock with y'all, man. But yeah, we'll go ahead and see you out, brother. And you and Zinger are more than welcome to pull up to the next show. All right, y'all take it easy, man.
Was it something I said?
All right. Okay. So, I guess I'll go ahead and give a little bit of my take on the question, because I already had said that I agree with the guys that emotional control is way more important than emotional expression. And from the way that the conversation was going in a lot of different directions, y'all were making some very solid points as far as the emotional control is concerned and the expression standpoint of it is concerned. So I do agree that control does play a huge part in how we express our emotions as men. Now, I don't know if the same logic applies on the female side, so I can't really speak to that. Maybe Carmen can give us a little bit of clarity on that. But I think that the control aspect of it is a very crucial part in how we express our emotions. Because again, like the guys on the panel said, if you do it the wrong way, then there's negative ramifications, which is why there's laws, which is why I said earlier that the prisons are filled with men that didn't exercise a certain degree of control when it came to their emotions. Now, Troy brought up a very good point. He said that it depends on the situation and what it calls for. Now, there's varying situations that a man can be placed in to where his emotions show up, but it's on you to exercise a certain degree of control in those different scenarios to achieve a desired outcome. So I'll give you an example. So if I'm out with a woman and a dude's talking reckless or whatever, a lot of times she might freak out and say, "Oh, did you hear what that guy said?" I may have heard what that guy said, but the logical and emotional control side of me is saying, you know what? I'm not even going to engage that. Baby, don't even worry about that. Let's just go. Right? But then depending on the type of woman that you're with, you might be in a situation where a woman wants to step up and challenge this guy that may have said something crazy. Right? You're telling her, baby, don't worry about it. Oh, no, you're going to let him say this and this and that to you? Because you do have some women out there that will see a certain situation and then their lack of emotional control may try to pressure you into a situation that you may or may not want to be in. You might be in a situation where you're trying to exercise that emotional control and you've already said what needs to be said, but sometimes the woman will like to egg it on. A lot of times they don't accept that you're maintaining control of not only yourself but her and the situation to make sure that you guys can leave and be safe. Right now, in situations like that, I think a lot of times what guys need to do is, if you're dealing with a woman that's not understanding that you're in control of the situation and that you're in control of the relationship and that you're looking out for your guys' best interest, I think it's best for a man in that situation, don't get loud, don't get erratic, don't start cursing her out and all this other type of stuff. If she wants to undermine what you're saying, just leave her there. Just leave her there. Because if you're not able to respect the authority and the leadership and the emotional control that I bring to the relationship, then there's no point in me trying to go back and forth with you. Kind of like what we were talking about in the last question, can emotional intelligence save a failing relationship? So I'm going to look at that in that moment as a failing relationship, because if you get to the point where you're undermining what I'm telling you and you're not seeing that I'm maintaining what's the best interest of both of us, then in my mind in that moment, the relationship is failing and I got to abort mission. I got to get out of there. Go ahead, Mark.
That's a valid point.
Well,
I'm just going to say real quick. Sorry. I actually got to head out too. The NyQuil's starting to kick in and I'm under the weather. So, but yeah, but I had a great time. This was fun. But I'll just leave you with like kind of to summarize why I view this emotional intelligence thing, kind of going to Scott's point. The way I view it is, if you give into this or you take on this as a worldview, you are making others and external things responsible for your inner state.
Valid point.
And I think if you come at it from that angle, you really can't go along with this. You have to be your own person, your own man, and you have to control your emotions. But that I'll leave you guys with that, and I'm Mo Rebuttal. You'll see me on here or on Speakeasy's channel doing debates, and I do debate critiques on my channel. So if you guys are interested in that, come over to check it out. But catch you guys next time.
Hey, one of these days, you're gonna have to come on, and you'll have to like randomly just take off your hat to see if Carmen notices it. Or if any other to see if she notices it or any other women on the panel, because they've said something about that before.
Yeah, everyone comments on my
I
hat.
couldn't hear.
I don't know why.
It's his signature thing. Now, hear me out, Mo. I've gone and followed you on your YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So don't be shy. Don't forget, like, if you want me, like, just the way that I roll. Just invite me over, and we'll have a little chat. A little debate.
For sure. I have some things planned. Later some live stream stuff that I'm thinking about how I want to structure it. So yeah, I'll definitely keep you in mind.
Right. Well, hey, I'm definitely down, I'm definitely down to pull up on your platform too. Just send me the word and I'll show up.
All right, guys.
All right,
take care.
Yeah, you take it easy, brother. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I couldn't hear.
Couldn't hear him.
Yeah. Yo, you couldn't hear him, Tori?
Yeah, I couldn't hear.
Really?
That's kind of weird because his mic, he has a really good mic. I don't know how you couldn't hear him.
I don't know what. Yeah, I've been hearing him the whole time, but when he started talking the last time, he went out. I couldn't hear him.
Oh, okay. All right. So, Carmen, what are your thoughts on what the men were saying as far as the different scenarios where emotional control trumps emotional expression? Do you agree? Do you disagree? What are your thoughts on that? What do you want to contribute to what the guys have been saying?
So what the guys were saying?
Yeah.
It's typical. I mean, not typical, but I think it's a good balance. I mean, men are biologically more logical than women. You guys are. Men are. Men are more logical. Oh, he can't hear me either. Troy can't hear me.
We can hear you.
No, Troy can't hear me.
Really?
Yeah.
I think he's got sound issues his end. Troy.
I don't know what's up with my phone all of a sudden.
Well, you know what? Back out and then come back.
All right.
Yeah, back out and come back, and I'll bring you back up.
Yeah, I think as far as men goes, men are a lot more logical than women. It's supposed to be that way. It's biologically engineered that way by God himself.
Mm-hmm.
So it definitely does make sense why men in the panel think that emotional control is more important. I think the only disagreement that I have is that in general, everybody said, you included, Charles, everybody's just like, you just always in control. No, you're not. Not everybody has it all together all the time. And I think that's what everybody was like, oh, if you're a real man, you have your emotions on check all the time. No, you don't. Men pop off too, just like women do.
No, you're right. You're right. And there are instances where I guess setting the control aside makes sense. Like, I'll give you an example. So if I'm out and a guy decides that he wants to shoot his shot or whatever, and then the woman I'm with says, no, I'm with somebody, whatever. And he starts to get mouthy, or, he wants to get disrespectful. Well, there's a point where I have to step in and kind of, set the tone for the situation and say, hey, look, she's with somebody. She already said what she has to say. Just go ahead and go on about your business. Now, at that point, if he continues to press the issue, well, now we're starting to go into a different type of territory to where there might be a little bit of fisticuffs. I mean, there's a possibility. I'm going to try to avoid
but in that situation,
avoid it at all costs.
Well, in that situation, what do you think about when? See, here's an example. We went out. Hubby and I went out. Mm-hmm. Dude was we were at a bar. We were just having fun, whatever. Dude was overly drunk. He came with somebody. He came with the girl. I don't know. I was at the bar. Hubby was next to me. Clearly, everybody thought that I was with him. This guy came and literally put his arm around my waist. And then hubby goes, I was like, yo, that's my wife. Like, calm down. He bucked up. And then hubby bucked up. And I was like, wait a minute. Hold on. We're not trying to do all of this. And then he tells me, don't get involved.
There you go.
What do you think about me? Like, I don't want you to get in a fight because I'm thinking about, okay, you can get in a fight. Cops can be called. Hell, you don't even know what the fuck this guy got. You can get killed for all I know. So let's just diffuse the situation. So you rather just not women get involved at all because I will get involved. But he's like, don't you ever do that again.
Yeah,
I got a stern talk.
Yeah, I'm with him. I'm with him.
So really?
Yes.
Even though I'm looking out for your best interest.
Yeah.
No,
I'm thinking about when things can spiral.
No. I get that.
Because you could get hurt. It's because
right,
you
exactly.
could get hurt.
Because this
Like,
is the
you
thing.
could get hurt. Yeah.
This is the thing. Men know. See, this is one of the dark sides of how men operate. There's a reason why the man is gonna go for the woman and not the man. Right? So if he sees you there, it didn't matter if your husband was there. He went for you anyway. So what that shows is a blatant lack of respect for the fact that the leader and the protector is there. You want to bypass the leader and the protector and go for the person that I'm supposed to be leading and protecting. So it's not on the follower to dictate how the leader handles the situation. Now,
no, I'm trying to defuse the situation.
I know. I got you. I understand that part. Now, I understand if you're trying to pull me away and say, baby, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. But what you're describing is that you're in the middle of two men and you're trying to push both of them away. Now, what are you going to do if that guy decided to push your arm away and start to go for your husband? Then what?
Then I don't know about that.
Oh, see.
But what if he punch you in your face?
Where'd you find this?
Punch me?
Yeah, what if he punch you in your face?
You're
There's
trying
men out here that would do that.
I'm trying to look out for him too. I'm like,
no, it's men out here that would hit a woman.
Yeah, but see, right there, you're not supposed to look out for the enemy. You're supposed to look out for me.
Yeah,
I'm looking out. That's what I mean. I'm looking out for him. I'm like, let's not do all of this because you don't
no.
Not do all this shit. Let's go.
Listen.
Let's
Because
walk away. Let's just walk away.
Because the way us men are gonna see it is you're trying to take up for him. That's just how we're gonna see it. It doesn't matter if you tried to keep me back and you tried to keep him back. It's the fact that you even raise up your hand to even try to protect this man. That's a problem.
I wasn't trying to protect her. I was trying to protect her. My whole thing was like, okay, let's not do this. I don't want you to go all.
I get it. I get it. But
in that situation, back to the question.
I get that
situation. I am in control of my emotions and be like, this is not the best outcome at all.
But listen. You don't have the force necessary to dictate the outcome of the situation. That's the point you're missing.
But Charles,
because if that guy decided that he wanted to push your arm away, then what? If he looked at you and said, "Don't put your hands on me, don't touch me," and he bucked at you, then what? Now your husband has to do something about it.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Well, he's putting his hands on me first.
Right.
You're missing
No, you said that you pushed him away. Like the hubby told him, hey, chill out. And he still wanted to press the issue. And then you pushed them away.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
No, but it's not a problem. Hang on.
You're supposed to get behind him.
You're right.
You're supposed to get behind him.
But you're missing
because if you understand that he's the leader and the protector, and he already said something first. If he says something and the words didn't work, well, now we might have to get physical.
I don't want you to get physical.
Baby, get back. Baby, get back. Baby, get back. Baby, get back. I understand. Baby, get back.
The way you could help out is this. In a situation like that, he want to get physical. You look for the nearest bottle or something. So when your man going and putting his work in, then you come in and help your man and bang him upside his head and make sure, the job get done. That's how you get out the way and look
for. But you see what I'm saying? That could have turned left in the future because now. Say they did go into a fight, it didn't get there, but say if you did go at it and whatever, this YN got something on him. This YN could have had a gun, could have had a knife, could have something. Like now your life is in danger. I don't want that. So
yeah, but no, I get your intentions, and I know you mean well, but you have to look at things in kind of a different way because, again, you're not the one that's responsible for our safety. I am. You can offer up a perspective and I can take it into consideration, but it's up to me to dictate the best course of action to make sure that you and I can make it home. We could talk about all that other stuff later. Wow. I need to make sure that this situation gets diffused to the point that where we can exit and dude ain't trying to chase us down. You see what I'm saying?
Hang on, hold up. Right. Do you remember I said, right, hang on. Do you remember I said before, yeah? Like I was raised, I got me, my brother, and my young sister. And me and my brother used to fight all the time. And my young sister was always the one that used to get emotional. Me and my brother just wanted to fight it out, yeah? And we were in that fight, yeah? Me, my brother, were in that fight. Anything external, right? Anything external becomes a major distraction. It could be whether I win or lose the fight. Yeah, you know what I mean? Seriously, whether it's a distraction, anything like that. And so anything that comes at me when I'm in that fight mode, yeah, I'm just like, it annoys me even more because then I feel like I'm not only fighting against the person that I'm fighting against, but now all of a sudden other people around me get involved. That could be one person, that could be two people, there could be a load of hectic people around me all trying to get involved. And all of a sudden, I find myself, this is the fight between me and that person there. Just me and him, me and my brother. Let us scrap it out, yeah? Let us scrap it out. And I understand the protectiveness, yeah? And this is what I'm saying. I think maybe because the feminine energy, they do react different. They don't want to see us fighting. Right. I don't think they want to see us fighting. My sister, right, used to be more traumatized over me and my brother fighting, yeah, right, than I could possibly even get. Like, oh God, yeah, thinking about it, right. My sister was more traumatized after these fights than even me and my brother, and I used to find myself having to go up to my sister afterwards and apologizing, you know. So this is what I'm saying. It wasn't nice, and I understand why women get involved, but at the same time, from a man's point of view, we don't want to. We just want to fight it out, get the thing done, and so it's difficult to. I think it will always be the way. People always get involved, no matter what. Will always get involved, and they do it for the right reasons. And we've got to understand why they're doing it, because they're empathetic. Boom.
It's different. All right. It's different, though. It's different. It's different when a sister.
They're empathetic.
Yeah, I think he was. I think he was one of these.
It's different when a sister get involved with amongst her brothers. Right. It's different. So many guys have been assaulted, maybe even killed because, like a buddy. Even amongst males, amongst us, when we are together, if my man is getting ready to go, it's not incumbent upon me to be the one to say nah and grab him, because if I grab him, that gives the opportunity to strike him as I'm holding him, pulling him away. I'm like he just said, I'm a distraction. Now I'm in the way, so I'm like, yo, what's up, man? You know, I might be, what's up? You come on, man, let's go. But me put my hands on or getting in between them, no, because now that gives the opportunity.
Well, the thing is, take me out of it. Take me out of it. What if it was your homeboy? So
that's what I'm saying. Even with my, I'm gonna give you an example.
Yo, bro, let's not do this shit. Let's go.
I'm gonna give you an example of a time when I violated the code at my job. My homie, now I'm different. I'm street. My homie pulls out a knife. I grab him. Yo, what you doing, man? He do what he do. He didn't do anything to anybody with the knife. He stabbed the U-Haul truck tire. But once he pulled it out, I let him go. But when we had the discussion the next day, he like, yo, you grabbed me, man. And I was like, you are right. I said, you're right. He like, you grabbed me, bro. You can't grab. I said, you're right. I said, but I knew the situation and they weren't being aggressive. But I know in my mind that I'm wrong. I said, I was wrong. I told him, like, I'm wrong because I never supposed to grab him regardless. If he gonna crash out, either I'm in or I'm out. Either I'm in.
Nah, but if that's my man's, I don't care how mad he get.
You're grabbing him, right?
I'd rather him take out his frustration on me in that moment than for me to stand back and let him do something and possibly lose his life because then that's gonna weigh on me, bro.
And that's how I felt. But at the same time, what he told me is correct because in the moment that I grabbed him, it gave him the ups.
I mean, I see that perspective.
If they trying to do something, if they really was on it, it gave them the ups when I grabbed them.
Right. I mean,
so you can never grab your man.
Right. Yeah.
That's why you even like when I hate somebody grabbing me.
Yeah, I see exactly what you're saying, but it's one of those tricky.
That's
situation. Yeah, it's a tricky situation.
And the only reason I was able to calm him from being mad at me is like, yo, you called me into a situation that I had no idea about.
Right.
Oh, okay.
This is the point. Because I know a guy that was stabbed through the eye and it went into his brain and is now in a wheelchair, yeah? And he did that because he was the tough guy. And everyone relied on him to be the, anytime they got into a problem, they would always go and rely on this guy, And one day he went to defend one of his friends, but he got stabbed straight through the eye into his brain and now is in a wheelchair. And he was one of the toughest guys that everyone knew. He was an ex-kickboxing young English champion. So that's why a lot of people used to think he was invincible. And all it took was, bang, an instant, straight through the eye from someone else who was a lot smaller than him. He wasn't even a fighter. Just stabbed him through the eye.
Yeah, but see, that goes back to what we were talking about at the very beginning of the stream, where I was saying that no matter where I go, I always remind myself that there's going to be somebody out there that's bigger, better, faster, and stronger than me that could possibly take me out.
Yeah.
I always remind myself of that when I go somewhere. And so with that being said, it's like it goes back to the whole emotional control thing. Like even if I go to the UK, if I ever get to the chance to go to the UK, I know I can't conduct myself the same way I would in America because the rules in the society is completely different. Y'all be stabbing people over there because y'all don't have guns.
Not all of us, man. We're not all that bad.
We're not you.
You'll be fine with me. I'll look after you, my friend. Honestly, you'll be fine. You'll be fine.
But you get the general understanding of what I'm saying, right? So it's like even with that, if I have to always put my own safety and well-being at the forefront of how I make it through each day, and I take on a woman, I always have to consider her safety as well. So part of what Carmen was getting to with the emotional control, she brought up a point earlier where she said, well, if y'all don't ever express y'all's emotions, like y'all are really like robots. And it's like, well, yeah, in a sense, yeah. We kind of have to be.
Yeah, but we can express our emotions at the right time.
Okay, you know what? I would argue that a man can express his emotions in a controlled environment.
Yeah, in the right time, the right place, and
in a controlled environment. Yes,
that's the sensitive emotions,
right?
Mr. Sensitive emotions.
I don't really feel that many.
Can I ask a question to Carmen?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because when I first came on, she answered the question. She answered that question about the emotional, as far as which one is more important. And you made it into a situation where as though the emotional control connotes an external individual trying to control your emotions. When I'm trying to figure out like emotional control, like no one has to be involved externally. Like emotional control is coming from within. It's you.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be a thing of manipulation from external manipulation. You know what I mean? Your emotional control shouldn't come from that. You know what I mean? Somebody trying to manipulate you and telling you you need to be emotionally, in control of yourself emotionally, whatever. The emotional control comes in from within. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like
Yeah, when I said that that I didn't like the word control because when I said I'm like, wait, when you're trying to emotionally control me, that means that you're trying to make me feel what you feel.
Nah, but the emotional control really is not coming from me trying to emotionally control you. More so from your perspective of you being in control of your emotions.
Okay. So what you're saying is you can't control me because I control myself.
Correct.
Well, what we're doing is we're trying to remind you that you have the capability of doing so. And so sometimes, so sometimes situations may occur where what the man is trying to do, he's trying to sit you down and level set you. He's not necessarily telling you, "Oh no, you can't do that." He's gonna give you some advice. I mean, you may not like the way he says it. You may not like the way he says sometimes, but sometimes if your man knows you well enough and you know your man well enough, you'll be able to sift through all that to get to the root of what he's saying, and you'll be able to understand that he means well for you. He's not trying to suppress you and just keep you down. Like what they're trying to give to you, what men are essentially trying to do, and I wish more women will understand this, is that a lot of men, we're givers by nature. Right? And part of us giving, we want to protect those that we give to. And that comes with a degree of control. So if I'm giving the world to my children and I want to give the world to my wife, well, that means I also have a duty to protect what I invest in, which is going to be my future wife and my future kids. So part of me protecting that investment is I do have a control and a say-so over how things go to a degree. Now, you're going to be your own person, but at the same time, you have to remember that it's my duty to make sure that we're okay. You can come to me with all your grievances or whatever. We put the kids to bed, and then whatever problems that we want to discuss, we talk about it, not in front of the kids. Make sure that the kids are taken care of, and then we work on our stuff. We're not going to argue and be doing all this fighting and all this stuff in front of the kids.
I'm sure Carmen understands all that. Anyway, I've got it's 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. Oh, Mark, you gotta go. You gotta go to bed.
Yeah, for real.
All right, well, real quick, let the people know where they can find you, bro.
Just Google me. Just Google Nova Bear, NOVABEAR, all capitals. You'll find my logo. Look, I'll show you my logo if I press this. That's my logo. You can find it all over the place. I've got a YouTube. I've got like literally social media all over the place. I run Facebook groups all over the place. Just come and join me. Just follow me because I run all sorts of projects in the background. I'm a bit of a hustler. So if you're interested and you're into investing and you like cryptocurrencies and all that kind of stuff and you like music, I run music groups and all sorts. I got serious, man. I've got like 1,300 members here. I've got 700 members there, 300 members here, whatever. So it's all good. So you should come and follow me. Google Nova Bear. Don't forget, because if you do, you'll miss out.
There we go. All right. So any final thoughts before you get up out of here, Mark?
No, not really. I still stand by everything I said. I enjoyed having the debate with everyone. Obviously, I don't think we can always agree and everyone can see eye to eye. I think sometimes we argue semantics, but I think overall it's been good again, and I really enjoyed it.
All right. Sounds good, man. Well, with that being said, we're going to go ahead and see you out the way we always do, brother.
This isn't good for your back. I brought this on myself.
All right. Well, you're obviously new over here. Yeah, you new over here on my channel, man. We have fun, bro. So real quick, Carmen, did you want to add anything else to what I was just saying and what me and Troy were just saying? Or do you kind of get the gist of what we were talking about?
No, I don't want to add anything new, but it's definitely a different perspective. So it's definitely a learning opportunity because I wasn't thinking of that perspective, if that makes any sense. I was just thinking about, okay, I don't want nothing to pop off. But I do agree with you. That's definitely new. That you are trying to protect me and protect your legacy, basically. So
yeah,
I wasn't thinking about that before. So that's new. That's a new you definitely taught me something.
There you go. W Carmen for following the wisdom and the teachings of the masculine man.
Bang.
All right, so Mr. Troy, being that you're new on the panel and new to my platform, is there anything else that you want to contribute to the question?
No, that was it. That was it. That was
any
fun.
other opinions and thoughts?
No, that's fun. I like to say I think of it more as a dialogue as opposed to a debate, and I appreciate a good intelligent dialogue that's gonna
Okay, all
build
right.
something. And
Okay.
Carmen, oh yeah, one thing I will say one thing because
Uh-oh.
is this it's not always like dealing with in the context of a man dealing with a man or anybody external. When I speak of control, is like you in there. I don't see anyone around you. You may go through some things in there by yourself, and it's a matter of sometimes you want to rip down the pictures on your wall and sling them across the room. You want to snatch all your curtains down, and just bust out the windows. It's some things that make you want to just go crazy. You understand what I'm saying? But it's within that's going to say, hold up, do we really want to do this right now? Are you going to allow that within in that moment to say, do we really want to do this? Think about all you did to get this place looking like this. Or are we going to have some control right now? Cry it out, you know what I mean? In a nice little manner, get us some tissue, have us a glass of wine. And you know what I mean? Or because some people do. Some people
I'll
just
bust the
zap out.
windows out your car. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna bust the windows out your
Why
car.
my car?
Oh yeah, that's what we doing.
My car. My car got to do with it.
I'll bust the windows out your car. I'm gonna slash your tires.
No, you're not.
Well, my car got to do with anything. Nah, man. I look forward to the next session.
Yeah, you ain't about to tear up my stuff that I worked hard for.
For real.
You do that, there's gonna be a whole lot of this.
FBI, open up!
We're gonna get you up out of here. We're gonna get you up out of here. No, but
Put sugar on your tank.
Right. No, we ain't doing that. No, but if no one else has anything else, we're gonna go ahead and get ready to wrap up the show. So if you just now tuning in, or if you've been watching us the whole time, make sure you give the stream a like, share with a couple of your friends. Make sure you follow everybody on all their social media sites. And we are about to wrap up the show. So with that being said, we're gonna go ahead and do last thoughts. Then we're gonna do final shout outs, and then we're gonna get up out of here. So Carmen, final thoughts on the show. Did you hate it? Did you love it? How was the show for you?
I always love the show, but I did learn something new today. So I do appreciate Troy. I appreciate UAB. I appreciate even Mo and Scott. Definitely had a fresh perspective that I wasn't thinking of.
There we go.
I learned something.
Yeah, there we go.
And y'all actually kind of changed my mind. So maybe I was wrong. Well, not wrong, but I think.
Oh, wait, hold on. You was just about to take accountability. Hold on. What were you about to say?
No, I said that I wasn't wrong. I said that I was not wrong. I said that maybe it is more important for emotional control over emotional expression based on what the men have to say in the different scenarios. Okay. I didn't say that I was wrong. I said that it's a different perspective.
You quite literally, it almost came out. It almost came out. You stopped yourself.
Whatever. It's an opportunity every time I come on here. So yes, I love the show. Learn something new. So follow me on Instagram, Carmen.ds92.
All right.
Podcast. I don't have anything like that. I just come on here.
Not yet.
Yeah,
it's something we got to work on so I can come up and crash your panel one of these days.
But yeah, it was really fun. It was really fun.
Yeah, we got my boy Coley in the chat. He said final thought show was great, and shout out to Catherine O'Hara. Rest in peace. All right, so Mr. Troy, wonderful.
Yeah.
Last thoughts on the show, man. Did you hate the show? Did you love it? I know you weren't up here for long, but what are your thoughts on the show, man?
From where I was at, I came in at, I loved it, man. Real talk. I loved it, and I look forward to coming back. Y'all can reach me at Troy Cleveland. .790. I don't know where the 790 came from. That's Instagram. Or you can check out the store. Check me out at York Brand, YORT brand store, York Brand store, Instagram. That's Your Own Religious Truth. That's my clothing brand.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, man, it was a vibe. It was definitely a vibe.
So
Nice meeting you all.
Okay, so real quick, type those links in the type it in the private chat, and then I'll add your links to the description, and I'll pin it in the comment section on the video, so that way people can find you. That's what I do. I make sure I give people a chance to promote whatever they got going on, and then I put their links in the description of the stream, and then I'll also pin it to the top comment in the stream, so people have an easier time being able to find you guys if they want to keep up with you.
All right, that's the best.
All right, so before we get up out of here, I want to go ahead and introduce next week's show. This is going to be next week's show. Next week's show, we're bringing the potluck show back. We're bringing back the potluck show. So the potluck show is basically going to be where any and all panelists that are going to be up here, you have to prepare a question or a topic that you want to contribute to the show. The topics will be completely anonymous. Once I present the topic, you have the option of letting the panel know whether that was your question or your topic, so that way it gives the panel a better idea of the other panelists and what their thought processes are and what they like to contribute to the panel. So there is not a set topic for this show. It's a potluck show. It's giving other people a chance to bring something to the platform. All right. So next week, we're going to be going live February 7th, 2026, around 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. All right. So with that being said, we're going to go do final shout outs. Where can the people find you? And then we're going to go ahead and get up out of here.
Find me on Instagram, Carmen.ds92. It's fun. You guys
All right. All right, Mr. Troy, wonderful. Hey, you're muted. You're muted.
Troy Cleveland 790 and York Brand store. I put it in the chat for you. And,
all right.
Stay at me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're going to make sure we have you back, brother.
All right.
All right. You take it easy, man. And with that being said, we're going to go out and close out the stream. Y'all take